On the break.
Yeah.
Break.
For the seatbelt.
Break. Little chocolates.
Little chocolate, good.
Little
Like
chocolate.
somebody.
Has a sense of.
Madam Mayor, it's 5:06 and we're live, and actually, I'm sorry, I apologize. Commissioner Diaz is supposed to do the pledge this evening.
Well, let's let him do it then. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Monday, July 29th, 2024 City Commission Budget Work Session number 2. Roll call, please.
Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May,
Here.
Commissioner Reynaldo Diaz.
Here. Commissioner Diaz will lead us in the pledge.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
thank you. Could I take a very brief moment of point of privilege just before we get going?
No, I'm going to turn that down. We have so much work to do.
It-
Um,
I would like to, and it
I-
doesn't, I don't think it's going to bother you. I would like permission to do that for a few seconds. Could I do that?
Why do you do that? No, we have a budget meeting. We're ready to go on the budget meeting. If you have something to bring up, Tuesday we have a meeting, and that would be for you.
Sometimes things
Sir,
relate.
you've asked and I've said no. So let's get going. Let's start with our staff.
All right, good afternoon / evening, everyone. So we are budget workshop number 2. We have basically taken a lot of the things we heard in the first budget workshop, one-on-ones with everyone since then, and kind of put together what you see in front of you right now. Obviously, the purpose of this meeting is to kind of go through all this, definitely schedule fees, CIP, get a really good feeling as far as do you like what you see? Do we need to change some things, pull things in, swap things out? Just get a better understanding of where this budget needs to end up. So if there are no other questions or comments, I wanted to hand it over to our finance director, Yannick.
Okay, and I'm going to make a suggestion. Mimi just
Yes,
left.
ma'am.
This is, a lot of information, a lot of stuff going on tonight. I'm going to ask that we hold, make a note of your questions or comments, hold until the end of, is each department going to make a presentation? Is that how that's going to go? No? Okay, but then I would ask us to wait till the end of the presentation so that we don't get bogged down, so that we keep your questions to the end. I'm asking that.
There are 3 presentations, correct?
There's actually a presentation, and then Stantec's going to come in and do some modeling, and I'll explain what the other document is.
Okay,
I'm good
so,
with that.
okay, let's just try to keep going. So,
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Commission. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to discuss our proposed operating budget and CIP for workshop number 2. I'm Monica McNaughton, Assistant Finance Director for Budget. Of course, there's a whole team that works on this process and project. I wanted to thank our budget team, of course, our finance director. We're just having a little technical difficulty advancing the slides. Give us just a second. We'll keep moving while we see if IT can come support us. But wanted to thank our budget team, our Director of Finance, Mr. Yannick. Again, myself, I'm part of the budget team. Candace Dale, our budget analyst for the city, and then Lucy Yonan, our accountant too. Also special thanks to Stephanie Hernandez and Vishali Patel, 2 of our finance team members. As you know, there's multiple layers. This is a very intense process and long days and nights, and we couldn't do it without the entire team.
and we appreciate that.
Wanted to also thank our interim city manager, Mr. Jamie Brown, and our assistant city manager, Mr. Troy Perry, for their direction and leadership in the budget process. Ms. Shona Smith for helping us pull the budget books together, and all of you for taking the time to go through the one-on-ones with us and give us your feedback and input. So we really appreciate you all. Okay, looks like we're back on track here. Okay, great. So what you'll see next is just the timeline. As you know, the process is ongoing. We started back in February. We are at the point of budget workshop number 2, and we're moving along quickly, and we'll shortly be in our first public hearing and second public hearing, which are in September. So we're going to go through the agenda. Budget overview appropriation summary is going to be part of that process, and we'll just do a budget overview. We're going to talk through the significant changes. We're going to walk through the supplemental schedule, the fee schedule changes from 24 to 25. Stan Tech will come in and do some modeling for us, and then the capital improvement plan. So we'll go ahead and get started. The budget book that you have, so that main book that we went through, the operating budget, that's where we're going to be starting, is that operating budget. So I want to draw your attention to the book. It has your table of contents, and the table of contents shows the appropriation summary, the budget detail by fund. I'll actually pause and just wait for you all to get there to that table of contents. Okay, great. You'll see the budget detail by fund, by each fund. So for example, general fund, you'll see the operating itemizations, the supplemental schedule, and supplemental requests. And then you have a tab for ARPA, which we'll discuss when we go through the CIP. We have a tab for discretionary sales tax. We'll get to that during the CIP, and there's a salary schedule for supplemental information. So the first thing I'm going to draw your attention to is the appropriation summary. I'm not going to go through line by line for the sake of time. But if you look at the far left column, it goes through the funds. And then there's a source of funds, use of fund balance, salaries, benefits, salary plus benefits, operating, total use of funds, and then the net revenues. I'm going to focus on just showing you the source of funds total. So it's $203,444,418. And then the total use of funds in the second from the right, the far right column shows $199,703,932. The net revenues, I'm actually going to cover those when we go through the supplementals. So you'll see why some of those have a positive net revenue, and it's based on the supplemental information. We are going to keep moving, talking about significant changes. So significant changes from budget workshop to budget workshop number 1 to 2. The ad valorem tax, we got that updated amount from the property appraiser's office that increased to 8%. And that, I see you looking at your budget books, that's on the very first page where the budget actually starts. That's on page 3 of 268 of the budget book. Then we're going to just briefly cover the rate increases. We received direction to update those rates for electric fund, refuse fund, water fund, local sewer fund, and the stormwater fund. And this just displays what that looks like, what the rates are, and what that looks like for each fund. So 8% for electric, for a total of around an estimate of $6.69 per month for residential. 5% for refuse, about $12.93. Water fund, a little over $2 with a 5% increase, and $4.51 at a 9% increase for local sewer. Yeah. I'm going to move to the next, and this is it. You have a copy of this. You can either see it on the screen or you have a copy of it in your
In the book page.
workshop packet.
Oh.
The purple,
Right.
you just see the purple.
Yeah.
And then the stormwater increase 50%. It sounds like a lot. It's about $3.26 cents per month per resident. All of those rate increases together about roughly $29-30
month.
per resident per month. That's an estimate.
And that's all residential.
I'm sorry,
Residential.
residential, yes. The next item we're going to go to, and we're on slide 9 in your packet, is you may recall that we talked about in our 101s that we were moving the facility expenses. It's usually seen in 4810 in the line item for each fund. So for example, electric, building, each fund has facility expenses, like they have a line item built in, just say for $5,000 for their facilities. We're moving that all to the general fund. It's a transfer. It'll still be itemized by their funds. We'll still be able to manage that, but then this way Jamie and his team can better plan for facility repairs and be able to make sure those funds are used for that purpose. Beach fund is the next significant change. There's a one-time allocation of around $282,000 from the beach fund. It's an expense for public safety to the general fund. So that means is basically the general fund is going to absorb that cost for this year. And that is because the beach fund, as we're going to talk about, and we've kind of talked about, has some challenges. We want to be able to support that as a one-time transfer. But Tiana and her team, Director McKay, has been working on some strategies, and we're going to see some modeling from Stantec to talk about how we can improve that in the future. The electric fund, we just updated the budget to update over time based on the trend and reflect that increase that has happened. So I'm going to pause and see if there's any questions on the changes before, if that's okay. And then we're going to just move into some updates, which is the supplementals, and then we're going to move into the Stantec model.
Any questions? You have your You have your lights? No lights? No questions? Okay. Oh, Ms. May has a question. I recognize Ms. May.
Thank you, Mayor. Remember we talked in our one-on-one about I think it was the electric that we changed and increased 8%, but it said 4% in the documents.
Yes, I did recall that one. Yes.
Did
will-
has it been updated?
It has been updated in the master document, but you're not going to see it in your budget book. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. Yes, so page 135, the electric rate does not show the 8% increase, but we'll have that updated before the second public hearing.
Okay,
Which will increase revenue, so it goes in the positive direction.
right. I just wanted to point
Yes.
that out so that we knew that it was going to change,
Yes.
and it was going to change in the positive
Yes.
direction. Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Okay. So then we're going to go to updates. That can be found on page 11, I believe, of your presentation. We're going to walk through the supplemental schedule. That is the third piece found in your packet. The supplementals are found in the budget document by fund. We just pulled them all together so that for the sake of time, we could walk through each fund and keep moving because we know we have a lot to cover today. So the first fund you'll see on page 1, and it looks like this, just in case you're, okay. First one you'll see is general fund. There is a human resources intern position request for around 25,000. Community Sustainability Administration. This is for a city's comprehensive plan for $90,000. Public Services. This is where, if you recall, we talked to you about bringing those janitorial services in-house. This will cover the cost of the 3 positions for $316,605. The vehicles needed, $22,905. And then the supplies and materials for around $70,000. And if you remember, there's going to be a transition period, so you'll still see those contractual services within the budget. And then probably about 6 months in, hopefully, once we get up and running, then we'll reassess the contractual services and update. The communication specialist, that's highlighted because that's not in your budget book. That was a request that we missed for $113,000 for the recreation area. And then security services, this is a contractual service for $62,400 for recreation library. And then the last one, recreation facilities. This actually changed. We had 2 positions in there. It's now, instead of a full-time and a part-time that was in your budget book, it's going to be 1 full-time position for a cost of $65,012 roughly with benefits. So around 1.32 million. And I forgot to actually start at the top and talk about that 556,000 that you see. That's the class and comp study recommendations that are being reserved. So once we have approval for everything, we'll include the new positions. And then we would include that class and comp study in the actual budget.
I have a question.
Yes.
The communications specialist, is that a new position or is that the public information officer's
That's a new position.
an added position?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Oh.
Next is building fund. That is primarily related. So we'll move to the next page, related to the class and comp study for $60,523, which would leave them a surplus of $2892. Next one is beach fund. Again, mainly related to the class and comp study for $313,797. Golf fund, there's an assistant golf manager position. That's also an additional request that's not in your budget book. I think that I mentioned this one in your one-on-ones hopefully to support that area. And so they have more than one person working
Mhm.
and also to be able to help to generate some additional revenue. So that position total is $104,628. With the comp study, the 28,588, the total is 133,216, which would leave them with a $0 surplus. IT, this position or this request is the comp study approval for $17,069. And then a business system analyst for $171,855. Which would leave them with 382 after that. And we're at the garage fund, comp study approval, 14,350 once that's approved and no additional positions requested. Self-insurance fund, $454 for the class and comp study, which would leave 620,590 after approval. Benefits fund, again, another $454. You may recall that some of the positions are divided between those different areas, which is why you're seeing that amount. And the total after that would be $297,718. $297,718. Electric fund, class and comp study, $40,782. And then there's an additional NERC document control specialist for $122,807 with benefits, which would bring us to a total request of $163,589 with a surplus of $187,945. I'll have to verify that surplus after the, that's going to change after the 8% is updated from the 5%. All right, water fund, there are 3 additional positions in addition to the class and comp study. For the class and comp study is 24,129. 3 positions, chief electrician, SCADA technician, and water quality technician for a total request of $291,500.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
What does regular 50% mean next to that?
Just go. It's split between another department, and I think it's on the next page, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then we go to local sewer. It's split half and half between sewer. So comp study upon approval will be 17,555, and then those 2 positions, the additional request for around 75,000 for a total of 167,559. And I think we're on the last 2. Stormwater, there's 3 positions in addition to the comp study approval of the 26,797. And then there's 3 positions. With those 3 positions, the total request is 527,428, which would leave them at 341,229. And last but not least, refuse. And that is related to the class and comp study for 351,796. And I think in the back, you just have those additional supplemental requests that weren't included in your book. So you have those for your reference. And we are at the point where we're going to move on to the summary of changes for the fees. We kind of discussed these.
Yeah, let's stop for a second.
Sure.
Do you have a question? Ms. Maligo?
Okay, I have a couple.
Sure.
So just for the people listening at home, when we show these new positions, you and I had talked about in our 1-on-1, well, 3-on-1s, however many people are there, that also includes benefits,
It
and you're
does.
assuming a family of 4, correct? Because we had talked about assistant golf manager at $104,000.
That's salary plus benefits. We assume the
Okay.
family package, yes.
Okay, so I
Yes,
just
we
want
always go
people
with
who
the
are
highest.
listening
Yes,
to know that.
good question.
I am concerned the mayor had brought up recreation admin for a communication specialist of 113. We had a public operations person who needs to be replaced, so I don't know why I'm questioning why we're hiring somebody just for recreation. Isn't that person supposed to be doing both, or is this somebody focusing on social media, blast?
I will turn it over to Director
Ms.
McKay to.
And I have while you're coming up, I have a basic question
Sure.
about this, okay? Let's just take, building fund, okay? It says excess revenue, so X 63,416. So that's the excess, I'm looking for a basic understanding.
Sure.
That's the excess revenues from last year. That's
That's
proposed.
That's proposed budget for the 25 specifically.
And then comp study upon approval is,
The cost to implement the comp study. So it's
Of
not.
the comp
completely-
study itself.
Yes, for that
Yeah.
specific
So
fund.
each department took it,
Not the study, but the
What-
results of what came out. of it.
Yes.
but
Each
they're
employee.
suggesting 60,000 more on that
Yes,
one.
yes.
Okay. Okay.
Hi, Tiana. There you go.
Tiana McKay, Director of
Thank
Leisure Services. So yes, we do still have the PIO position. That person is going to be starting next week. So we do have that. The communication specialist position that I'm proposing is going to be very heavily digitally based and very digitally focused. So they will be focusing on things such as our social media account, building on the success we've had over the last 6 months, which has been doing it off the side of our desk. We can really get some good growth and getting some communication out if we can focus on that and have someone that focuses not only on our social media, but on our e-newsletters. We need to work on those. We have kiosks outside, the new kiosks, there's 2 of them. Those need to get up and active. Those take programming and making sure we have information on those. We also have the signs out front of the city. Those also need programming. They need graphics. They need to reach out to people to gather content. I would also like to see our department expand into having some custom videos, focusing on and highlighting on the good work that our departments are doing. That will take time as well. The PIO will be guiding this person and assisting them, proofing things, reading, coming up with a communications plan. Also staffing the commissioners and elected officials and making sure that all the good things that you are doing in the community is being highlighted and photos are being captured and we're posting them and communicating the good work that's going on that you guys are doing, because often there's things you're attending that maybe we're not capturing and people are not aware of. So this person will be very digitally focused, reels, videos, policy driven, really driving that message virtually and digitally, but then also assisting the PIO with whatever briefing notes, speaking notes, talking points, all of the things that they may need assistance with.
Who would that new person be responsible for updating and enlarging the scope of the website? The website, I think the website needs to have a lot more information on it than it does. Business directory, meetings, neighborhood association stuff. So that would be something they would do.
Yes, as it's a digital footprint to assist the webmaster and making sure that we have content on there. So if there was something that commission wanted to have based on there, or there's something going on in the community that we wanted to highlight, they could also assist the webmaster in ensuring that
Yeah.
that goes up there as
Because
well.
I think we really need to make, one of our complaints or one of our issues is getting the information out. So if people say, oh, it's on the website, and they become more confident in the website that the stuff will be there, I think that would be a boon for all of us. So then the PIO will do what?
The PIO will continue to do their work as well, which is creating the policy driven information, writing the documents, like even just uploading things takes a while, monitoring social media, ensuring that the message that's what this communication specialist would do. The PIO would really be the one that's driving it, writing it, designing the communications plan, working with us, making sure we have a structure and schedule. If there's any speaking notes or talking points or briefing notes or things like that we need, building relationships with the media, making sure that there's announcements. There's a lot of good work that even just our departments are doing that we could be capturing and making a media event about it and asking the press, come see what we're doing.
It's marketing. I mean, it's
Yeah,
essentially
absolutely.
marketing and
Yes.
getting our, I mean, sounds to me like a little bit of an overlap, of the 2 jobs, but I mean,
But yeah,
Yeah.
they're going to work together.
Right.
I have a great vision for this department and I'd love to provide you with that communications plan when the PIO person does start. But there's also grants that need to be written.
Right.
There's relationships that need to be formed. There's
business,
grants-
community relationships, things like that.
Exactly, attending community events,
Right.
attending community service organizations, Rotary meetings, things like that, really
Okay.
getting out into the community as well.
Okay, great.
No, I think that's great. Now, under recreation facilities, park maintenance tech, is that you too?
That's me.
I have been pushing for a park ranger, which I was told that I can't have one from PBSO because then he'll just take my park ranger and he'll fulfill a need on the streets. So, I was told that it was going to be between code enforcement and parks. You guys are going to work out how to do a park ranger. So I'd love to know, I see park maintenance tech.
Yes, this is because our parks are seeing an increase in
Right.
usage. They're seeing an increase in field rentals, usage, but also vandalism and damage as well.
Hence the
So-
park ranger.
Well,
I'm happy to follow up on that with my colleague.
yeah, we've never actually determined what the
Mr. Perry,
parameters are
Mr.
here.
Perry has been working on it as he's smiling over there from ear to
Okay.
ear.
All right.
Because I know that that's something that I would like to see in this year's budget.
Okay.
We have created ordinances up here that unfortunately PBSO is not enforcing. because they say they don't know how to enforce. They're not going to babysit, as we've been told, our parks and beaches. And this is something that's a non-negotiable for me.
Okay.
You know, we have a no smoking ban at the parks. It's not being adhered to. You know, we're going into a situation where on October 1st, there's no public sleeping in parks. Who's gonna, you know, I want to make sure
That's a
that
whole
we're not
different-
leaving this on the table. I haven't had many asked this year for budget, but I want to make sure that this is one, and I see Mr. Brown is now putting his light on.
Okay, do you want, Mr., you know, there's other lights on. Do you want to address that?
I can, if,
Well, let's do one at a time. Let's do it.
so with the park ranger, to do that the correct way, we have numerous parks in the city. So to say we were only going to hire one park ranger that was going to cover all the parks would not be realistic. It would be one of the things where we would basically be hiring a park ranger staff, because you have to account for people who are sick, who go on vacation, who can't work 24/7 around the clock. So you would have to make sure you had coverage if we wanted to have around the clock, well, not a third shift, but coverage, adequate coverage in all of our parks. So realistically, we'd be looking at 6 to 9 people.
Well, I'm looking at
Because
one park
one-
maintenance tech, that's one person that we could be using. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I've been asking for a year and a half. I've heard PBSO's excuses, and this is a non-negotiable for me. Our parks, like you just said, are being vandalized, and it needs to be a priority. If we start with one person, we start with one. That's better than none. Am I?
Okay, I just want to set realistic expectations, because we have numerous parks in the city, and to have one person and think that they're going to be able to and we also we're gonna have to have a conversation as far as what would their
Well, that-
scope be.
Or their
exactly.
authority, or their jurisdiction, or their safety.
Yeah, because I mentioned before, because if the whole port, because at one point in time we talked about like overnight or something like that. That's when we brought up the whole PBSO thing. We can't have employees working overnight.
No.
We can't carry weapons as employees, so that would be a PBSO deputy. Again, we could add an entire other staff of PBSO. We just have to pay for it. You know, it's not free. So if we said we need 5 park rangers, which would end up being PBSO, we're going to pay for an additional 5 PBSO deputies, which just increases that contract by a substantial amount. So it's just a matter of what we're willing to pay. And if we're looking at just city staff, it's either grounds employees or leisure services employees, and we're just adding more staff. And
Well, I mean, I mean, that, I respectfully, that's your position. I don't know if there's consent, you know, as we go forward for all that.
And we should stop passing ordinances that we're not going to enforce.
Well, okay.
I mean, that's
all
where
right,
I'm at, and I'm
let
gonna
me
leave it
just
at-
say. Again, it's a question, it's a question of jurisdiction and responsibility and safety. What is the person going to do? There's a person in the park and it's 7 o'clock at night and the sun's down, they're supposed to go home. What does that person do? Say? What? Yeah, I mean, I understand the concept and I don't necessarily disagree with it. But I just think there's a lot of practical and specific, very, you know, the devil's in the details kind of thing about what that person would do. And also what kind of safety precautions. I mean, I don't hear a lot of actual crime in the parks. I hear dirt, I hear, you know, folks hanging out, that kind of thing. So, I mean, it's something we can figure out, but I think it's one of many ideas that we can spend money on. I don't disagree with you. I just trying to figure out how we could possibly do it. I see Mr. McVoy's light was on, so Mr. McVoy?
Yeah, couple of things. I would echo the concerns that have been just working. Yeah. I would echo the concerns raised by the mayor on the park ranger idea. I've had discussions also with the city manager on it. It seems like we would need to understand very clearly what the objectives are, what the times of day that working where in the city. If most of the issues happen at night, I think the city manager has raised the concern that, well, you probably need somebody who is with a weapon. We don't have the ability as city employees to do that, nor do we want to go into the liability of doing that. So I think it comes back to, are we willing as a board to sacrifice other things in our budget in order to, or PBSO folks, and is PBSO willing to do it? I'm told that we cannot make any modifications to the PBSO contract. We're lucky to get the books that we have, so please don't ask for anything else, or the price is even more than it might otherwise. So I'd be very cautious about that. So, yeah, and I agree from what I see myself using Bryant Park, and some of the others. Most of the concerns are cleanliness, not so much the crime type things. And just the practicality of the price ticket to do 24-hour enforcement or even just night enforcement seems like a real challenge. And I mean, if you're willing to pose Commissioner Vice Mayor Malega, you say it's non-negotiable, which is nice, but that's just a statement from one vote out of 5. What I would suggest you do is propose, where do you want to take out of the budget the money to do that? Where do you want to take it from? And then we all have to consider whether everybody else sees that as a reasonable balance. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but we don't have a lot of extra money, and so it's got to come from somewhere. My question, my other question related to the golf assistant manager, you mentioned, or somebody mentioned, it was mentioned, that the thought was part of their job would be to generate more revenue. My question then would be, are they likely to generate 100K worth of revenue?
That I can't speak to just yet, but I can speak to the importance of that role. In addition to that is that the golf course is open 7 days a week, and we currently only have one manager. So if that manager is out for a week on vacation or sick, then that is left with the finances not being deposited and things in operations being jeopardized. And so we're really looking for the consistency of the golf course to be able to continue to run and for our team members to be able to lean on each other. The second point too, that the golf course, from what I can tell, I haven't been able to see there's been like a strong communications marketing plan. That's something that
Right.
golf assistant manager can also assist with the communications officer or the PIO and the communications specialist, really providing them with information on what's going on with the golf course. What are the fees today? What kind of things are going on? Maybe seeking tournaments, maybe seeking opportunities for people and trying to drive people and assisting the manager in bringing more people to the golf course.
Building
So
relationships
those are
with
building
local
relationships.
businesses and things like that.
Little follow-up with that. Those all seem like reasonable things. One of our challenges here as the decision-making body and policy setting is that it's rare that any department comes to us with an unreasonable idea. And unfortunately, there are more reasonable ideas than there is money. That makes for a challenge. I would just caution on that one, having been around up here for a decade and a half, I've frequently seen the golf fund come in the negative, and usually about 100K to 200K. So I'm concerned whether it's a fund that's why I say, is this person likely to be able to generate as much income as it would cost? I'm not saying that it's not needed. You're the expert on that, not me. But it would be unhappy to come back next year and say, yeah, we're about 100 in the hole or 200 in the hole next year.
We are going to do our best at Leisure Services to not come back with that. And we are looking for a new golf manager currently. And we're going to look for somebody really strong that has that vision in mind. And so I can come back here and stand and let you know next year that we're in a different place.
More generally with the communications, whether it's the PIO, the Principal Information Officer, or the Communications Specialist, it would be nice to have written out and something that we could all look at some point. What are the objectives that you're trying to achieve, and what would be the performance metrics that you would use to see, are we in fact achieving it? Because I think you've probably heard from all of us up here that communicating information from city government effectively out into the community is challenging. And I think we would want to see some, I'll speak for myself only, I would want to see some metrics of how do we tell that it in fact is reaching, particularly that we have a very diverse community. I think there's quite a bit of sentiment on the dais here that we're not doing it well unless we in fact are reaching pretty evenly out into the different corners at that community. And that's challenging.
And
So
yeah, I've sort of, the golf course for whatever reason is I focus on. And one of the things that I've been talking with the golfers, I think this will help because the level of communication between the golfers and staff I would like to see a more robust relationship between the golfers and staff. That they have their concerns heard and things like that. Mr. Brown, you have your light on? Do you want to address, but I see Ms. May has had her light on very patiently for quite some time.
Thank you. I just want to go back to, let's start with the golf, so with the new golf manager, would it be considered a golf pro or a golf course manager?
They would be considered an assistant golf manager.
Not this one, the
other one.
the original.
Yes, we are
So-
looking for a golf pro.
A golf
Yes.
pro. And now as a golf pro, would the golf pro be able to, within the pro shop, be able to, sell merchandise and, I mean, if you go into the pro shop right now, I mean, you can buy stuff, but like not a lot of stuff that says like Lake Worth Beach Golf
Right.
Course. And, I think that would be really kind of cool to have some sort of swag in there to sell, as well as, I don't know exactly how it works. I'm not in the golf world, but, so somehow a golf pro has a connection with, merchandise and then does some sort of I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking, I talked to Tom. He knows
Oh,
what it is.
merchandising, yes.
Okay, yeah, it's merchandising.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm almost there, right? I do listen to my husband once in a while. Okay, then also I know that it's tough to do lessons when you don't have a driving range.
Yeah.
But would there be any lessons involved in these two positions at all?
That is something we are looking for, yes.
Okay, and the other thing is tournaments. So having the place staffed, having somebody there at least when the golf course is open, would you be able to do tournaments? I mean, it's a golf course.
That's also a goal.
Okay, good. Okay, so then going back to the park ranger. So I see that, and it may not be the appropriate time for you to talk about this, but I did see that there's a possibility for a $20 million grant.
The city is looking into the EAP grant, yes.
Okay, would any of that cover extra security for parks, whether it be a park ranger or extra sheriffs?
I'm not sure. I can look into that though.
I mean, if we're looking for how to pay for some of that, there may be a different grant
Mhm.
that is specific to
Public safety.
public safety.
Okay.
Because I do agree that
A presence in the parks would be great.
I do agree that a presence in the parks would be great. I also do agree that, and we have been told that the smoking ban and the littering and all of that isn't necessarily like high crimes and misdemeanors, but it makes it very uncomfortable for people to go into the parks. It makes it like when you launch your boat, I mean, and there's trash everywhere. I'm not super proud when I'm there, and I want to be super proud of the state of our parks, not that the park ranger would necessarily be cleaning up, but maybe monitoring. But my question then therefore is, and if somebody correct me, that's the question of the power of the park ranger, because could they give citations for smoking and other things like that? Or would they have to call PBSO in order for that to happen? Then it does seem like, nobody needs to answer that now, but something for us to think about when we're thinking about how we want to go forward, with this, if we do. I agree with the mayor about the calendar. I think that I know what it was. Our webmaster lives in Texas.
Yeah.
Is this true?
I'm not sure where the webmaster lives.
Okay, but he doesn't have like an office here in City
No.
Hall where you could say, hey, Joe, can we put this on the calendar? Hey, Joe, can we update the website? Now, I don't know that he or she necessarily has to, but, somehow there's some disconnect with getting information on that calendar.
That I can't speak to. I know he's very responsive to me, but I cannot speak to, he's under a different director, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Who is the website guy under?
So
IT?
that falls under IT, correct? And Joe is here from IT, Joe Head.
Okay,
Director of IT as well, if we have IT questions.
okay,
But yeah, our webmaster does, he used to live here, but he does now live in Austin.
okay. I'm not that it really honestly matters because he's just programming the
That's one of those
computer.
positions that can really work from anywhere. Like you don't actually need a physical office here in the city. It can
Right.
really be done from anywhere. So it really comes down to the quality of work product that's
I
being
think what
provided.
he's given to work with has been the shortcoming rather than him responding to what he's been given.
Yeah, and I think that's a conversation for another night, but I do think this is something that we should I'm gonna write it down so that we do bring it back.
Yeah, I will say that he is very, like Tiana said, he's been very responsive. So when you're giving him what he needs to,
I don't disagree. I think that it's what's being given. And I think that we need to, as a board, discuss what's appropriate to go on the city calendar. Is it all of the events in the city? Is it just city events? Is it just government events? And that's a conversation for another night. That's all I'm saying with that.
I just have,
okay.
oh, go ahead, I'm sorry. I just have one thing to add about the golf. We possibly could work out a relationship with Palm Beach County. They have the driving range over at on Congress at the park. So that might be a way that we could, and a couple of the golfers have suggested that as well. Miss Malega,
I just have one more question. I see security guard contract for the library. Why do we need that? It's on the front. Library security guard. I mean,
Right.
to me, that we have PBSO. Why are we paying for a contract for security?
So the library is seeing an increased number of people coming to the library for the purposes other than library services. And there's been numerous calls with PBSO, but it's becoming so regular that calling them so often, it would just be helpful to have a security guard there to deter people. We're also hearing that members of the public may not be as comfortable sometimes coming in. Or
So you're hearing the same thing about the library that we're hearing about the parks.
And you
So-
can call the
yeah, I mean,
cultural
it's-
center a
But my-
park.
My concern is that we're focusing on the library, which I love the library, and Cindy knows that if she's even in here. Oh, here
She is.
So to me, if, again, it goes to safety and the people in our city having a good experience. And, I do want them to have a good experience at all of our facilities. So if we're looking at it for just the library, I want to make sure that this is not get pushed off to next year's calendar. Because we're looking at $62,000 for a security guard.
But if the security guard could be for the cultural center as well, that whole entire area where you would have, because obviously they're not just coming out of nowhere, they're coming out of the cultural plaza into the library.
Which is where I
So if you're
agree
just
with you.
standing at the library, that doesn't make sense.
And then the cultural annex building is right there. I
And the
mean, if we're
annex,
really gonna be doing this,
a strolling
why couldn't it be a wandering security guard?
wandering security guard.
For at least the annex building, the cultural council, and some kind of presence, which is why I'm not barking about this, is like, I think it's a great idea because I want our staff to feel safe above everything. But really, I think that if we can look at the contract, I don't know who's doing it, or see if we can incorporate a roaming security guard for those three areas.
And also bear in mind that for the library, it's not a 24-hour thing. It's, limited hours.
Yes, and
Um,
there are other libraries, for interim, Madam Mayor, there are other libraries in Palm Beach County that are utilizing a security guard, that may be tackling the same challenges that we are.
Mhm.
So that's where we've gotten that idea. We also have our staff in there that sometimes
Mhm.
there's some
And children
activity
and-
going on. And so we're just trying to make sure that our staff and public feel comfortable within the library.
I mean, maybe you can let us know if there's a slight increase for them to incorporate those other facilities as well. I think it's worth looking at least some kind of visibility.
As
Thank
long
you.
as they're there, they can walk around.
Right.
If things are quiet in the library, she's nodding her head in agreement because she's such an agreeable person.
Thank you.
Ms. May, is that your light still on? Okay. Mr. Diaz.
The way that supplemental is written, it's like a standalone security guard, not like an off-duty police officer, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like, I would like to learn more. I mean, I think the park rangers are always helpful, but there's accreditation issues. There's a number of things to look into. It's a lot to ask for. I think it's a good goal to aim for, but there's issues there for sure. But I did kind of want to bring it back. There was a lot of good things that were said in terms, especially about the website and how I tend to agree it's how information is presented to him and how the lack of translation that happens. But I'm just going to kind of roll it back and just to help Tiana out a little bit, because we've talked about this quite a bit actually. And that's why a communications specialist is really needed, because generally the thing that takes the most time for website and design. Surprisingly, it's not necessarily the design and the coding, it's the creation of the content. And Lauren is doing an amazing job with our social media so far. But she does a million other things too. So Lauren, yeah. And so it needs to be its own. I mean, you can make a full-time position just out of writing press releases. And so it's a lot, but I think that's, if you have that conversation, I don't want to dwell on it too much here, but it's such a critical need. And then once that person comes into place, I think we can have conversations about even reaching out to contractors and people who really specialize in marketing and advertising and things like that to have even further reach. But I think it's an important first step.
One step at a time.
Hmm.
Mr. Brown.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to mention, and Monica mentioned it before, since we're looking at some of these supplemental positions, when you're looking at the actual salaries, and I know it's usually between 37 and 40% that we allocate for benefits. So for that position it was like 100,000. Keep in mind, that's really like 60,000, but when you put all the benefits on that, so
Yep.
Some people when they look at it, they go, oh, how much does that get paid? Yeah, so
They
that
are
is, so I just wanted to
single
make sure
person.
I went over the actual percentage that is actually accounted for in those salaries for the benefits.
Thanks. All right. Up next.
Up next, we are moving on to the schedule of fees and charges for services. And so that's going to be in the separate little booklet that says fiscal year 2025, schedule of fees and charges for services.
Wait. Sorry.
What?
Well, we only talked about the first page of this thing with the supplemental stuff. I just had one more question.
Sure.
Good.
And it's for it's for electric. So when we said that, right at the beginning, you talked about how we're gonna, adjust for the overtime, and then where they have the supplemental positions, it's whatever the NERC document control specialist is. But my question is, if we're in a situation where we have people doing so much overtime, do we need to hire more regular time people in order to be able to get the work done during the normal business hours? And if so, wouldn't that be positions we need to add here?
Great question.
I will let Mr. Liberty speak to that.
Good evening. For the record, Ed Liberty, Electric Utility Director. So this is a complex discussion, but I'll try to shorten it up and make the points. Generally speaking, yes, if you're spending a lot of money on overtime, you might take a look at how you can perhaps add more staff to decrease the overtime amount or move some of that work to the weekdays. Our situation here is a little bit different. We have a number of different forces at play, which are very typical in the utility industry. The first thing to go back to is to generally understand that working under what we call O&M is not necessarily bad, but it's not as good as doing capital work. So if you look at the overtime that we're working it largely on capital work. And we work every Saturday on capital work. Voluntary basis, we work one or two of our crews. When I got here, for example, we were spending 100% of our crew time on just doing O&M work, putting out fires. And what's the difference between O&M and capital? The
And
difference
Owen,
is
just for the folks, O&M is operations and
operating
maintenance.
Correct, operating and maintenance makes. Operating and maintenance is an immediate expense. You spend $10 on operating expense, you incur a $10 expense. You do that same work as a capital project, you still spend $10, but you recover roughly 1/30 of that in today's budget. The rest is recovered over the life of the asset. It's a capital asset. So it's better generally to work capital versus O&M. Hence our system hardening and reliability improvement program, which is funded largely by bonds. So what we try to do is to have our people working on capital versus what we call O&M. It's better accounting. It's one of the things that helped us go from roughly 24th in the state, from lowest to highest in rates, to where we are in June 5th in the state, by realizing that we need to be putting our people on capital work and not just O&M. That doesn't mean that we defer operations and maintenance. It means we look at it very closely, say this is capital. So let's just put that on one side of the ledger. On the other side is understanding that in order for us to execute on the large projects that we have, we we have to spend a lot of money, and that requires a lot of people. We are using a lot of contract that will require a lot of contract labor to execute tasks that if we had enough people of our own, we could do those ourselves. Now, let's set aside some of the specialty crafts, for example, ironworking or pouring concrete or heavy rigging and things like that, that we don't have the capability to do. We can only do the things that our skill sets allow us to do and the equipment that we own. But when we look at line work, the traditional work of our linemen, we have contractors on standby who do a lot of work for us in heavy line work. But we also have our own line people. When you look at our overtime rate for our line people, it's roughly $75 to $80 an hour. Our top linemen get paid about $50 an hour. For those of you listening at home, it's a great career to get into. So you should be looking to do that someday here.
I'm signing up next
And we
week.
have 3 apprentices in the program now. So on overtime rate, our linemen get paid about $75 to $80 an hour. Sounds like a lot of money. We all agree? It's a lot of money. Contractor base rate for that same person wearing a contractor hat, $103 to $112 per hour. That's what we pay the contracting company, and then they pay the lineman that they hire. So work that you can do with our own linemen, even if it's on overtime, is costing us, let's say, $80 an hour versus paying the contractor $103 to $115, $112 an hour. These
Yeah,
are very
but-
rough numbers.
But the question was, why wouldn't we hire more of the $50 an hour linemen? Then we're not paying $80 an hour guys. We're paying $50 an hour guys or
Right.
girls.
I swear that she's not leading the witness,
No.
but this is why we do that. We have in fact asked for another crew of linemen. It's in the grant that we received. So the $23+ million grant includes funding for about 3 or 4 more linemen to create another crew, so we can do even more work ourselves. And it includes some the ability to lease the equipment and buy some equipment for them to do their work. So normally, yes, you would want to hire more of your own people
Right.
to do that. And there's a balance that you want to seek. For example, we have a lot of construction work that's going to start and it's going to end. Let's make it
Right.
extreme. We wouldn't want to hire 10, 15, 20 linemen, and in 2 years, sorry, we
Label.
don't have work for you.
No, I understand that. Yeah,
So we
I
are-
get the balance.
We are asking in the grant match and the grant funding, and we've been awarded this by the DOE, is to fund another crew and the equipment to put that crew to work.
With the
And that
idea
will
there's-
decrease the amount of overtime that the current
It could decrease.
linemen are doing.
We could decrease the amount of overtime. One of the things that we look at is we have, I'm not gonna say infinite, but we have a very large amount of work to do.
Mhm.
And we can do it over a longer period of time or do it over a shorter period of time. So what we've been doing on a voluntary basis is saying to our linemen, those of you that want to work Saturday, for example, on a voluntary basis on capital work that would otherwise have been done by a contractor under the SHRP contracts, would you come in and do that? We don't force them to come in. Other companies actually force them to come in. We do it on a voluntary basis. They come in and do that work. If they don't do that work, it would eventually be done by a contractor. But it could decrease the amount of overtime over time.
But is it, and now it's being paid out of the bond will support paying overtime?
Yes, it does. Yes. And
Okay.
we've consulted with bond counsel to make sure that this is something that we can do. We have an independent channel between them and finance to confirm that that's okay to do that. So what we also have to remember, you may not be as familiar with this, but when we do our budgeting, if you just draw a little triangle, at the top of that triangle, just write labor. And the bottom left of that triangle, write in O&M for operation and maintenance account. And the bottom right, write in capital for the
Mhm.
capital account and bond. The way that our accounting system works, when we incur that labor expense, it does not at the moment allow us to directly charge the bond. So it charges the O&M budget. So it inflates the O&M budget. And then what we do at the end of the year, you'll notice in the budget, there's a line item called contra. That's not the contras, it's contra, where that money is then moved. If it's eligible for capital treatment and if it's eligible for payment under the bond, it's then moved at year end through an accounting transfer over into the capital and then drawn down from the bonds. That doesn't mean that you didn't pay the people. The people are being paid handsomely.
So you're
for-
prepaying them and then the bond's
No.
paying you back?
In essence, that's what we're doing. We're drawing it down from the bond at the end of the fiscal year.
Okay.
But they're still being, that's kind of an ancillary discussion, but your point is, why are we working so much overtime? And that's why. So in the long run, when we look at what's the best use of the public's resources,
Mhm.
which is that I call sometimes our treasure, right? Is it better to pay our own people to do this work in the range of $75 to $80 an hour on overtime, or to pay a contractor to do it at a rate of $103 to $112 an hour? There's always a question of whether you're getting appropriate level of productivity during the week,
Yeah.
and that you're not deferring work that you would have done Monday through Friday, instead of saying, come in on.
Or they're tired.
Or they're tired. That's a very good issue. So generally speaking, let's address the tired issue. I don't like to say generally industry, when you start seeing numbers where you're consistently working 25% or more of overtime, these are very, very rough numbers, over long periods of time, while the people working it on a voluntary basis will work every bit of it that you're willing to offer them, there are long-term effects.
Mhm.
I'm not a psychologist, but I know from a lifetime of experience and watching what happens in the workforces, that tends to lead to other issues in their home life and their personal well-being, because they're willing to work these hours. That means those are hours they're not spending on other things that are maybe more valuable in life over time. But that's a personal decision. Our job as the employer is to look at that and say, hey, when you start seeing consistently, and I'm talking about a year, 2 year, 3 years, numbers of 30% plus, you have to cut back on the work by adding more people, or just cut back on the work because you're just burning out the people. I'm not sure that we've gotten to the point yet where we're burning out the people, but it is on my radar. It is a concern. And it's one of the reasons why we asked for in the bond funding, in the grant funding, to fund another crew. So that's a part of that. But the numbers are high.
Okay.
Because one would hope that people act in good faith and work as hard as they can during the week, not to create a situation where overtime is necessary.
Right. And that's a valid concern, but there are some checks and balances on that. So let's take, for example, I would say the most extreme, the most draconian, and probably the least desirable one from a leadership point of view. That would be to micromanage and have a stopwatch in every job and really hound the crews to maximize
Sure.
productivity. That will backfire. My experience in leadership will tell me that will backfire. The effects of that will show up in other ways that you don't want to have happen. The other side of it is we're a community. Everywhere that they work, there's eyes on them in the community, whether it's people driving by, people looking out their window, people walking on the street, and they'll witness poor productivity. I have had not one complaint in my 7 years here from the public about the productivity of our workforce. So that's one soft boundary. I've heard no complaints, and I'm not encouraging complaints, right? But I'm not getting them, so that's not a concern. The other part of it is how I hear them talk amongst themselves. So I recently sat in on an apprenticeship review meeting for the candidates, and I listened to the representatives of the workforce that sit on the apprentice committee that are linemen themselves and foremen themselves, and how they talked about challenging the apprentices to be productive, get it done right, learn how to do it, learn how to do cooking. Hurry up, let's go. We got other jobs to get to. It can't take you X amount of time. You need to do that in half. Now there's a safety component there. So that is, to me, another corner of the box that says they're policing it themselves. I can't speak for them, but I think the last thing they will want to have is the public saying, hey, they're really dragging these jobs out. They don't need to be working Saturdays. They don't want that either, because they want to be able to work on a voluntary basis, this overtime. So are there moments of low productivity? Probably.
Yeah.
Are there moments of tremendous productivity above and beyond? Absolutely.
Yeah.
When they pick up the phone at 1:30 in the morning to come in on a call out when they're not required to,
Mhm.
that tells you a lot.
Yeah.
The willingness to respond when we need them tells you a lot. So if you micromanage, that kind of stuff can backfire.
Bad.
It's just my experience.
Bad relationship.
Yeah.
And we do have a lot of extra work going on right now with all the hardening and the stiffening and the,
Right.
so, okay, Ms. Malega.
Thank you. You mentioned checks and balance, and I'm not gonna avoid the fact that checks and balances for overtime in the electric department has been way off. The scales of justice are way tilted right now. There are very few who have been receiving max benefit of max overtime to where they've doubled their pay and it's July. So I think that, number one, the grant that we're receiving is not an open checkbook for overtime.
Correct.
And I'm gonna be keeping my eye on it. I've had many conversations with staff and finance. There is a concern for me that the city has run on an open checkbook on overtime. And when it comes to budget, we need to know what that budget number is, and there needs to be a checks and balance every quarter. I mean, we're having monthly meetings talking about PSA right now, you know, our gas prices. Well, then we should be having that same conversation, I think, with overtime. Because if we're running $600,000 in the hole in overtime and we're only in May or June, that's a problem. So my concern is that we have this big grant coming in, and I don't want it to be abused and projects move to the front that could have been held off for a year or two. And then we eat up all of the grant and we're paying out more overtime than what's necessary. So I want us to be very mindful and make the overtime fair. And I hear you saying it's a volunteer basis, but if you've got the senior people always being the first ones to volunteer, and I look at the numbers and I've ran them by each employee's numbers, there's a lot of people who are left behind. And I think that the numbers aren't very fair when you have 4 or 5 linemen who are receiving the lion's share of major overtime.
Well, I can assure you that the overtime is distributed fairly because there's an overtime list. And the overtime is required to be balanced. Now, if there's overtime available, let's say it's called the low man. I know it's a man, but they're all the linemen are men, right? But they call it the low man. So the low man has the opportunity to work the overtime first before the high man does. Now, what is that? The person who has the lowest amount of overtime hours in the year has the opportunity to work that overtime ahead of somebody else who has much more overtime. So there are plenty of linemen who don't want to work all that overtime and don't. Others who are more than willing to work all that overtime and do. So there is the opportunity to balance it. When it comes to, for example, forcing somebody to work overtime, let's say it's an assignment where we have no choice but to force somebody. The low person gets forced, not the high person. So you always go to the overtime list, and the overtime first goes to the low person.
Then how come for the past couple of years that I've set up here, the overtime budget has been way underestimated during the budget and it's blown through like nobody's paying attention? Because I'm pretty sure that when I write a check, if the money's not in the account, I shouldn't be writing the check. So, you know, coming back with $1 million and $1.5 million in, you know, budget adjustments is not fair to the city, to the staff, and there needs to be more oversight on it.
We look at this very closely every month, and I've had multiple discussions with multiple city managers in regards to this. Yes, the overtime is up, but if you take a look at the balance, the combination of salary, benefits, and overtime, that's very close to being on budget. In the last month, we did go over budget when you looked at those two combined. And what we weigh that against is, if you didn't spend that money with your own workforce, who would have done the work? Well, we would have contracted it.
But I want to make sure we're not pushing capital, because you mentioned Saturday. If it's stuff that doesn't need to be done and we can stretch the work out longer, to me, that makes more sense. Instead of doubling
we can
people's
certainly
pay
do
by
that.
July.
We can certainly do that, but it extends then the reward. The work that they're working on is system hardening, reliability improvement. So it's circuit hardening, voltage conversion, fixing things that are broken with capital work.
I
So
got that. But
there's-
again, my fear is we have this major grant coming in, and I want to make sure that the money is spent correctly and not just an open checkbook for overtime. That's all I have.
Okay. One of the things that we could consider, and just throw that out on the table, is if you wanted to, you know, as a policymaker, say we want to set a cap as a percentage on the amount of overtime, we could certainly do something like that. But it's a very, precarious, not precarious, that's not a good word, but a very difficult situation to have to go out to them and say, well, we're going to cap your overtime, but we're going to contract more work.
I'm not
So it's
in favor of contracting it out.
Right.
I'm just in favor of us being more mindful financially on the electric utility employment workforce.
right.
That's all. I mean, I wish we could hire 15 more people and put 10 more through apprenticeship program, but we also have a budget to look at.
Right.
So it's being
Right.
financially smart and making sure that if we need to put a cap on it, maybe that's something we talk about as a board during an electric utility meeting. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, I think we also have to trust Mr. Liberty to determine how those schedules go.
Yeah, I can tell you based on my experience in the industry, if I were to benchmark it, I think the overtime that we're working is in line with what you would find in investor-owned utilities, maybe even a little bit lower than that. The percentage of our time, of our operating budget that is being dedicated to capital is probably not probably, is definitely lower than what you would see in the investor-owned community. You would see much higher percentages of the budget being spent on capital versus operating expense. So we're a little bit behind there. And the fact that we give people overtime on a voluntary basis. Now, we're not saying, what do you feel like doing tomorrow? Do you want to wash your truck tomorrow? That's not what we're doing. We're doing construction work, capital work. And this, of course, is all separate than a call out where something broke. And then we just, we have to get the customer back.
And then
we work it.
each one of the crews that goes out for the overtime projects on the weekends has a foreman,
Yes.
and they report what was done in that amount of time back to you.
They report that back to the energy delivery manager, which is Michael Jenkins.
Okay.
And then reports up to our assistant director.
So all of their actions are documented.
Absolutely.
Okay,
There's
thank
a
you.
clear understanding, for example, on Friday afternoon of what we're going to do on Saturday, if anything, and how many people are going to come in and who they are.
Right, so it's a specific job, you do the job and
Right.
you're done.
Right.
Okay.
Now, I'll also point out that the other advantage of this is the fact that they're now here on Saturday. So if you think about it, and somebody do the math
Mhm.
real quick, take 7 days a week times 24, that's our exposure to problems on our
Right.
system, right? We only have a workforce here 40 hours during the week, which is a small percentage, I guess, probably less than 30,
Less
40
than half, yeah.
of the total work.
By quite a
the
bit.
total exposure week, right? So by having the crews here on Saturday, it also gives us the benefit of saying, if something happens on a Saturday, we already have 1 or 2 crews here. So I have now learned after living in Florida that for a while, that the likelihood of a thunderstorm is just as high on a Saturday afternoon as it is on a Friday afternoon or Tuesday afternoon, right? So we have that exposure. The good news is the crews are here and they're doing their construction work. If system operations sees a line of thunderstorms coming through, which they see on the radar from the control room, they'll say, maybe we should hold a crew. And just in case, or we have an outage right now, they'll drop what they're doing on the capital project and go to work on the outage.
Thank you. Mr. McBoy.
Thank you. Couple of things. I think that you alluded to a little bit, Director Liberty, that managing the lineman crew takes some doing, in the sense that you need them to be available essentially 24/7. That's kind of a big deal. Being a lineman and being up on the wires in the middle of the night when it's raining or blowing is, it's not the easiest job. Doing it during the middle of the day when the sun's beating on you is also not the easiest job. And you pretty much have to wear the protective gear because that's pretty important. And it's not air conditioned. So keeping the troops happy is an intangible but pretty important part of this process. And you mentioned that the division between the Saturday overtime work is capital work versus during the week is primarily O&M, might have some capital, but it's primarily O&M. So the concern that somebody might game the system by saying, hey, maybe we'll just drag our feet a little bit so that we make sure there's some on the other. It's not the same bucket of work. So you don't have, unless you're doing capital work during the week and you say, well, we're going to drag our feet so there's more on Saturday. I just don't get the impression that that's
No.
part of the logic. So I don't think that concern, you may feel otherwise, but I don't get the impression that is. I think what you mentioned, that the electric crews are very visible. And I do hear occasionally complaints from residents of, I saw PBSO with 2 cars sitting talking to each other and they seem to be there a long time. Or I saw, and I understand from talking to PBSO that can be that they're both doing paperwork and they communicate with each other. There's good reasons. It doesn't look great, but there are good reasons to do it. I have had complaints about non-electric utility workers being in trucks and kind of sitting around. Like you, I don't think I've ever had a resident complain about EU employees. And if, like me, you're out on the bike or whatever, and you stop and talk to them or you see them, they're a pretty active bunch. They don't monkey shine. They know what they're doing. They know what they got to do. They're not cutting corners. They're, keeping the safety part and moving along. So, Madam Mayor,
Just waiting for
thank
the
you.
question.
Thank
Yeah.
you. So I think the concerns, I feel reasonably confident, and I certainly support the choice. If the choice is between outsourcing it to a contracting outfit versus in-house, that is something that I have experienced across a range of industries. It's always a different deal when it's contracted out. It's usually more expensive. There may be good reasons to do it, but it's usually more expensive, and the dedication to it is different. Those are people that work wherever, and our people work for us, many of whom, in fact, live around here, or many of whom know a lot of the residents and deal with them. So I fully support your feeling about whenever possible, do it with our own employees rather than contracting. So I would say, yes, of course, fiscally, we should keep an eye on. One other thing, a question relating to the grant, the DOE grant. My understanding is that the accounting requirements for that are at least as severe as our own, and then some. And so the extra crew that we would be adding, they can only work on work that was specified in that grant. So it can't be used as hey, this is a great way to pay for our overtime. If it's overtime that's related to the grant, okay, that's fine. Other overtime, yeah, no, not possible. Is that correct to
That would be
understand?
correct under the bond or under the grant. And we have in the grant also added more people to keep up with the accounting. So it's on par with what you would expect to have to submit to FEMA, for example.
Yeah, it's pretty serious accounting.
In terms of, go back to the productivity, you can imagine, they do work that I know I can't do, and I don't think any of us can do either, but, put yourself in a 93, 94 degree day. You're soaking wet, you're wearing long pants, climbing boots, long sleeve shirt,
Hat.
buttoned up, the hat, rubber gloves, all your clothing, and you're
It's
up.
a
in-
great weight loss plan,
It
but
is.
that's about it.
And you're working that way all day long.
Hmm.
And I'd say the vast majority of the time, you're working between energized wires.
Yeah.
Within a few feet. So that's mental stress, concentration, focus while the sweat's pouring down your face, and you're working live in the air, right? You need a break, right?
Yeah.
And so are there going to be times when they're down on the ground in the truck with the air conditioning on, or they take a little bit longer for lunch? Yeah. Am I going to go up there and say, hey, come on, guys, let's
Really?
get back up there. Can we hang another pole today or I'm like, so
Yeah.
I think there's.
No one is inferring.
Right.
Let me,
And then.
to the guys out there,
This is getting really twisted. This is
Yeah.
not what I'm
No,
saying.
no, I know you're not. I just want the public to understand what our people are doing. And at the same time, we talk about the call out. We all like to get a good night's rest. 2:00 in the morning, doesn't matter what job you have, your boss calls, I need you to come in right now.
Mm.
At 2:00 in the morning, get out of your nice comfy bed, get dressed and go to work and dive in. That's what they do for us.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And-
And I'm a big supporter of staff, and I
They
don't
do
want
a
this
great job.
twisted.
Could you ask
I'm
people to
just,
use the lights.
Right.
I've been very
Or-
respectful of using
Miss,
it.
would you do the light?
okay, is that better?
Yeah, please, Miss Malega.
My concern, and again, I don't want this to be twisted. I didn't see your light, Mr. Diaz. I'm sorry that I don't support staff. Of course I do. I'm just concerned that we get a bad wrap up here when all of a sudden we get an amendment for $1.6 million, like we don't know what we're doing. So I'm just trying to be mindful that we do know what we're doing, but let's just keep an eye on the overtime. That's all. End of discussion
And
for me.
what we're moving to in the budget is to have the budget line item reflect more closely what we expect to spend on overtime. What we've been doing is juggling it and saying, well, instead of spending it on our contractors, we're spending it over here. But that number is a big one. It's way above what we actually budgeted. And we should have the budget reflect more closely what we expect to spend. I think that's a very reasonable request.
Mr. Diaz.
Not to belabor this because I want to get back to fees. But a point was brought up that made me really curious, and it's a really solid point about the reporting requirements for this grant. Do you think we need to change like our policy or our reporting, our note taking, our decision making process on how OT is doled out to make it easier for you specifically when we report to that grant that it's, the work is being justified and is being reported more accurately? Do we need to change that by any chance, or is it good the way it's set up?
I think the way that we justify it is good. The way that we are going to track it needs to become much more detailed. And I think that our accounting system is going to have to change, specifically Navaline, to allow project-based cost tracking. So for example, think of it this, we operate in two different worlds. One is payroll, timekeeping for payroll purposes to make sure that we pay the individual correctly. The second is timekeeping with the purpose of tracking costs so we can recover those costs. Those two systems don't work together today. We're doing the cost tracking for recovery of either FEMA expense or just understand or capitalizing or bond or grant manually. We're actually going through this timesheets manually every day, 4 hours on this, 6 hours on this. Give us all your timesheets, make copies of them, go to the
Yeah,
storeroom, make
it's
copies of
crazy.
them, copy all of that, create a spreadsheet, add it up in a spreadsheet, send that spreadsheet to finance, and then they look at it monthly or quarterly at the end of the year. They ultimately make the decision on what's eligible for capital and what's not. As smart as I like to think I am, you don't ever want the person who sits in my chair to be the sole decider of that, right? Should have checks and balances. Finance should look at it and say, we agree or we don't agree, should be a healthy debate, and they capitalize only what's eligible. But that process today is all manual. It's like the abacus here. And we were doing this decades ago in the private sector, and we can't do it here yet. So that has to be fixed.
So we have a little bit of time before that grant money gets spent, because that's pretty worthy, because reporting is always such a pain, like, to put it very lightly. And it'd be so much nicer to just export a CSV file and send it as opposed to, so.
Right.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
All right.
I've got a good lead on abacuses if you need one though.
Your math teacher course.
Thank you.
All right.
Are we okay to move? on?
Yeah, I think we're okay.
I actually want to go back to the supplemental request and request a consensus on the supplemental requests so that we can include them in the budget. And it'll be included in the next budget book. And do I have a consensus to include the supplemental request?
I consent.
I consent.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to the fee schedule and then we're going to move on. We have Stantec on the line, so I want to be sure to give him time because then we're going to roll into our CIP. So you can't see him because the screen is up, but he's been patiently waiting. All right. So we will move to the fee schedule. Again, that's the fiscal year 2025 schedule of fees and charges for services. Because we went through these already, I'm not going to bore you by going through line by line. The changes are on page 1 through 3. And you can see the changes. I know there were a couple of requests in our 1-on-1s, 3-on-1s to make some additional notes. And we'll be adding those. So the final fee schedule that comes forth in the budget hearing, we will make sure we have those notes and additions added that she requested. Is there anything specific or any questions that you have that I can answer on the schedule of fees?
Can I ask the group for some consensus on something?
Yes, your light is on. Thank you.
Under cemetery fees on page 4 of 76, you'll notice that the, yep. So, across the news, it's been noted that municipal cemeteries are out of space. Boynton Beach, all the way down to Fort Lauderdale. And the residents who have been attending a lot of the cemetery conversations are very protective of the land that we do have left. So I would like to see if we can get consensus. The resident rate is $9.50 for unsold lots. And currently the non-resident rate is $14.50. I would like to get consensus to double what it is for resident, for non-residents, people who don't live in the city of Lake Worth Beach, to be able to get a spot to pay double, because we are limited on land. And the cemetery is currently, there's not many municipal cemeteries around that even have land. And the residents feel that this is their cemetery. And if people want to purchase so I just need to throw that out and see if there's any appetite for it.
Thank you. I just want to throw a quick, does anybody know how much, like if you buy a lot at a private cemetery, how much it is?
Had to buy one 2 years ago for my godson and we spent over $17,000.
But no, I'm talking about the plot, not the funeral.
$17,000, including opening and closing of the grave.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a lot.
I think that didn't include, it also include help me, Jamie, the cement thing that goes in. Thank you.
Oh, well, vault is, right, he didn't go in the ground, he went in the
No,
vault.
he went in the ground. There's a vault, there's a cement little box that goes in first.
Okay. Do we charge for that? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I think that's reasonable. Any other,
So you want to change it to 2,900?
No, I was just saying, increase it to 1,900 to double it from $9.50 that current residents pay.
you want to double the residents?
I want to double the residents rate for non-residents. So if residents
Oh,
pay
oh,
$9.50, then a non-resident should pay double that.
Oh,
Okay.
that
Oh,
was
all right.
not clear.
You weren't there, okay.
Clear as
All
mud.
right,
Come on now.
Jesus.
Clear as mud. Just
Okay,
double
so-
what the resident
so
rate
you
is for
want-
non-residents.
Okay,
So
so
1,900.
that's 1,900. For
I mean,
non-resident,
compared to 17,000, that's a pretty good deal.
really.
Do we need to do a comp study on this?
I mean, I would really love to know of that $17,000, how much actually went into the actual plot itself.
The plot was over 13,000.
Okay, that's my question. So these are really low.
That's because they're municipal and there's not many municipal cemeteries
No, I
around
understand, but I'm
anymore.
saying, but still, if we're talking 1,900 and a private is 13,000,
Right. It's still a
cremated.
great deal.
it is still a great deal. I mean, do we want to, do we have any idea, and this is not a pop quiz, any idea how many open plots we have unsold?
Oh, gosh.
And I don't expect an answer. It's really a,
I can
actually
easily
have
get
it.
that information for you.
We had it written down.
okay.
Does that bring us, my only question was, does that bring us on par with other municipal lots? Because I have zero clue about.
I don't know if it brings us
Yeah.
on par for non-resident rates. I think Mr. Brown would be able to test, but again, other municipal are out. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like supply and demand. I hate to say it, but if people want to buy in our cemetery, we should capture the most money for, because ultimately it's taking away from our residents,
Yeah.
is the way I look at it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I tend to agree with you.
Yeah, so a year before last, when we were going through the mausoleum discussion, and I did all the, I'd reached out to Boynton and Boca and all the municipal cemeteries, even where's it, Winter Haven, basically everywhere in Florida. I had to look at their current space, their current pricing, mausoleum pricing for those that did have mausoleums, as well as the different things in the cemetery as far as fencing and just everything that adds to the cost for what you pay when you purchase a plot. And we kind of set our rates based on those around us and what we could charge for. We could not, there was a ceiling we could not go beyond at that point because there were spaces available. Because the other cemeteries, quite frankly, offered more than we had to offer at the present time. So
Amenities. Well, I'm just looking at West.
amenities, yes.
But we're stepping up our game with the IA Bank Cemetery, you know.
Madam Mayor, do we
Oh.
pay any attention to the lights?
What are you talking about?
People keep talking who don't have
excuse
their
me,
lights
I'm
on,
looking
and
up-
I've had my lights on for quite a while.
I'm looking up something that Miss Maleg is bringing up, the West Palm Beach, how much does West Palm Beach charge? And for a resident, it's $1,000, and for a non-resident, it's $2,000. So, I mean, I think that's well in line. Mr. McFoy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would caution us to not make the decision on the spot, but make sure that we do get a little bit more information from others. The specific thing that I have heard from folks that have a connection to our cemeteries is that there are a number of people, this is particularly true for IA Banks, but I suspect it's true to some extent for Pinecrest as well. We have a number of people or families who have a connection to Lake Worth. Maybe they grew up here, but they've moved to other parts of the county. But their family connection is here. They already have members of the family buried here. But technically speaking, they're not a resident. In many of the families that I've talked with, in their minds, they are residents. We are part of the Lake Osborne community, or we are part of the whatever part of Lake Worth community. And we would definitely, when mom goes, she wants to be buried near Aunt Betty or whatever it is. Sorry, had to come up with something. Other people have Aunt Betty's. And so I would suggest, I don't know what the solution is to have a third category of people who can somehow demonstrate that they have a connection to the community. I would think that's worth looking into before one goes straight up on resident, non-resident. I would check with, folks in the community and see, are they comfortable with that? Do they care? My impression from previous cemetery discussions is they did. Putting that out there.
Boynton Beach only sells to Boynton Beach residents. I just looked it up. on their
That's because they're
website.
out of spaces.
Well, that's what, and it sounds like we're looking at that. So I mean, do we want to even? I mean, I like the idea. I mean, West Palm Beach, it's double. I think Ms. Malega's idea is a good one. If we are short on space, at the very least, we should double it and maybe look, when we have a little better idea, into restricting it to Lake Worth residents or.
Can we bring this back as an actionable item? Because it is a workshop now, and just bring it back before we set the fee schedule?
Okay, is there consensus though about the rate schedule?
In
Yeah.
general?
Yes, this is a special meeting. No, it's a workshop. Okay. We have consensus on what, Ms. Malega's proposal in general.
I would certainly not be comfortable with it until there'd been more communication with folks that have a connection to the community.
That's
one
my
way.
job. That's what I do. I'm the District 1 Commissioner, and I can pack this room with people who will support. I don't come up with these ideas on my own. So if you want the community to be here and let you know that it's them that have sent this message, then I can gladly do so.
Okay, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I agree with it, District 1.
I mean, we're only raising it $450, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
And is it who purchases the plot? I mean, couldn't a
That seems
resident
to be
purchase
the
a
correct
plot
voice
for
issue.
Aunt Betty that doesn't live here? There you go.
That, like I say, I've heard this concern a number of times from families, and if there's somebody who still lives here, sure, that would work. That doesn't seem to always be the case, but the connection, the cultural connection to the community or sense of connection to the community can be quite strong, even if the family has moved elsewhere. That's all I would factor in.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz.
Yeah, I'm okay with going to 1900. I would love to learn more about that because it immediately reminds me of meeting one of the James's family's descendants who I think lives in Georgia or something like that. And I think it's a pretty valid point, but I would assume that if somebody has a family set of plots, that's how we can determine it. But I would love to learn more about that for sure.
I mean, I sure don't want to put our city clerk in the position of vetting who's going to get buried in the cemetery.
Yeah.
How close is your connection to Lake Worth? Well, my grandmother lived there. I know it's touchy, but in terms of the raise in fee, I think you have consensus.
Okay, so consensus to increase the fee to $1,900 for non-residents. And then
Correct.
consensus to approve the rest of the fees.
And what about, same thing for, opening and closing and things like that?
Jamie, you want to weigh in on that?
Just on the opening and closing fees?
Yeah, for non-residents.
Because I asked that and he said that it's just a flat fee. that you
It is a flat
separate it.
fee,
It's based on the day instead of,
day and the time, whether it's a weekday or weekend.
Well, we're saying
Sounds good.
$300. No, that's different. Where's the opening? and closing?
page 3
Oh,
at the top.
okay, we don't want to change it for non-residents. Okay. Okay.
So is the question to have a separate opening,
Why-
closing?
why
Yeah, when I had asked you, you said that it's just standard procedure that we just have one fee for the opening and closing because that's actual staff time.
That's correct. And we have not in the past broken that out, whether that's for a service for a resident or a non-resident.
Why is it more at Pine? Well, I'm a little, oh, no, it's not. Okay, disinterments. Okay. Opening, closing, graves. They're both, okay. I was confused. Yeah, we had to disinter someone when I was city attorney. All right. So thank you.
Okay,
All right.
thank you so much. All right, so we are actually going to turn it over to Stantec to do their modeling on the different funds, and then we'll go into the CIP. I'm going to step away briefly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. May has her light on.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I didn't see it.
I'm sorry, I just have one question, about all the parking rates.
Sure.
Because we have the parking study coming back. I don't want, I mean, if we're gonna, are these gonna be completely set in stone for the next year that we couldn't change parking rates based on the parking study? That's what I'm wondering.
I think we could bring them back, maybe we could do an amendment to the fees. And
Yes.
Stantec's actually going to do some modeling based on some data that they've gathered and some data that Tiana's team, Director McKay.
Great, so there some of the dynamic pricing and some of that stuff.
Yes.
Okay, and the other question, just quickly for the librarian. Why are there no more late fees?
The information that I received, and Director McKay could speak to this, is that it's just not a commonly charged fee anymore, and I don't know if Director McKay has something to add.
It's out, they're out.
Tiana McKay, Director of Leisure Services. Libraries are no longer charging late fees. There is a fee for a replacement of the book, but there's no more late fees. We'd like people to keep reading them.
Okay, that's cool. Thank you.
And not be afraid to bring them back because they're gonna have a lot of late fees. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so are we gonna go through each page of this, of the different services, or we?
Madam Mayor, if I may, is it possible, can we take a quick 5 minutes
Sure.
before we start the?
All right, it's
presentations?
6:36. We're gonna take a 5 to 8 minute break.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, till we get back. We'll be broken till we get back.
Thank you.
That's a leadership.
Yeah.
National elections.
Oh, I thought maybe you had a hand.
Madam Mayor, at 6:51, are we ready to reconvene? Madam Mayor?
Yes. Took me a minute to decide.
It's 6:52 and we've reconvened.
Thank you. Okay, were there other questions? We kind of went over the fee schedules. There might be a question or two about fee schedules. Does anyone else have any questions? I had one. Does anybody else? Because these are changes in the fee. Ms. May?
This is for William. And this is a question actually from a resident. So it's in regards to page 37, which is the vacant property.
Right.
Fees. And I can see it from a city point of view where we charge $200 one year, $300 the next year, $400 in order to encourage people to build on their properties, I'm assuming. But the property owner wanted to know, I guess, what he says, I pay taxes on this property already, and then I pay this fee, and he's got multiple properties that he's trying to get together, I guess. But he wanted to know, what did he get for this fee?
Director William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. We put the vacant registry program together back in 2009 and 10 before my arrival. And it was broadened, and that was originally to have an accounting of who were the responsible parties for the vacant properties in the city. And those included vacant, abandoned, and foreclosed properties. It was expanded to include also vacant, unimproved, as well as improved properties several years ago. And then later on, it was decided that we should have an escalator in the charge to try to encourage people to do something with their property. So we have those that are registered. We actually know who the responsible entity is if something goes wrong. We can call them. You all have passed ordinances under various commissions as to who the responsible party has to be, what information has to be on record with the city, telephone number, email address. Response within, I think it's 8 hours if there's a major problem. I can hear Commissioner Malega's voice discussion. And that's what they get, is that the residents have an assurance that when something goes wrong on that vacant property, we have a responsible party we can get a hold of fairly quickly to deal with that issue.
Okay, and I lost my question.
And last year we brought it in-house. It was being done by an outside consultant who didn't have the greatest compliance rate.
Right.
And what money they collected, they would send half of it to us.
Right.
And we did a tabulation and figured out that if we brought it in-house and hired staff, and actually it turned out to be about 1.5 FTEs, we would be doing much far better, and our compliance rate is actually much better than it was with a private provider.
Good, and I had heard about the private provider, which is
Yeah.
why I'm glad that we brought it in-house.
Other piece that's happened is that we've been trying to encourage people, if you have contiguous properties that are not being used, why are they not under unity of title? So we've had a number of unity of title applications to unite parcels that were assembled, because otherwise you're paying separate everything.
Well, yeah,
And then
that's
there are
what,
other entities that have business operations that are on more than one parcel, but the business license only sits with one parcel. So under our ordinance, any property in the city, unless it's homesteaded, either has to have a notice of, what is it called? A notice of non-rental if it's residential. It either has to have a business license or it has to be registered with vacant registry. And we have several businesses that operate over multiple parcels that are all attached and all together. And they're going through the process to assemble them under one parcel control number. So they'll be covered by that business license and will no longer have to pay this fee.
okay, and this is not an optional fee.
It's not optional.
Okay, good. So there's somebody that makes sure people, okay, all right.
We just sent out compliance notices of violation for those who had not complied after we sent the 90-day notice, like 90 days ago. Maybe it's probably more like 120 days ago. It's now with the city. You need to register, come comply. And so now we're on the enforcement end of it.
And what happens if they don't pay?
It eventually might go to the magistrate. It could turn into a code violation. It could run in lien. It could run in fine per day. It could turn into a lien.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Malega, I see your light is on. Oh, no, it's Mr. McVoy. I just want to ask a question before. Mr. Wade, go ahead with if you have a question, go ahead with that, but I do have some follow-up.
Is it for me?
It is for you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Stay where you
it's
are.
all for you.
Sounds like-
It's all about you, Mr. Waters.
I thought it was all about electric.
It usually is.
My question is also about the vacant property fee, and I think I follow the logic behind it that we're trying to discourage people from just sitting on a property for no good reason or waiting for 20 years to develop it or whatever. But I did have a call from somebody who wasn't, I don't know why they had a piece of I don't even know anything about the size of the lot or even exactly where it is or what, but they said, why can't I keep it vacant? I use it occasionally or picnic on it, or I don't know what it was they did, but something seemed harmless enough. And it did make me wonder, well, they own the property. Can they not choose to do what they want with it? And the escalating fee was the concern. I mean, they sort of understood, okay, maybe there's some cost to, having it registered or something, but why does it have to go up? I don't have any interest in developing it. That's not what I want to do with it. Is there any mechanism to allow that?
Be a policy direction coming from you and changing our ordinance.
That said, we don't want empty properties.
No, the ordinance stipulates that we have an escalating fee. And if you don't feel that's an appropriate policy for the city, it's under your purview that you can change the policy and change the ordinance and not have an escalator. Or you could, in theory, change the escalator to a different fee in the fee schedule.
And at the current, does it escalate indefinitely or does it go up?
Caps out at $750.
It's a lot of money.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. I do have some questions, and I've dealt with this with some property owners as well. Number one question, and it's kind of, it reflects a bigger question. Client of mine rented her house out, then no longer did. How was she to know? Okay, let's say I own a rental and I decide I'm not going to rent it out anymore. So I don't renew my rental license, but I also don't take the $100 or whatever it is to the non-rental, the no longer rental fee that we have, notice that we have. How do I know that I've got it? I mean, my feeling is if I'm a landlord and I stop renting it because my relative's going to move in or whatever, how would I know that I need to register that fact with the city? The reason I'm asking, I had a client who faced that very situation. Her son moved in, so she stopped renting it. And when she went to sell the property, she had about a $50,000 fine because she hadn't registered it. Now, the city brought it down to $5,000, but still, that was kind of harsh. So I do have an issue with the amount, with the escalating amount.
I like to address that question that you just brought up. That fine would never have started running unless it went to the magistrate. There was a notice of violation sent to that property and
I understand that. And she didn't get it, and that's another question, but the, I just find that my feeling is that's fairly punitive to have a $50,000 fine.
The biggest issue we have in the city in terms of that type of thing is that per Florida statute, we have to send the notices to the address of record in the property.
And I've tried to educate people about that.
And we had two this very week where that address is actually the property where no one's living at.
Well, that's the
And
problem,
I'm
right?
like, well, then you're not going to get your notice. And so there is a sort of a practical responsibility of property owners to know how to manage their property. Keep your address current with PAPA, even if you've moved to Timbuktu. Otherwise, you're not going to get notices from the city. How the people get their notice to pay their taxes, I'm not quite sure, since the address is a non-resident, a place that has no one living there. But that's the biggest pervasive problem we have in code compliance is the noticing is met, but the address that we have access to and are required to comply with is not the address the property owner wants to receive mail.
Okay. And notice is something that I've battled with for a long time. That very issue is something that's been a problem for a long time. I also think, if I have a little, because this is vacant property. Okay. If it's not rented out, if my house that's considered vacant improved property. So let's say I have a little house and it's just empty. At some point, $750 a year. I don't know how you all feel about that. But I think that's a lot of money.
I would agree.
So,
And, and the hard part is there probably are instances where we kind of want
Right.
people to encourage to do something with it. And there are other instances where maybe it's fine that they don't, I don't know how you
so,
distinguish.
so maybe one of the steps, one of the pieces that would be helpful for people to know is like when they get a rental license or when they let the city know that that's their own, to give them a big piece of paper that says, if you want to get notices, we need to help people educate. The ordinance is a labyrinth at best, okay? So I'm wherever I see this kind of stuff with code or with building, the more simple, bold information we can give to people I want to be more helpful with people. So I'm wondering if we can't, and this is not a budget issue, but I mean, just if we can't look at how we notice people, how we let people know what's going on, because there's a lot that I mean, how would this woman know? I mean, her son didn't give her the notice, okay, that, but again, that's, she wasn't, if you had, just the notice itself, like, when you rent a property, when I get my rental license, if you stop renting this, you need to let the city know. Because otherwise
There
they
is
don't
a
even,
note on there that says if it's changing status, please let the city know.
right, and
And
my,
I don't think almost anybody actually reads the business.
Okay,
license
which is
manual
why-
or the application.
exactly, which is why I'm saying I would like to make it bolder and more third grade level. I mean, even when you get your notice of violation, there's a lot of information in that that's pretty small type.
We'll have to consider that for next year because our notices have already been printed and they'll be mailed out the end of this week.
Well, then I think we should look at it for next year because I think that we are a little unfair with our people. And I will absolutely back you up on this. People need to take more responsibility. I mean, I know that from all the years that I've been doing this. But at some point, let's be a little more helpful. So, and we could always just, print out a 9x12. Here, put this in with the thing. Mr. McVoy?
And I would follow that discussion to say that, everything that we do as a city, I think we should be looking at as a balance between, and this would perhaps apply to how we do our regulations and things and fees and so on, a balance between achieving some good objective that we all agree is important versus on the other side, trying to keep good relations both with residents and business owners, trying to make it as friendly as possible. And one piece might be, if we send a notice, can we have some way that if you don't get anything back as a city department, we say, hey, can we go to plan B?
They get the card back that it's registered mail and they get the card back.
And so we know, and then we ought to go to some different plan. Again, it's that balance of, is it worth making enemies of people to achieve the broader objective, whatever it is? Can we maybe achieve most of the objective, but still keep people a little bit happier? And I understand they're bad actors and all those sort of things. I mean, it's a complicated mix, but I have a feeling that there are places where we could do better at making our landlords, our residents, our whatevers, our business owners, more our friends rather than, oh my God, I have to deal with Lake Worth again. And
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a
Yeah.
there's a few. And I'm just gonna say, that's where I would like,
it's
Thank you.
aspirational.
that's where I think perhaps developing the website so that people know, go to the website and you'll find out what needs to do with a page. If you're a landlord, so again, I'm looking at Tiana. Again, just sharing information for people. And I know you're not disagreeing, but it's how to do it. And I know that you're correct in terms of sending it to but get like on the website, if you don't get mail at that thing, let us know where you got the mail. If my, let me see, if I move and Papa still says, where I live, but I move, if I send a letter to the city that says I have moved, here's my new address in the file, would that suffice or would that always be?
We have to legally
Right.
use the pop-up address. It doesn't preclude us from sending it to in a secondary.
That's what I was going to
address
suggest, right?
If we have it in the file, but we must send it to pop.
I know it's statutory, and I realize that,
Yes.
but they could add said, and by the way, please send it here. Okay, I just think there's really a lot of this borders on information to the people. So thank you. But I see a light on, Ms. May.
All right, I'm gonna just change the subject a little bit. Page 45, and this, I don't I don't, well, maybe it is you, William. Page 45 at the bottom, it says the note. It says due to the COVID pandemic, the inspections fees may be reduced. Can we remove that?
44.
Sorry, 44. Can we remove that sentence? Because
Because now apparently.
we're not in a
not-
pandemic
we're not
anymore
doing internal.
and we need to go inside these places.
Of the property owner for residential, we do them for commercial.
What, interior inspections?
Interior
Which,
inspections.
we are not allowed to
Which is
do
absurd.
interior residential?
We can't force them. There's been a preemption from the state that doesn't allow us to do them for residential.
So we have no idea if it's dangerous?
Right.
Not necessarily, no. But keep in mind too, and this is what's come up too, we do an inspection we used to do inspections when the property, the business license was issued. We only were able to do the inspections once every 3 years. There's no guarantee a year and a half later that space is still gonna meet code.
Right.
And then during COVID, we went away from doing interior inspections for a number of reasons. And then the state decided to make preempted and prevent us from being able, unless we have a warrant or the tenant or property owner ask us to do the inspection, then we can do the inspections on the interior.
Okay.
So if we knock on the door and the tenant says, hi, come on in, take a look, it's okay.
I'm gonna reserve to leave that with the attorney's office, because we're not actually supposed to knock on the door code. We don't.
Was it a new
unless-
statute? Was that a
unless
change?
we're Invited to go onto the property, except for the noticing part. I don't know whether we legally can knock on the door and talk to the tenant.
Can we do an external, and can we enter the property on an external, if it's not, if it's not homesteaded, we can't, was my understanding. And we're getting a little deep into this. I don't want to get
I
so
just
far.
wanted
in.
to take off the
Yeah.
COVID thing.
Yeah.
Get a light on down there.
Okay.
All right, just hanging out over here.
But I had just, my question was, is that a state statute that about
I
entering the
was
property?
talking to my comparable person in Delray Beach because she lives in my neighborhood about it, and she's had some issues with the same thing, and it's a preemption from the state and state statute.
I gotta find that because that's ridiculous.
I do
Miss,
too. That was
I mean,
about the
if you're doing a rental inspection on a little apartment, I mean, you want to know if this toilet's working and this health and safety stuff. So, Miss Malega,
I want to ask in regards to the notary fees. Is that standard practice of what you have found with other cities that they're charging?
If they even provide that service.
That I know that we do, which I had a
No,
whole
it's
detailed conversation with Yannick and staff the other day. So I just want to make sure, I think that's great that we are providing it. I know how much UPS charges per page. And I just wanted to make sure that that you feel that we're recouping our staff's time in doing so.
I think this
At
is,
that
Not
fee.
making any money off
No,
that,
that's
for
what,
sure.
yeah, but I just want to make sure you think we're recouping and we're charging per piece of paper, correct? Thank you.
I think there's a statutory limit on what a notary can charge anyway. I just have one more question. Right-of-way abandonment for right-of-ways costs $1,500. Are we accepting applications for
Yes.
right-of-way abandonments now?
I can't say they're being processed, but we are. accepting-
Yeah, I mean, so if somebody's gonna pay $1,500 to do that and it's gonna sit there and we're not
We
even.
don't charge that until we get some direction from the higher ups that that's even a possibility to go down the abandonment road. So we do have conversations ahead of time and get feedback from the various departments before we actually move the process along.
Is there some kind of study going on about that? Is this part of the overall open spaces? Because I've got a couple residents that are just freaking out because there's,
Not for the abandonments, no.
okay, I mean, there's no, I thought there was some sort of study about how many exits to the water there was and closing.
So you've got either the abandonment or the revocable permit.
Right.
And for a while, those were just placed on hold,
Right.
for years. But now those are starting to come forward again. And that'll be something on a case by case basis that'll come to.
Okay, because
to make
there's
the
a
decision.
one that I think they've applied or they're wanting to apply, but I mean, it's an ongoing problem with people there on the property. They'd like to have it abandoned and take it and pay the tax, split it in half and pay the tax.
Yeah, and that'll be a policy decision for all of you to make,
So
depending
when do
on.
we get to look at
um,
them.
When they come forward, we can't force people to fill out applications to bring them forward, but as they are submitted, they'll come forward, they go through the process and they come forward.
Okay, I guess I may be mistaken. I thought they had submitted one, but maybe I'm mistaken.
If it's the same one I'm thinking of, is there's a issue amongst the neighbors themselves on how do you want to proceed with that? So I can
13th
talk to
Avenue
them.
South,
I think.
3rd
so.
Avenue South.
No,
No.
not Third Avenue.
No,
okay.
not 3rd. It's 13th. I think it's 13th. Yeah, I mean, they're living a nightmare down there.
Oh, yeah.
I understand what you're talking about, but yeah, there has been,
It's a
nothing
nightmare.
has come forward. There
I
were,
mean, I really, we're trying to help these folks and we're just doing, so I'm gonna encourage them to put their application in. Okay, thank you.
To address your question real quickly, we are looking at unimproved rights of way in various parts of the city and whether they would be appropriate or possibility to be like a linear access point. We can't call them parks because they're rights of way.
Right.
But the combination between the mobility plan and open space recreation master plan may identify some of those as being appropriate for a linear type mobility park, call it that. That has their.
Oh, yeah, okay.
They're getting close to being finished, but there are not very many of them that really work that, get you anywhere. In terms of the return on investment of improving them.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
That is-
these folks have never seen a kayak or a paddleboard try to get on. It's just people
Right.
sleeping naked and having sex. Yeah, pretty.
It's a visual that you can see.
interesting.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Brown.
Yes, you threw me off the last comment.
What?
Due to Commissioner May's last comment, the COVID thing, what was the conclusion on that? Are we gonna pull
Well,
that?
since we're only doing, I think we should get rid of it.
Okay,
I mean, it doesn't apply, does it?
Right.
no,
No.
I just wanted to make
Fine,
sure
let's get rid of it.
you brought it up and it didn't seem like anyone really.
I
said-
appreciate you following up. Thank you, sir.
So nice. Miss Milego, I see your light is on.
I do have a question, and maybe I'm just overlooking it. I cannot find the minimum fee for electric and for water. We have a minimum fee that we charge for electric, water and sewer,
Are the
even
electrics
for
on
those
here?
that are
This is-
vacant.
In fact, it's not in this
I think-
list.
And I thought that last year it was on here because we increased them, but now I can't seem to find them at all.
It's not on here.
Does anybody have any guidance for me?
Hi.
For the record, at Liberty Electric Utility Director, I can speak to it for electric. I know it's I believe it's $35 a month is the current minimum bill. And
For
I'm-
residential,
For residential, and I believe that's in our rate schedules. I'm not sure it's in the fees.
so it's not
Oh,
in
right.
here.
Yeah, that was my
That's off the
recollection.
top
too.
of my head. And-
Okay.
And that increases or decrease with whatever you adjust base rates by.
Okay. Do we
Yeah.
feel that we should have it on here or did
It's on a
we-
different schedule. I mean, it exists, but it's just not on this.
Well, because the only reason I asked is because it's got, we go through the entire deposit, how the deposits work, the account.
Is that part of the
for
initial
electric.
connection fee, the $35 on page 62?
No, this would be the
Different.
part of the minimum monthly bill and they're
Only because we were talking about vacant registries and we do have a minimal even if you have no service, you're getting a minimum fee, which is really not a bill because there's really no service turned on there. So I just didn't know if we should have it on here or not.
if you have an account open, you get, for example, on the electric side, you will get a minimum, off the top of my head, I believe it's $35. Whether you use 10 kilowatts or, a couple of hundred, once you go above, I think around 250, 260 kWh, you would then pay more than that with the customer charge.
But if it's a vacant lot, they don't have electricity hooked up to it.
My advice would be to leave it in the electric rates
Yeah.
section
Okay.
so that should you ever decide to choose to change it, you're doing it within a rates discussion and not a fee schedule.
Right.
People would typically go to their electric
Okay.
or water.
I just can remember if it was in there
rate
last year
schedules
and
to do that.
I couldn't find it. Thank you.
And it always occurs to me that people should know that minimum fee does not even cover, we really subsidize a lot of people with that fee. It costs more than that to,
That's
keep it
correct.
going.
The cost of service study that we had done a couple of years ago showed that that's a substantial subsidy
Right.
involved there.
thank you.
Parity with what?
Our residential electric rate, I think you're referring to the rate parity, the resolution from 2013, I believe.
No, I'm saying, is it comparable to other electric utilities for their
Similar.
minimum fee?
It's similar. It is higher than FPL's minimum bill, which I believe is about $10 less, about $25.
Okay,
But it's comparable, I think, to what you would find in other small utilities around the country.
thank you.
Thank you. All right.
All right, so we will turn it over to Mr. David Hyder from Stantec. David, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
we can.
Great. Well, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. I will take you through the presentation this evening, and I'll try to keep it somewhat high level because we do have a lot to cover. In terms of the agenda, going to go over the enterprise funds, the 5 funds, and then we'll talk about the governmental funds. But first, I just wanted to talk real briefly about the process that we go through. So Stantec has been assisting the city for a number of years in the integrated financial sustainability process. And essentially what we're doing is we're looking out over a forecast period. We look out over 10 years and we look at the changes in demands for each of the enterprise funds as well as the governmental funds. What does it cost to operate the system both now and into the future, as well as what capital investments are needed, whether they be expansion or repair replacement. And then within that forecast, we're comparing various scenarios, doing sensitivity analysis to make sure that we're in compliance with the various targets that have been established for the utilities and for the governmental funds. And that would be making sure you're meeting your debt service coverage requirements. You have a minimum target for the enterprise funds that you want to have 6 months of reserves held in reserve. So that's incorporated. And then ultimately what this allows us to do is it doesn't make you blind to the future. You have some sense for what the future needs of the systems are, what the potential adjustments to rates and fees need to be, and what those impacts to customers would be. So that's the overall process. In terms of some key factors in our analysis, so we are using the unaudited fiscal year 23 financials. We've got the estimated amended actuals for fiscal year 24, and then we've got the proposed budget for fiscal year 25. So that's all factored in. And as Monica mentioned earlier this evening, we are looking at rate increases for most of the enterprise funds. We'll talk about the golf fees as well as the parking rates. So we got some various scenarios to look at as it pertains to those funds. And feel free to stop me at any point.
Ms. May has her light on.
Yes.
Hi, can you go back one more slide?
Yep.
Okay, so the orange print there where it says the 6 months of reserve for per city policy. Do you know when that was decided, and is 6 months enough?
Monica, I know it was, I think 2 years ago or 3 years ago. It's relatively recent that it was formally put in place when the former finance manager was with the city.
I want to say 2 to 3 years ago.
Okay, do
Yeah.
you guys feel that the 6 months is enough? Because when we had conversations, in our one on the millions, no, we talked about that, and it was, when I had brought up that there was not extra, sometimes more money above the 6 months in the fund. And it was, but that's not money that we can spend. It's money that we need to save just in case. But if we're saving just in case, wouldn't we want to put that in as a reserve?
Well, I think the way that we would typically view it is that's kind of a floor that you don't want to drop below that 6 months. And
Right.
so given potential fluctuations within the fund, depending upon how close you're coming to that floor, I guess makes it a little bit riskier.
Okay.
But based on our experience working with utilities around the country, that's a
The 6 months is pretty standard.
It is. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Mhm. Certainly.
Thank you.
Okay. So first fund we wanted to talk about is the electric fund. We got some assumptions here. I won't go through them all, just highlight some of the bigger ones. We are forecasting that during fiscal year 24, that you're going to have a positive cash flow of about 2.5 million. Your fiscal year 25 budget does include some significant increases. So in your non-purchased power costs, you've got about $2.4 million increase, and that's primarily for the items listed here, the property liability, poles, towers, and fixtures. Incorporated in our forecast, we also have purchased power projections, and those are based on best estimates provided by staff. And then the biggest variable and change from our last discussion, which we had back in May, is the CIP. So we do have a significant amount of capital in the 5-year plan. And this is something that I'm sure Mr. Liberty can speak to. But we are looking at about $97 million in SHRIP projects between 2026 and 2028. And ultimately, the plan is to bond fund those. So initial borrowing probably in 2026 and then another one in 2028. And that ultimately turns into debt service of about 5.2 million. So we had that initial tranche of capital in the prior modeling, but now when we look at the 5-year CIP, that includes even more capital. And so that does impact the fund. And so I'm going to flip on to the next slide here, and hopefully this looks familiar. This is the dashboard from the financial model.
Oh,
Lots-
excuse me,
Sure.
David, Ms.
Sure.
Malega has her light on.
David, I do have one question on this $97 million staggering amount. That does include the grant that we received, correct? This is not another, this isn't in addition to.
This would be, yes, that would be in addition to the grant.
Wait a minute,
So
so
these would be new
$97 million plus the grant?
97 borrowing plus the 23.
No, I thought we were doing match. Director Liberty's shaking his head. The match would be what we're bonding and borrowing. Not 97 million more.
I'd have to go double check the numbers with David, but my understanding is that 97 would include our match
Our
of
match.
23 plus $million in there. And it may actually include the $23 million from the federal government. We have to go back and review this again.
Please, because that number is staggering for 2 years. That I just about fell off my chair.
Right. Typically, the strip amount would be roughly 43 to $50 million or so. Then we had the match for the grant, and then on top of that was additional funding down, forecasting down the road. One of the things I would caution you on is that some of these borrowings are, for example, all the way out in 2028.
Which is literally right around the corner.
Well, it is, but current rate making would be set on the more immediate borrowing and not the one we would do later on. We would always reevaluate that as we get closer, right? So we're not going to decide, for example, tonight or this budget season, we're going ahead with the financing in 2028. The most you would decide is sometime in fiscal 25, we're going to do the first tranche of a financing, and then we take manageable bites as we go.
Okay, here's a random question. How many more millions do we have to spend until all the strip is done? Till all the system hardening is done and we're good to go?
I hesitate to throw a number out there off the top of my head, but it'll be, my guess would be somewhere between 60 to 90 to $100 million to complete everything in the entire system.
So on top of this
No,
97?
no. That this would get you very far along. We're looking at a number of alternatives, for example, actually cut down the size of strip by eliminating some of the substations that we plan to rebuild by consolidating them into other stations.
Okay, because I had a
So
minor heart attack just now at
No.
97 million.
I think that if you looked at the total project from start to finish, let's say 5 years ago to where we'll be 5 years from now, we would have spent, in the $150 million to $200 million range to completely rebuild the system, financed in a way that keeps our rates competitive.
Okay, I would just like more clarity on if this 97 million includes the $23 million match in the grant.
We'll go through that again. I know that we traded some emails while I was away on vacation. I haven't had a chance to speak with David today, so I really have to rely on David explaining what's in that number right now.
Okay, Mr. McVoy has his lights on. Mr. McVoy, you're,
Thank you. What I'm seeing on the 2 pages is, and David can correct, but it says 98 million new borrowing with a chunk in 26 and a chunk in 28 to total that approximately 100 million. So I'm guessing that does not include the 23 million coming in. It probably does include our match. Does that seem
find out.
about right to you, Director Liberty?
Yeah, I can, just to maybe this would help. I'm just now sharing the CIP that was provided, and maybe we're just misunderstanding in terms of the look when we were looking at it, but this was the 41 million, which would go into that 2026 borrowing, and then there was another 50 million. So that brings you to basically 91 million. And so maybe we can circle the wagons with Mr. Liberty, make sure we're interpreting it correctly. But it looks like in this format, at least, there's about 91 million in SHRIP.
May I make a suggestion
Please.
that we present this, we present an update on the electric
At the
forecast at the next utility meeting?
Sure.
Would that be okay with the dais?
Sure.
And,
With more clarity.
Yes.
Thank
more
you.
clarity.
and if,
Mr. McBoy?
thank you. Yeah, I, like Vice Mayor Malega, the numbers are large numbers. They're not, they're by far the largest borrowing that we do as a city is for the electric utility, but we have our own electric utility and there's a lot of stuff and stuff falls apart and gets old and needs replacing. So we understand that. What I would ask when this does come back again, I guess would be for the third budget session, an ongoing concern of mine is not that we need to deal with entropy and fix things that have been neglected for a long time. That seems pretty hard to argue with. It seems like a pretty good thing. But my question is, I would always feel better for my residents knowing that everything that we are doing absolutely positions us for the most forward-looking ways of generating electricity, carbon-free generation, low carbon generation, microgrid systems, virtual power plants, all those sorts of things that we have a guarantee that we are making these very big investments in a way that positions us well technically to do those things that, as we've seen with the utility scale solar grids, helps give us a very fixed known cost, some cases flat, in some cases a known escalator for our rates. The cost of that energy. Similarly, if we can reassure residents that what we're doing is positioning us 100% to be able to do those things, I think that makes the price tag a little more palatable. So my request is that we get some sort of, it's going to be qualitative, I understand that, but some sort of, hey, here are some of the things that we expect, that we see that the industry is moving toward. And yes, as you check through those, we're good to go.
Madam Mayor, I can address that issue.
Please.
First of all, just to kind of level set the expectations, the dollars that you see us talking about, we'll refine those and make sure we have the right dollars on the screen. But all of the dollars that we're spending on are on what we call transmission and distribution system. It's the energy delivery system. It's not at all related to the energy production system,
Right.
with the exception, for example, of adding battery energy storage. And that's pretty much it. All the rest of it is about enhancing the capability of the existing grid to operate reliably and be able to support all the things that we want to do in the future, whether it's facilitating additional load growth on the system, facilitating additional sectionalizing, facilitating additional electric interconnections, for example, for rooftop solar, building up the system. So one extreme would be to say, for example, we could pick a section in town and say, well, and I'm not advocating we do this. We think a lot of rooftop solar is going to be built in this particular section, so they'll be completely grid independent. So we can leave them on the old KV system and don't worry about it because they're going to take care of themselves.
No, can't do that.
Exactly.
Can't
So
do
even though
that.
you might see a huge amount of solar being built in some part of the city, you still need to build
Yeah.
the grid as
Get
if
it.
it wasn't there. So you have to build it for the cloudy day, the stormy day.
Yeah.
So we're still moving ahead with that. There's nothing that we're doing that's going to preclude the ability to deploy new technologies. As a matter of fact, it's going to make it more likely that you can deploy those technologies, less likely that you would have a limitation on the ability to build solar in the neighborhood because the grid couldn't support the export of that solar during the daytime hours. So we have to reinforce the grid to be able to do that. And that's where these dollars are being spent, not on the generation of power.
Ms. Malega?
Thank you. My only follow-up would be was when you come back and do this presentation, I think it was 2 months ago, we had beautiful charts that showed red and blue lines and what's been improved and what hasn't.
Yes.
If you could somehow make a chart that shows with the first 40 million borrowing, we're going to do this area of the city. So not just us, but the residents can see where that money is going in, because we can sit up here and talk kilowatts and visuals help the community see where that money's really going, and to change the red to the blues and all the pictures that we showed before. I think that Yannick said yes.
Yeah, that's an excellent.
Just so everyone could see, all right, here's the first 40 million. These are the areas of the city and what we're going to do. Here would be the next set, because we can sit here and talk
Right.
strip all day long, but nobody knows what we're really doing.
So
So if you could do that, that'd be great.
we can certainly do that. keeping in mind that some of these things that we do are neighborhoods. For example, when we rebuild the 6th Avenue South substation, which is already in the program to pay for it anyway, you'll see a lot of improvements around 6th Avenue, but some of the improvements will happen far from 6th Avenue South. One of the next series of projects we're going to do is reinforce the backbone, or we call the ring, to be able to move power more freely around the city. Well, that's going to improve reliability for all aspects of the city, not just the particular portion where this ring gets connected. So it's system-wide improvements, but we've always focused on improving reliability. Which dollar can you spend that gives you the biggest return on investment in terms of not just immediate outage prevention, but the ability to sustain the improvements. Sustainability is, a lot of people think of sustainability is environmental, but it's be able to sustain the improvements. So for example, you can have a great day for reliability. Is it sustainable? Well, if it's windy tomorrow, maybe not, right? So we're trying to sustain good performance, rebuild the system, and that's taking time.
Thank you very much. So, Mr.
Yeah,
Boyd.
I had a follow-up to that. I just wanted to mention that I think it is important for us to hear. I hear what the Vice Mayor says about visually seeing where. I hear what you're saying, that some things, well, you'd have to do a map where everything is blue because that benefit, and that's okay. That might be a reasonable map, say for this piece of it, it's all blue because it affects everybody. The issue of how are we doing on, I call it future proofing. I don't know if that's an industry standard term, but I noticed, for instance, that one of the Vermont utilities, can't remember if it's investor owned or if it's municipally owned, but they made a choice. They did an economic analysis and said, you know, the costs to do T&E, the transmission, or T&D, the transmission and distribution, are pretty high. They were longer distances than we have, but they did the analysis and they said, you know what? We're not going to go for 100% reliability of the grid. We're going to, in fact, invest in battery on site because it's cheaper. And so they were willing to adjust the balance of where you put your investment, because according to their analysis, and I assume they did a thorough job, it turned out to be cheaper to put some of the reliability at the end user location and allow the grid to be a little shakier. It's that kind of analysis that I'm looking at to make sure that we are, in fact, when we're spending $100 million or borrowing $100 million, which probably is going to mean, in the past, it has meant as much as $100 million of borrowing costs with that. I suspect we're getting a better deal now, but it's still, there will be a big chunk of borrowing costs. And you can see it in those graphs that black band is about doubling. Are we looking carefully at the full range of ways of doing it, even some that are not that traditional? That's, because we want the most reliability for the biggest bang and a little bit of also environmental benefit at the same time.
I can assure you that we are. So for example, each substation that we do costs us about $6.5 to $7.5 million to rebuild that substation. It has been our plan to rebuild every substation. We are now taking a look at it and saying, if we're rebuilding our substations at 26 kV, can we go with longer spans of longer runs, a little bit more exposure,
but less current?
But maybe have 2 less substations. That takes about $14 to $15 million out of the overall SHRIP budget over the next 5 to 7 years. Recognizing though, and in some cases we say, okay, what if we just convert the substation and then put smaller local transformers, which leaves us with some small 4 kV pockets down around 15th Avenue South and up in the north end of the city, the College Park area. So do we leave those sections indefinitely on the older voltage with a higher exposure? That may mean, as a policy decision, a strategic option. I'm not sure how you would feel if you're a resident in those neighborhoods saying, I'm going to stay on this very old system, which is limited in its ability to deliver power. So my gut says that we're going to go through the 2025/2026 financing for a lot less than the $90 million number. And then we're going to, once again, look at the reliability numbers. How are they coming in? How are our rates competitive? I predict that they will still be competitive because our competition or surrounding utilities are going up by equal or more. And then we reassess. I don't think we want to make decisions today that locks in exactly what we do 6 years from now or 5 years.
You
Make
want
decisions today.
optionality.
Exactly, that we revisit, reassess, and not just follow a plan because it made sense 5 years ago or 10 years ago. Whoever sits in these chairs or in our chairs as staff members will continue to reassess these things.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
Carry on.
So I guess to that point, the big variable is obviously that second tranche of borrowing. We're looking at the similar trajectories when we talked in May, in terms of the balance within the fund is currently below that 6-month target. And so we were attempting to increase the base rates over time to where we would get to that 6-month target in the future. And with the rate plan that we looked at in the spring, with the 8% in 25 and then a step down to 2.5% with that additional borrowing, which we will clarify and make sure that we have the correct number, we weren't going to reach that. And so the next slide just essentially shows that, well, if that is required, if we do need to do a $98 million or whatever the final number is, we potentially need to do an additional 8% in 26 and then maybe keep it a little bit higher for longer in order to get to that point. But we will certainly sharpen the pencil and make sure that we have the right numbers to look at what that trajectory needs to be.
And David, this is Ed, for the benefit of the group, just to put some people's fears at rest. When we talk about an 8% increase, everybody please recognize we're talking about 8% increase to the base rate. It's not an 8% increase to the bill. So if you look at the screen, you'll see the residential rate plan, those percentages on top, that's an increase to the base rate. If you look a little further down, you'll see that the percentage to the total bill is somewhat lower, right? So we're talking here about base rate changes, not PCA.
That's correct.
Bill is comprised of both the base rate and the PCA. We're talking here about increases to the base rates. And what's also factored in these models is an assumed growth rate for numbers of customers and numbers of sales. So obviously, if you have more customers, you increase sales above what the model predicted, you're spreading fixed costs over a larger percentage of the population.
Does this budget anticipate like the new projects that have gone up the Bohemian and?
It does. David, are we using 0.75 or 1% growth assumptions?
We're still using 0.75.
Okay, so we're using 0.75. In the last 5 to 8 years, we've seen actually closer to 1.1, 1.2. But in some years, we've actually not grown.
Right.
But if you look at over a period of time, you can see that we're averaging a 1.1, 1.2. So we're being somewhat conservative in our assumption of what we're growing by. Some of these large projects that we have coming on board could grow us by, 1.5 to 2.5% if they all actually come online, right, in that particular year.
Right.
So we have to be, we're using a conservative growth assumption, not a crazy one that makes things look really, really good and then don't happen.
Much better practice. Ms. Malega.
Not trying to go down the rabbit hole, I promise.
Sure.
We always just show the residential bill at the 1,000 kilowatt hour. When this comes back, I would like to see those
Commercial.
at 5,000, and commercial is the biggest one for me because our rates are already astronomical for commercial. And I am not going to sit up here and act like I'm excited about increasing those rates even higher when we're trying to get businesses to move to Lake Worth Beach. And if we can do an increase and not have it affect commercial, I would be more in favor of that. The commercial rates are way out of whack compared to neighboring communities. So I would like to see a full breakdown, not just the residential 1,000 kilowatt. I want to see how it affects other people.
That's a very astute observation. Our commercial rates are higher than for other utilities in the area. However, they're not as high on a percentage basis as they were in the past. They've narrowed slightly. I also point out that we had previously brought to this body just a few years ago a rate proposal which had residential going up by more than commercial. And the commission at that time rejected that concept and wanted the rate increases to be the same. Keep in mind, most people are not as familiar with this, but an overwhelming percentage of our revenue actually come on a per customer basis actually comes in from the commercial. So 3,000 plus commercial customers provide much more revenue on a pro rata basis than than the 24,000 plus residential customers.
I understand that, but do you see how many empty storefronts we have in town?
Too many.
And when we're competing with other local communities,
Many.
I just don't think that
Yeah.
that's something, people are looking at their overall budget when they're moving into a city. And I don't think that that's us being
Yeah,
business
I-
friendly.
I think that we've done a wonderful job of, as a team, everybody from staff to commission over the past 5, 6, 7 years of achieving true parity and sustaining true parity and understanding exactly where we are and what amount of debt service we can take on and still maintain that level of parity for the residential 1,000 kWh customer. I think that we need to, and I agree with you, need to do more to try to attract more businesses. Now, there's a great debate to be had by policymakers as to whether making changes in electric rates will in fact bring more commercial customers to the city. That is speculation, but we need leadership to tell us, go ahead and do it or don't do it.
And to follow on.
Roy, go ahead.
To follow on that, at one point, I remember when this discussion came up before, could you give us an idea, ballpark, how much higher our commercial rates are than for comparable things? My recollection was it was maybe 20-30%. Is that about right?
I think that's in the ballpark, my recollection, and I don't want to be called out on social media for quoting wrong numbers, but it was about 25%. We were about 20 to 25% higher. Recently, I have something in the back of my head says it's about 15 to 20%. One thing to keep in mind, though, is that, for example, a great place to go for all of you to just take a look at is the FMEA website, the rate comparisons. And they benchmark the 1,000 kWh, 1,200 kWh, and maybe larger in residential. But for commercial, there's a lot of them. There's probably a dozen different categories that they benchmark, which include demand classes. Keep in mind that as you go to the higher ones, we don't have any of those.
Right.
So don't look at those, but I would focus probably on the bottom 3 or 4 commercial categories and benchmark them. Small commercial, I think, is a lot like a big residential customer.
Yeah.
We have a lot of small businesses that don't use much more power than a 3,000 foot home. Yeah.
And that, I think, is to the point that at one point when we were discussing the residential commercial issue before, I did a little bit of looking at numbers for businesses of their utilities as a percent of their costs. And the numbers that stick in my head were like, it's 10 or 15% of their costs. So if you adjust from where maybe 25% higher and you dropped it to 20 or to 15% higher, and then multiply that by its 50% of their cost, is that really going to make any difference to somebody's business decision of whether they move to Lake Worth or not? I'm thinking that's, in real terms, probably a pretty small factor on it. There's other things that our rents are controlled by a very small number of landlords, and they tend to run higher, is probably a much, much bigger chunk of their business decision.
I think an interesting observation that many people would notice in Lake Worth Beach is that we don't have a lot of big national brands that pay the bills, where the people who pay the bills are kind of anonymous to us and they live far away. I think a large percent, you probably, the community is, way better than I do, but it's a lot of sole proprietors, small business owners where every penny counts. And the restaurateurs, the shops, the small, one storefront, jewelry stores and small shops. Yes.
But the rents, the rents being asked by some of these small, physically small businesses are.
That's a big factor.
Right. Ms. May?
In lieu of what you just said, I think that, because it's not big commercial companies, I think we can almost think of our businesses that we have as kind of residents, because most of them that own the businesses live here. Not, well, at least the ones I'd go to.
A lot of them do not live here.
A lot of them don't.
Well, okay, maybe that isn't true, but my point is that it doesn't, 25% over seems a lot to me, and I kind of agree with you, Vice Mayor, if you had looked at it before, there was a reason for you to look at it before, and just because the previous commission said, no, keep it at parity with commercial and residential doesn't mean that it's got to be like that forever. So it would be kind of interesting to see. We go from 8%, 8%, 4%. So, what if you did some changes in there where, within the commercial, it didn't, didn't de-escalate so quickly. Maybe it went from like 8.6, I don't know, but there's got to be a way to make it a little bit, because that's what I've heard from the businesses as well.
I know that Stantec, I can't, but Stantec has.
Stantec can, yeah, they can model all of that.
And tweak that and maybe give you some.
And,
options to show.
Mr. McFoy's point, it would be good to kind of know what that means in cash, in money.
Mhm.
What does that actually mean per month for a business?
Right.
But, okay, that's it.
Do we use the 1,000 watt for commercial? We always talk about the 1,000 watt customer.
1,000 kilowatt hour for commercial. I think that's one of the benchmarks that we have, but they're closer to 1,500 and then 2,500 if I remember correctly.
Okay, thanks.
I have the FMEA rate study with me
No, it's
now,
not-
but I don't want to get into.
Not a
these.
pop quiz,
But,
right?
yeah.
Okay, so let's keep going then. Where
All
are we?
right.
Yep.
So here's a comparison of the residential 1,000 kilowatt hours from the survey that Ed was referring to, but this is just residential. And you can see your fifth
Well.
from the bottom with your current rates at $108 right now. And as was mentioned earlier, you go up to, I think, about $650 with the 8% increase, $650 per month. So certainly at the lower end on the residential side.
Mhm.
So could you walk us, I see the green bar around where we currently, I assume that's where we currently are, or that's where we
Correct.
would be?
That's
And
where you
then
are currently.
If
Mhm.
I imagine we could do it here by reading the graph carefully, but you mentioned it was about looks like about a $7 increase. So if we add,
Mhm. Yep, you go up
the-
to 114.
and these are,
So it'd be might move you a couple slots, but the other communities are often changing rates as well.
Right.
right. So it, might move, exactly, might move us a couple spots, but we're way down at the low end of this
Certainly.
statewide graph.
Mhm.
That includes both municipals and not IOUs, but that's investor-owned utilities for
Yes.
Yep.
electric folks.
And- Keep in mind, Commissioner, that the rates will move every month as people adjust their PCAs a little bit.
Right.
So
There's,
we're currently a little under about $10.15 cheaper than the alternative nearby.
Okay.
So even with a roughly $6.80,
we're still going to be better, and they're probably going up too.
they will likely be going up. And keep in mind that we also have a storm discussion to have in terms of not impending storms, but a storm fund to create. So we'll want to be talking about that in the next few meetings as well. So we're very, very cautious and mindful of where we are.
Didn't we have a storm fund?
Yeah.
We created initial funding of $500,000 with PCA funds, but we need to have a sustainable way
Okay.
to build that fund.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we're going to come back to electric when we answer those questions, and on to water.
Yes. So on to water. So the key assumptions here, working with staff, we have modeled in fiscal year 25 a 5.25% rate increase. I know that's 0.25% higher than has been discussed in the budget. And quite honestly, if we can do the 5%, 5.25 isn't going to break the bank or have major issues for the water fund, and I'll show you the results with the 5.25 here in a second. But fiscal year 25 operating budget does reflect about a $1.7 million increase in O&M expenses. We got some pretty significant capital over the next 10 years. So in total, between 24 and 34, it's about $67 million worth of capital, with 9 million in the next 2 years. So between fiscal 24 and 25. And the assumption is that, similar to electric, that your capital would be primarily funded with debt. So ultimately that capital improvement plan would turn into annual debt service, that by the end of the projection period be about $4 million per year. So the results are shown here. And again, we are assuming a 5.25% increase in fiscal year 25. And then in future years, we're at 4%. And what that allows us to do is to maintain above that minimum cash balance. As I mentioned, you're looking at about $67 million worth of borrowing, somewhat front loaded in fiscal year 26. But ultimately, that would allow you to maintain a sustainable fund within the water fund.
Thank you. Ms. Malega has her light on.
David, my question is we're still in the negative cash flow every single year. I don't
Right.
want to be in the red. So, I mean, 5.25 was the number you used for 2025 and
Right.
then dropped it back down to 4. So
Well, no, sorry.
I guess I'm questioning why
And it's
we
going
would,
up. Negative cash flow in 2032 is 70.70.
yeah, I don't understand why would this be your suggestion? I don't want to run the water fund in the negative every year. I mean, obviously, we hope that we can get grants to offset some of the borrowing, but that's not something that I want to run to the bank with. So I don't like seeing negatives every single year. Any input from water department or anybody? Any crickets?
can-
I get crickets.
Here
I
we
can-
go.
I can comment first. So the water fund is actually in a really strong position to begin with in terms of the cash balance. And so that's part of the reason is that we're well above the 6-month target. And so to the commissioner's comment earlier, you know, how close do we want to get to that target? We're showing the target does increase over time as your operating costs go up. But essentially what we're showing is that we're gradually progressing down towards that floor. But even in fiscal year 34 with these increases, we're still above the target. So that's essentially the reason.
Well, that's because you're taking out the 6 months reserve. So, but that's why I don't understand why we're showing a negative cash flow every year.
We're actually using a little bit of that cash.
So
We're
that's,
using-
you're
Mhm.
spending it down, essentially.
Right.
Correct. Yep.
The reserves, you mean the reserves?
If you look at that second revenues versus expenses, the orange and black lines are almost on top of each other, but the cash out is slightly up. I
Right.
would guess if you added that, or if you over time compared that difference to the slight decline in the blue bars in the upper left corner going down, you'd find that those two things match. Is that about right,
That-
David?
That's exactly right. Yep.
So you're talking a 5.25% increase in 25 and then a 4% increase in 26?
Correct.
So every year we'll be increasing the water fund 4% from here until 2034.
That's what we're showing right now. Yep.
So what would that make I don't see the payment. Oh, here we go. So in 10 years, we go from $41 to $61.
Correct.
I guess my question would be for Vaughn, where is that comparable to surrounding communities? And
And I have a question. Are we have no reserves at this point?
No.
No, in the water fund, your
Oh, because
your
it's red up
reserves-
here. Combined system.
So when we look at that red, it's not really red. It's just getting closer to our reserves.
no, we're using the reserves.
Right. We're not using the reserves. We're using the money above the reserve to get
Right,
back
that's,
to a
which is still
reserve.
reserve.
Yeah, but we're not losing money. We're just
Well, we're spending
spending
it.
We're
smartly.
spending the bank, spending the money in the
Our
savings. account.
savings account.
Okay, so I see the comparable on the next chart, but that's only for this current rate? Exactly. So my question is is everybody gonna increase at this kind of rate? So I want to make sure that in the future, whoever's sitting here, has some kind of roadmap to success, because to me, a 4% increase every year is kind of high. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Von Hayek, Water Utilities. I would have to defer that question to David because I don't know anything about what other municipalities would be anticipating to do in 10 years. David, do you have any?
Yeah, I can speak to, I mean, what we've seen, and it's been much higher than 4% in recent years because of inflation and the cost for construction and everything related to the water and sewer utilities. I think the national average of the past 3 or 4 years has been closer to 6.5%. But generally, if your costs are increasing and you're issuing debt, and unless you're growing the system, you're going to have to increase rates, unless you use up your cash balance, if that makes sense.
No.
So, but yeah, I can't speak to, generally, we're seeing that most utilities Occasionally they'll wait several years and then do a big increase, but most these days have learned that it makes more sense to do, inflationary increases, and that may be between 3 and 5%.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
So, well, oh, I'm sorry, Ronaldo, Mr. Diaz, your light is on.
Probably a question for David and Vaughn too, for locally, but to that point, looking at the list and knowing that some of these municipalities have surface water sources, are you seeing that it's probably safe to assume that the vast majority of the cost of water in Florida is really just only going to go up because of the availability of our sources and the growth that we're seeing, and that we're just, quite frankly, in a lot of communities, not able to really meet the demand of water use with
we
what
do.
is available?
We
We
can.
do.
Right.
Lake Worth Beach does, but as a whole, Florida-wide, and especially South Florida.
Yeah,
We're definitely in a good position, especially, versus,
West Palm Beach.
Some of our neighbors.
we'll leave, yeah, but, with the issues that are coming to light with PFAS and stuff,
Mhm.
I'm sure that we are kind of ahead of the game for having our fluorid wells, and we'll keep moving towards having more of that. And that definitely gives us a leg up, so.
Great. Thank you.
Does Ed give us on the Floridan wells? We get that only because we do RO, that we can use that. Does Ed give us a break on our electric to run that? I'm seeing a no over there.
Commercial rates.
Yeah, commercial, right?
Charge him. Yeah.
Yeah, do we have municipal rates?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Water is high. I mean,
I'll
this
trade
this
you.
stuff is
Yeah.
high. Okay, keep going.
Okay, sure. One important concept though to see, just to mention on the slide, is the note down at the bottom that these are not necessarily an apples to apples comparison, because we don't know what other communities are going to do with their rates next year in fiscal 25. And so it is a comparison of your fiscal 25 versus their 24. And we generally do see other communities raise rates.
And maybe a question for Vaughn, because it's a technical one. Since we know the PFAS regulations have come down the pike, we know that have a built-in protection with the RO mix. West Palm doesn't. Do you hear anything in the industry of order of magnitude costs that surface water utilities, that are more exposed to it, are looking at to try to meet whatever it is? Commissioner Diaz remembers, I think it's like 4 parts per trillion or something. It's pretty low.
I'm not sure of the actual cost estimate numbers, but I know that just trying to jump in and construct as many wells as some of our neighboring municipalities have gotten consumptive use permits for, it's going to be a lot
Pricey.
of money.
Yeah. So we're probably doing better than the neighbors in terms of our outgoing costs.
Yes.
Out
like I
year
said,
costs.
I think we kind of have like a leg up
Yeah.
just as far as already having an RO system and 3 Floridan wells. It definitely gives us a head start to.
Thank you to Commissioner Joanne Golden for pushing that through many years ago.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to sewer. So local sewer, key assumptions here, we are assuming a 9% increase in the sewer rates in
Ooh.
fiscal year 25. You've seen your sewer operating budget go up by about 400,000 from 24 to 25. A key component of a local sewer is the fact that you have the regional sewer expense that makes up about 60% of your total operating costs. And then those are assumed to increase year over year at about 3%. You do have some capital planned, 2.2 million in 24 and 25. And then the total over the 10-year projection period, so 24 to 34, would be about 15.7 million. So some borrowing and some use of cash to fund capital projects. And the dynamic is actually kind of interesting on the local sewer side. It's the opposite of water. So what we're showing is we're actually below the 6-month target right now. And the increases are proposed to get you up to the target. So if you think about the fact that we're running some surpluses in order to build up cash to get up to that 6-month target, and then we're basically running modest surpluses as our cash reserve target grows year over year. As I mentioned, the regional sewer expenses are a big component. They make about $8 million by 2034 in annual operating cost from regional sewer. And then the total capital is about 15.7. So 9% in 25. And then we talked about this in May, some potential 5% increases over the next 2 years in order to get back up to that target. And then at 2% would keep you at the target.
It was a tie, Miss May.
Mine's quick, he'll talk.
It's-
My question just simply is, you said that it's 3% for the regional, and then if we only increase 2%, are we not even making our minimum increase?
Well,
in
you
20
have, yeah, that's just one component of your total expenses. So you do have some that don't go up as much
Oh, I
as
see.
that.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's just
All
one
right, thank you.
component. Yep.
Mr. McVoy?
And this one's for Vaughn, just to confirm, we have no control over the regional costs. That comes to us. Right, the regional system sets those costs and we pay the bill. Is that correct?
Send our wastewater to West Palm Beach's ECR facility. Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
I guess this one's for both, for David.
Mhm.
If I'm looking at it right, 9% sounds like a big jump, but the monthly for a typical water usage, the monthly, which I imagine that's based on the 5,000 gallons.
It is. Yeah.
The jump is $4.50 per month.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep.
While we
So this-
don't like it, it seems like the wise decision as part of the long range picture.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. And then this is just the combined bill. So,
Similar.
Yep. And again, it's somewhat apples to oranges with 2024 versus what we're showing for 2025.
So water and sewer in
Oops,
20,
sorry.
it's about $91, gonna be $91. It's gonna be $98. Okay.
Correct. Yep. All right. So then we'll move on to stormwater. And the assumption here is that you do a 50% adjustment in 2025. So big one-time adjustment. And then every other year, we're assuming 5% adjustments. So another adjustment would take place in fiscal year 27. And this would allow you to fund at least a portion of your capital with cash. Your fiscal year 24 CIP, about 2.7 million. And then your future CIP in fiscal 25 is about 4.6, and then additional million in 26 and 27. So a fair amount of capital for the size of the fund. And so what that looks like with that 50% and then the 5% every other year is it's similar position to the water fund, although we are showing that we're basically having a balanced budget year over year. Have a cash balance that is above that 6-month target. We are doing some cash funding in fiscal year 28. So you do see a bump up in your cash out, and that's one of the reasons for the drop in the cash balance, but maintaining well above that 6 months.
So the jump from 78.25 to 117, that's a yearly fee, not a
It
monthly
is,
fee. Okay.
correct.
Just
Yep.
because it's a lot more, I
It
just want
is.
to make sure, yeah.
Yep,
That's
Okay.
on the Palm Beach County property tax bills.
Right, right.
correct. Yep. And so this is the current, and then you can see the comparisons. So 78 going up to 117, but that is an annual bill.
Okay. Mr. McVoy, his lights on? Mr. McVoy?
And thank you. And maybe we discussed this back in May. Why would we do the alternating year rather than do, and I don't know what the math works out to, but 2.5 each year, like we tend to do for everything else? Why did we come up with the 0 one year and a 5% the other and alternate them?
I believe it was just to take a break after a big increase because we knew we needed to do big increase in 25. But your point is valid. We could certainly do just an inflationary increase every year. It wouldn't really change the dynamics.
Yeah,
But
I
I believe
think
that was the rationale.
I could see perhaps the argument for, and I guess it's modeling for out years and we may change our minds, you know, or whoever's here might change their minds, but I could see the 0 for the year following the 50 just for the sticker shock. And then from there on out, do
2.5 every year.
something of
Yeah.
that sort.
Mhm.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And also you could argue, well, if you're going to do that, the 0 versus 2.5 after you've done the 50, it's not that big a deal whether you do 0 or 2.5.
Yep.
Ms. May,
But why are we increasing the rates at all after the 50%?
Have you seen flooding after big rainstorms?
Yeah, but I'm just having a hard time with the working capital fund. I understand why we need to have money in the sewer. I get that. But if we're almost triple the 6-month target. So if we didn't, why are we increasing it after the 50%? Does that make sense? Or would we go down so far that we would get too close to it too quickly?
Yeah, we would progress down to that minimum.
Okay,
And I
so
guess
then I agree with
Yeah.
Mr. McFoy that we should do the 2.5. It
Yeah.
just makes it look
Right.
nicer.
take a year off with no, and then
Sounds
2.5
good to
after
me.
that.
Okay.
Okay, I think we have consensus to do that.
Okay.
And just something that we've discussed before, but to emphasize that we spend way less on, and correct me if I'm wrong, Vaughn, but we spend way less on stormwater than we do on sewer. And, you know, we obviously need to do the sewer. The stormwater is a little bit more optional, but in terms of amounts of water moved and how fast you have to move them, there's much more going through the stormwater system. And it's a much smaller program in terms of total dollars than our sewer is. So we've probably been underfunded. We know from all predictions that, and from what we see, that both rainfall amounts and rainfall intensities, which is the big deal for flooding, are on the way up, not on the way down.
So
there's good technical providing of service to the community reasons to be doing this.
are the
Not
charges based on how much flood gets, how does more rain influence what we pay, if at all? It seems like,
Directly
Yeah.
related. The charge is based on an ERU, which is essentially a lot for a single family home. And then we have, stipulations in the code for how that's calculated from non-single family homes, but the
Mhm.
concept is how much runoff you're generating. So the rainfall is not necessarily going to impact how much is paid for stormwater.
okay,
But with increased rainfall, the system is going to need more improvements, possibly upsizing, anything like that, that will impact the amount of money that we need. So
Okay.
it's kind of indirectly related.
yeah, because some people are telling me that they don't have like storm drains on their streets, and maybe we could add them at some point.
That is unfortunately incredibly expensive,
Yeah.
more so than retrofitting an existing system. But it leads for opportunities to try some BMPs like swales or, more natural diverting of runoff. Because that's easier and less expensive to do than adding
Yeah.
underground storm systems.
Hard though, when there's a one-way street with cars parked on both sides and little front
Yeah.
yards. Mr. Diaz, I guess.
No, I was first.
Well, you are, Miss May was first. We don't have. a
Sorry.
here.
No, now you made me forget my question.
I'm sorry. Well,
Oh, I know. So with the increased rain and the climate stuff in the next 10 years, do you have it doesn't look like, the borrowing in 26, which it seems like we're borrowing a lot in 26, but is everything going to be okay for the CIP stuff that you want to have happen within the next 10 years?
I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again.
Sorry, I don't
No,
mean to
no,
make
no,
you
not-
repeat yourself. I'm
not
just
what
want to
it
make
should
sure
be.
that we're
It's nice
prepared.
to have to say, but we are working on getting from a position of reaction to
I-
proactive.
I get that. I get that. So
So-
can we, what do we have to do to become proactive?
So what we're working on as far as projects is, at this point, we've probably at least assessed every outfall to the intercoastal, because that's a problem area. As sea level is rising, it's
Where's it gonna
essentially
go?
back charging our storm system.
Hmm.
So now we're having to go evaluate all the outfalls. Then once the outfalls are evaluated, we're looking at the system. Is there enough storage? Is it getting out properly? You know, as rainfall increases, as we're.
So it's
having-
all kind of gravity fed at this point?
Oh, it is all gravity fed.
And then
There-
would an option be to have a pump?
Yes, it's not ideal.
Sure,
It's
of course not.
Exactly the cure-all that
Right.
it kind of has a reputation for being, because I've heard a lot of people say, we want a pump station, we want a pump station, but it's tricky.
Yeah.
So we would like for things to be more gravity fed. We would like for more sustainable solutions, you know, groundwater
Mhm.
recharge, if we can get exfiltration trenches in areas where the water table is not pretty much higher than the surface. And just looking at more options to divert and dissipate runoff besides just having everything gravity fed straight to the intercoastal.
Okay,
So yes, that is the intent of kind of like capital improvement moving
Right.
forward. But at this point, we are just trying to respond to the flooding issues that are already here.
I see. Okay, so the planning of, well, what are we gonna do in the next 10 years just hasn't happened yet.
It's,
Happening?
yeah, I
Okay.
have a feeling that the next step will be, once we can kind of get on top of everything that's already causing issues, would be to do kind of like a full citywide study and just.
We love studies.
I think the last master plan we have is from like 2012, and it's been
Okay.
updated a couple times since then, but it hasn't had like a full big picture.
Right.
Check-in, in at least several years.
I just want to make sure that you're supported financially to make this happen.
We're trying to get there. So I guess my answer to your question in short form would be the 50% increase will help us fix what needs to be fixed, and then we can get on top of things.
Okay,
So yes.
okay.
Okay,
Well, then keep in touch.
thank you. Update us at will, Mr. Mifoy. Oh, no, Mr. Diaz was next. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
he is.
Vaughn covered it really well, although she's always, I think, very calm because I tend to panic when I think about stormwater and what we're facing in our future. And I think to the comment, I wouldn't say it's an assumption. I think we definitely undercharged for way too long for this, because what we're already facing and what we're dealing with, we're like just painfully behind. And I think that's why, I have to bring it up, because I think, Vaughn, you brought up a really great example that I don't really see much of it locally that I can think of, but like the swales, the bioswales and catchment areas, really important, because, and that's something that I've brought up. Well, maybe not that specific, but those kinds of ideas really need to be brought up in this city as an alternative, because the clock is ticking, and with some streets like South 18th, that clock is already way past due. And, to that point of the pumps are really expensive. If you want a case study of why you don't want to rely on that, just, look at Miami Beach. It's just not a good situation. You just want a system that can handle it correctly the first time, and you're not trying to force water off. And it's really important for us, at least on our properties, and to encourage our residents to do what's right. That's why we have, that's why in a previous meeting I brought up and back up the importance of Florida-friendly landscaping, why South Florida Water Management District is required by state law to abide by it. And it all comes down to, when it rains, yes, we're getting all this extra water, but what do we do with it? Are we going to push it into the street, into our stormwater drain where it can't handle it? Or are we going to encourage our residents to do what's right and allow that water to permeate through their property so that it doesn't go into stormwater? And that's something that I think really needs to be factored in whenever we talk about our policy decisions, whenever we're looking at future developments that we're approving and just encouraging those better practices, because quite frankly, I feel recently we've gone a little bit backwards on that topic because it is a emergency problem.
Thank you. Mr. McVoy?
Well, Commissioner Diaz almost stole my comments verbatim, but what I was going to point out similar was the importance of what Williams' department does with things like floor area ratios, impervious surface, that we have those regulations, they directly translate to this. And the more that we can have on-site infiltration into the ground and the less that runs off and goes into the storm sewers, the less we have to finance this thing. And it is possible. I mean,
What comes out of their regulations looks great because typically when we're getting site plans, they're proposing exfiltration trenches. They're proposing, you know, property lines that won't let any runoff go to their neighbors. And so that looks good. We are all for containing everything on site. I think there are a lot of issues that are coming from previous code requirements or lack thereof.
yeah.
So-
And I think anything that we could do both educationally as a commission to help people understand the direct link between road flooding and how much you keep on site, and think about, you know, maybe even we have some incentives, I don't know, it might be kind of an alternative way to get there, is if you can do certain things to get it stored even temporarily on site or directly infiltrated, you know, that helps out the overall city. So.
Thank you. Moving on.
All right, moving on. Next is refuse. And so the refuse fund, we are assuming a 5% increase in the refuse rate in fiscal year 25. And that rate is essentially allowing us to try to maintain balances over the long term. I'll talk about that more in a minute. Your budget does increase by about $500,000 between 24 and 25. And then we've programmed in, assuming every 2 years that you do some vehicle replacement. And so basically I got $500,000 in there every couple years for truck replacement and equipment replacement. And so the trajectory, got a consistent theme here, is on the refuse fund. You can see the 5% recommended in 25, and then in future years, we are looking at 3.5% or 4%. You are currently above that minimum target, but in this fund, we are showing that over, similar to water, you are spending down that cash balance. And if we don't do something higher than this, you would essentially fall below that balance. But I will say that we've looked at the refuse fund for a number of years, and this trajectory is just year over year has to some degree been pushed out. And so we anticipate it to go down, and it doesn't go down quite as much. So it's one to monitor. I don't know if you're going to necessarily have to do increases at these levels. But we do think it makes sense to do the 5% fiscal year 25.
That's only 58, 68, like $13 a year more.
Correct. You go from 258
Right.
to 271.
And will that prevent us from eating into our reserves?
You would
No.
use a little bit of reserve that year. Yep.
That's this.
Yeah,
this-
yeah.
Yeah. I'm just curious, and I guess you did say why. I'm curious that we would set up a scenario where we're clearly drawing the capital balance. We're on a trajectory to actually go below our 6 months. And I guess you're saying that that's true, but your experience is that we plot this graph every year for the last 5 years, and that we still seem to be above it. So somehow or other, we're doing okay.
Yeah, that's
Don't like that it's planned to go under, though.
I think the argument is historically, for some reason, we don't seem to go down as much as we predict. So somehow we're managing that one, and it works pretty well. And the crossing over is not, it's way out. We're at
right.
24 now, so it's 6-7 years out. So if it looks like we are getting closer, we'll adjust accordingly. For the moment, this is pretty good.
Yeah, and I guess the point is we would recommend obviously a 10-year adoption of a plan like this, but since you do generally look at it on an annual basis, it's something to monitor.
Miss May, are you gonna put your light on? Miss May, is your light?
Usually the percents aren't that big in the actual money out, but in this one it is.
Remember, that's an annual bill.
Right. So do residents pay 1/12 of that each month on their
No,
utility bill, or is that out
No.
of,
tax bill.
No, the way it works is it's on the non-ad valorem.
it's on the tax?
For residential, correct? So if
Okay.
you're 8
Right,
units or
tax bill.
less, it's residential, it's on non-ad valorem.
Yep.
9 or more is what you find on the fee schedule.
Okay, and then would it, and we'll talk about it up in day, forget.
Oh, excuse me.
Sorry. I do not want to go down the hole. I want to go down.
Good, thank you. It's 8:30, it's getting on 8:30. How we doing? Beach fund.
Beach fund. All right. So beach fund, your 2025 budget does have revenues increasing. That's primarily from parking fines and pool and beach rentals. In our assumptions, we've been planning year over year that at some point you're going to run out of capacity for parking. So we do assume the transactions grow, but we're holding that they only grow through fiscal year 27, that you essentially reach capacity in 2028. You do have some capital projects I've listed here. No additional borrowing is planned for the beach fund, but you do have existing debt service of about $500,000 per year. So we've run 2 different scenarios. The first scenario is just to show a status quo as it stands right now. So your parking meter rate, and that's generally the variable that we talk about each year, is currently $3 per hour. We've set up the model to be able to look at a different parking rate on the weekends versus the weekdays. But if you currently just kept your parking rate at $3, you can see that you would run out of cash and you drop below your target balance to where essentially you'd exhaust the fund in the future. And so in order to have a sustainable system, you'd want to increase the metered parking rate. And so we did run a scenario, and we could run additional scenarios. But this scenario we ran was to say, and based on a survey that staff had done, it looks like it's pretty common to have a parking rate during the week that's about $3.50, and on the weekends, $4. So obviously be $1 increase on the weekends, $3.50, so 50-cent increase during the week. And then essentially that would allow you to keep your parking meter rate constant. You do start to see some cash shortfalls in the future. But we've also built into this assumption that if you're a Lake Worth Beach resident, you'd get a 20% discount on your parking metered rate. And this is what the results look like with those assumptions. So we have, go ahead.
I'm letting him finish the sentence.
I was just going to say,
Malega, go ahead, David.
well, we could certainly, if you wanted to do a greater discount or a lesser discount, we weren't given guidance in terms of how much of a discount we put in 20%, because that would basically get the parking rate back down to about where it is currently.
Well, we have our yearly rate. What was it? It's 60 this year, and we're proposing it goes up to 65.
Yeah.
Ms. Malega, you-
My question is, how if they're paying the meter, does the meter know if they're a resident? That's my question.
Probably where they're cars registered.
No.
wait, what's your question?
We're giving a 20% discount on hourly meter rate. How does
Yeah,
the meter know
I
who
think it's-
lives
it's
where?
an odd,
Got
There you
it.
go,
yeah.
TNFK, Director of Leisure Services. So our wonderful parking manager, Carlos, has done some
Carlos.
research, and Park Mobile is able to tell. So what we do is they would give us our license plate in the parking department. It would be entered into the system. When they go to the machine at the beach, they punch it in, and then they automatically get the discount.
Okay, so if they're not parking in our assigned parking lots, but they're parking in a general one, we're still giving them a discount.
That's correct.
Based
Oh.
on the license plate.
Based on their license plate, which they would have to come and register at the parking office.
So they're not
Use
gonna,
that
even if they
because-
don't buy a parking sticker. even if they don't pay.
We still have the resident permit fees for the 60 spots that are,
Right, right,
that are
right.
available. This is in case.
In
those spots
addition.
are Fill,
Oh,
they can go to the park.
and this is new, isn't it?
Aren't we forward thinking?
Really? Right.
Okay, I have
Uh,
one more question.
We are, Carlos.
I want to make
Mhm.
sure that all of these scenarios that we're looking at are
cool.
including the increases to the salary from the comp and class study. All of that has been adjusted to the expenses, correct? All the salaries that are going up?
That's correct.
I believe
They're
that's
included.
that's budget, yes, which would have
Yep.
that in.
Okay,
Okay.
so when I'm looking at the overall expenses by type, and let's just use the beach fund because we're here. This increase, the increase to the staff and the positions that we're going to be filling is all included in these numbers.
I turn to my colleagues at finance. Is that included in this?
And this
Or
is
was
for
it the
every
current
fund. This
pay?
isn't just only just because it just hit me. I'm like, wait a minute, I need to make sure that we're including the increase in the comp and class that we're bringing people up to where they should be in pay. Because if that's not included, then we're going to be behind the 8 ball once this hits the real numbers.
So,
Does everybody understand? It's
Yeah,
really
yeah,
late
yeah,
and
yeah,
I'm
we
trying to get,
understand.
my-
No, we
I'm
understand.
trying to think through the,
yeah,
because if we're increasing $350,000 or $400,000 in a fund, I need to make sure that it's being absorbed in this new modeling.
and while we're waiting for that answer, I have a comment.
I'm not trying to throw out gotchas, by the way.
No, it's a good question. For years and years and years, when you got a parking permit, a resident parking permit, and I know we're doing it like, digitally now, but
Yes.
you got a sticker with the year on it and it was a different color. We want the stickers back. It's people have like 8 stickers from all the years and we did it one year and then we stopped doing it. So quality of life, pride in who we are, pride in our identity. I would like to bring the stickers back once a year
Stickers?
for different colors. No, they're not getting them.
We didn't get stickers.
I'd love to have the stickers back. I'd love to stay away from the stickers. It's
No.
just
I know you want to stay away from them. It's harder for you, but I believe that it's something that we,
Power and also the liability for duplicating those.
But
there was no liability.
I,
No,
I think
we
what
did
the
it-
mayor is proposing though is not that we actually use the stickers, we use the license plate, but we just print a bunch of stickers and
but people aren't getting them. Okay. Okay. So it's going to have the year on it and it's going to,
You can get
Yeah,
your
you
token
can-
sticker. It is available right now.
But your building's getting.
and if you missed a year, can you print some old ones?
retroactive.
Yeah. Cost you a little extra. Antique stickers.
Yeah, really, a lot of people, yeah.
It's a thing.
Okay, so let's give them automatically when they get a sticker. They don't even have to ask for it. When they get a resident parking tag, let's just give them a sticker.
Mail anything so that you're paying for
They
the
usually,
stamp.
most of our applications on.
Send them an email.
Somebody come get your sticker. Yeah.
Please tell them they
But
can.
they
have
are-
it.
Put it on social media, the new position.
Website.
Yes, we'll make
sure the
we'll make sure the communication gets out.
Thank you very much. People, and this is the kind of thing that seems perhaps annoying. But for the people in the cars and live here, that was my sister's got all the way down, and people do. So,
Realistically though, and I'm just gonna,
what?
I'm gonna go against the wind here, but we've made these stickers available and realistically, how many people have come in and requested them?
Well, they don't even know about it. It used to be automatic. You used to
But,
go in. get
but
your thing,
people
and get your
do know about it because we've had this conversation previously and we've made them available. And we print them and then like 6 people come
Oh,
and
yeah.
pick them up.
But I'll bet it only costs us $50 to print them. So
Right.
what the
Yeah.
heck?
I think if we get the word out, people have given up. They've just given up. Because I'll put that on social media.
Madam Mayor, while some of the other
What's
things
going
are,
on over here?
I think they're trying to figure out whether Vice Mayor Malega's question
Okay, but we
is
need
in.
to,
out.
we are being, this is being, we can't.
While that discussion is getting sorted out, because it is an important,
It's like a
Answer.
sidebar in a law, isn't that what you guys lawyer people call it? Sidebar?
Sidebar.
There you go.
And usually it's the judge or the person in charge that allows them, but the judge is here. ahead.
when this came up in our one-on-ones, one of the concerns I had about the weekend versus weekday having a different rate, now I see it's not very different, but still, was that many of our residents are folks that work, working folks, and they're probably only going to be able to take the family to the beach on the weekend. And we don't really want to make it harder for them to take them to the beach or more expensive if we can avoid it. I recognize that the resident discount helps with that a little bit, but it was a bit of a concern that focusing on the weekend does hit our residents probably harder than other people.
Not all.
Yeah, but if it's,
All right, wait, no,
The ones that,
got lights on.
we have probably the vast majority of people that live in Lake Worth do work, and so
So they,
their time is limited when they can go to the beach. So I guess I'd ask my colleagues to be conscious of that as we think about, do we want to make a different, since we have the ability to know who is parking, whether they're residents or not resident, that's built in if you're using either the meter or the app.
so you're suggesting keeping citizens on the weekday rate all the time, the 20% discount that they get for even on the weekends? Sounds like that's what you're saying.
That would be an option. I mean, there's a bazillion options,
Well-
but yeah, that would be a reasonable option. And maybe
Well-
we could, I don't know whether, well, the one thing that we might not know, although you might know, Carlos, is, do we have a sense from the existing data on the weekends, what percentage is resident license plates versus non-residents?
It's a 20-cent difference. It's 20 cents.
yeah,
So currently, we don't have that data, so once we implement the residential,
Right.
we will collect those data, maybe we'll know better in the future. Right now, what we got the data from is based on what Park Mobile has as an option. And as people travel down here, and they'll be able to see what kind of data is coming to Lake Worth and what's being used within the city. But once we implement this, we will be able to collect the real data.
Yeah, I'm very much of a fan of, since we're using technology to do the parking, let's make use of that to as fairly as possible set our rates and things.
Once we have that data,
Cool.
that will.
Great, thank you, Ms. Malega.
So it's a 20-cent difference between the weekday and the weekend, and if people are gonna go to the beach on the
50
weekend,
cents.
well, no, 40, if it's $4, they get a 20% discount. Yeah. They're 350.
60 cents. Right.
$3.75, it's a 15-cent difference.
So,
It's currently $3.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I'm looking at the increase.
Right.
Right. So let's put that aside. I would also like the weekend, I think we should be doing the same for holidays. Weekends should be the same as holidays. Because the holidays, to me, that's a no-brainer. It's a
Yeah, we get
captured
that.
audience.
By holidays, do you mean school holidays too? Like
Federal?
spring break
I mean,
and
how
Christmas
else?
break?
Columbus Day,
federal holidays.
Ah.
yeah. Not, I want to go fly a kite holiday. No. So I would like it to be weekend and holidays that we capture that, because again, it's, it's all about opportunity.
Mhm.
And Mr. Yannick, can you give us some clarity on my sidebar question? About the figures and all that?
I'm sorry, I was talking. What was the question again?
What are you gonna do in regards to all the supplemental money that we just
Yes,
talked
so
about?
once we incorporate the supplemental, we'll send it over to David and he'll update the revenue, his graphs.
So the supplemental's not in there, and I also would like to
Right.
see COLA over the
And
next,
COLA included as well, yes.
as part of our, future
Future cash
projections.
flows, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
All right, we do have a comparison just to get a sense that there are communities that do, everybody's in that $3 to $4 range. There are communities that do higher rates on the weekends. But this is just a survey of where you are currently versus other communities.
yes, they do. They really don't, right? Okay, what's next?
Okay. All right. So we're in the home stretch for Gulf Fund. Key assumptions in the Gulf Fund is that your budget does include 15.5% increase in revenues. Those are primarily from Gulf fees and other revenue sources that are increasing. We are anticipating that you're going to need to do some adjustments in the future to have a balanced budget. There is an increase in the 24 to 25 budget in golf, 277,000. And then significant for the size of the golf fund, significant $2.2 million of improvements have been identified. And really I've got a couple scenarios we're going to look at with and without capital. That's really one of the big drivers. So the first scenario here shows that 15.5% increase. And then we're projecting that with no capital, to maintain basically a sustainable fund, you'd need to do additional increases in golf fees of about 4% per year. And that would allow you to keep a balance above that 3-month minimum target for this governmental fund. You can see your revenues and expenses with those adjustments would be pretty closely aligned. So that's with no capital. But if we take that 2.2 million and try to fund it with cash, so just generate additional revenues within the golf fund, you'd need to do really sizable increases. Even if we spread out the capital over a couple of years, you would be drawing down significantly. If you think about it, you need to generate a tremendous amount of cash in order to pay for these improvements. And then in future years, that size capital doesn't still exist. So you draw the cash way down, and then you'd have building up surpluses, assuming you didn't reduce golf fees in the future. So if it's possible to do, one option would be to go ahead and issue debt, so do some borrowing for those capital projects. That would allow you to maintain that cash reserve, and you'd have to do, in addition to the 15.5, you could do 5% increases for several years in order to maintain the cash balance within the fund. So this one, again, is very, very much predicated on those capital investments, but we are showing that ultimately the golf fees are not covering the expenses within the system now or into the future.
Well, we had a surplus. Didn't we have a surplus last year? A net?
Yes, we did have a surplus of approximately 600,000.
Well,
Yes,
From the golf fund, so
Yes, from the golf
we
funds.
netted 600,000.
but I think he's incorporating the capital projects that
Right.
just have not been funded for the past few years. So he's basically saying if we were to fund those with the bond, we'll just have a one-time significant increase and then 5% on an annual basis. Or the other scenario I was explaining, if we come out of cash, then we will be basically using our fund balance.
Okay, so that's it. Okay.
Yeah.
What is the current, we, on the electric and the water, we had like, now it's this, but then it would be that with the increase. What are our current greens fee? I guess, what are we increasing? The greens fees? I mean, a round of golf to,
Yeah, they would be greens fees, they'd be golf rentals, or golf cart rentals. And Tiana could probably speak to the other revenue sources.
because I know that's going to be, say, why are we raising the rates if we haven't improved the?
I do have the rates for the golf rates, but I don't have what the percentage was. I apologize of what he was saying that it would be increased, but I do have the
current,
charge.
the current.
15%.
Yes, I have the current.
Okay.
Yeah, so the current rates, they fluctuate between different times, so it's
Right.
called dynamic pricing, so
Right.
certain times of day are more than others, so
Yep.
I do have those. I can provide them to you if you'd like me to bring them
If
forward.
you just say, just have some.
Like an estimate on a Monday to Friday, 7 to 12 is $32.71.
Per person per round for 18 holes, $30.
Which is nothing
Is that
compared to other golf
residential?
courses.
Is that resident or non-resident?
That's just in total.
General?
Yeah.
Wow, that's low.
Yeah.
And then it goes down like between 4 and 5, it goes all the way down to 18.
So I can go and pay $18 and do 18 holes, $1 a hole. All right, that's low.
I did inquire with my team, and it looked like the rates hadn't gone up for a couple years,
Right.
so. And they do go up, though. This is currently until season, they will go up at
Oh,
season.
yeah.
Right, right.
So those are just the summer
These
rates.
are the summer
Oh,
rates,
okay. I was
yes.
about to,
Ms. Malega?
Thank you. Do we offer resident rates during season?
Yeah.
at a
I
discount?
could look into that. That one I
We
don't
do.
know. I apologize.
Or, I mean, I know
I
that we're
think-
trying to make money, but I'm a big fan of giving veterans discounts as
Well,
well.
I think we do have a
We do
resident
have
rate.
the annual memberships. We do have the seasonal members and.
But I'm saying
rates
just
for
for a round,
residents.
if somebody wanted to pay or
I will
play
look into
around.
that.
My other question is more for Stan Tech. I'm looking again at this modeling for the golf fund. And currently, the golf fund has $2.232 million in needs. So on this last modeling, why wouldn't we show us, let's just say hypothetically, we went out and borrowed 2.5 million. I would
Yep.
I think that it would be good for us to see if we borrow 2.5 million to get this golf course up and functioning and being able to charge more, what that would look like instead of prolonging the needs of the golf course.
That is what this last one shows.
Well,
So-
but it shows, I mean, I'm looking at 27, in year 27, we're borrowing $1 million. So no, it's not, because I've got $2.2 million in needs right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So what's shown on the graph, the CIP spend down here at the bottom, that's the need. And then we're just showing that you'd borrow for it all. And then over to the right, you can now see you have new debts. You have debt service, which is this red. So that's the annual debt service. So this scenario does assume you're borrowing for the full need. And then you have annual debt service.
Okay, what's
the-
the amount? Because it just says capital projects are debt funded.
So the borrowing amount is the 2.2 million.
So that's totally funding the golf course needs.
Correct. Yep. It was the
Okay.
fairways. Yep. The greens. Yep.
So it's just not taking into account the new supplemental request for staff, COLA, and some of the other stuff that we just talked about.
It's the physical
Correct.
thing
Okay.
of the golf
Mhm.
course. And my thought is that we're sort of looking at the golf course, like we're sitting here right now, we're looking at, okay, if we get $2.2 million, will that bring us to like what the golf course should be? At the same time, aren't we having a survey done of what the golf course needs, really? And I've been looking at we've talked about alternatives to the golf course to change it up a little bit. So, and it's frustrating because we talk about it, but we never really get anywhere. So that's just, I'm just saying that out loud because I don't know where to go with that, because I'd like to see something make it, I mean, that is the most amazing asset that we have, and I'd really like to make it more than what it is.
You didn't
now.
hear Mr. Diaz is gonna get with Mr. Caruso. And there's
I'm
there's
meeting with
gonna
Mr.
be a
Caruso
big
tomorrow.
request pool going in.
So
We're here for it.
we're working on it. Mr. Diaz.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up because this would be a really good future conversation because we've talked a lot about the potential of the golf course, like coupling the improvement of the golf course with Living Shoreline project, which could get us money from elsewhere. But I think we need to maybe like pump the brakes a little bit and not get too excited, because I think a critical first step, and it is only recently, I'm not a golfer, and I've recently learned a lot about what a golf pro even does for a golf course, and that's like the next very key step. We need that golf pro
To get in
'cause-
here and let him figure out. a little
because
bit,
then
yeah.
we can say, okay, this is what we need, or her, yeah, and
her.
so I'm really excited about that. That's a big step. The more I learn about that, the more that person can sit down and be
'Cause
like,
we have not had a golf pro.
yeah, to bring it all together.
Right.
We had a manager that was there. He was great. We're having a new manager, and we can definitely revisit the golf conversation
Yeah.
in the future.
Yeah, so so in terms of anticipating borrowing 2.5 million, like my question is like, what will we do with that? Because we don't really have a plan to do with it. So if we look at, and I think we do have to increase, I hate to say it, but especially to, we funded the golf cart path improvements, which is a big step. I think that some of the stuff that we need to do at the golf course, and I'm going to do another tour with the ladies,
Yes.
is painting the bathrooms up, making it more user friendly.
Yes.
Well, they're ugly. They could be prettier. I mean, really, painting everything with beige paint really doesn't make it, oh, I want to go there. So that kind, small upgrade, paint is not expensive, right? So, so that's what I'm thinking. Instead of anticipating borrowing it without a plan, let's go forward with increases to maintain what we've got and
Yes.
be able to improve it somewhat. We on the same page?
Keep it safe, yeah.
Miss Malega.
Since you're up here and we're talking golf, I noticed on the CIP that there's not a new golf sign with a new name and a new logo.
Yeah. I do have follow-up questions for you on that. I took
Okay.
some pictures today and I was wondering where the location is that you wanted that. Is it-
The big one that's facing the bridge that doesn't say Lake Worth Beach, it says Lake Worth with the old logo.
That one. Got it.
That's
Okay.
everybody sees when they come down the
Yes.
bridge.
Okay.
I would love for to
I
see that
fought
in
for
the
the hedges.
CIP.
When I got elected, I.
At least with the right name and logo would be good.
The, we're not supposed to have chain link fences, although it's chain link fence all the way down. But one thing I've stamped my foot is that we have now a hedge for part of it that hides it a little bit. And it's being
Yes.
well maintained. I was grateful for the hedge. It's the little things. Okay, so what are we doing?
We are moving to the general fund if,
Yep,
Dave's
final
okay with
slide.
that.
Yep.
And
So,
that's
but are we raising the golf rates? I mean, where are we at with that?
Tiana, did you have something in here we can revisit that? Yeah, you don't have that in the current fee schedule changes at this
I
time.
did not have that in the fee schedule changes for this time, but we can revisit that.
Okay.
Well, it says
15.5%.
That's just.
Right, right.
I
Right.
can, as a team,
You'll
we
get
can
that.
look at comparison of what other rates are for other golf courses in the surrounding area, much like we did with parking and the other fees that we have. So we can look into that and come back to you.
Mr. Brown, would you like to say something?
I would.
Well, you go
As
right
far as
ahead.
the golf course,
Yeah.
you have what, 6 people on Friday
Yes.
for Golf Pro? She's going to be interviewing.
Mhm.
Big plans. Obviously you mentioned the car paths and stuff, but there are a lot of really
Other.
amazing things that I think we're right on the cusp of. Obviously, when some of these things take place, our fees can significantly increase because you're really going to enhance the experience if you're golfing on our course. And I think a lot of that, the key is going to be bringing in someone who has that vision as well as being a golf pro, and just it's more than just a course manager.
Right.
So I think in the past it's kind of been not having maybe the proper personnel in place to kind of take this where it needs to go. But kind of like with other fees that we've had,
Mhm.
like cemetery or something like that, you kind of get to a point where you're almost at a ceiling where you really can't go much further than you currently are because of what you're offering as far as amenities and everything else. But when you make a few changes, you're able to excel past those current fees.
So are you suggesting no fee increase?
I'm just throwing that out there, just letting you know what is upcoming. It's an exciting time.
Right, and but in, the meeting that we had with that gentleman, I'd like to see a very expansive look at that, at the course. I mean, yeah.
Yes.
So
With the right team, we'll be charging forward with that golf.
I'd like to meet with, to get him involved, because he's waiting. He's like, what happened? And also, can't we increase them a little bit this year? I mean, especially for non-residents?
That's we can
It's
definitely
hard
look at
without without the
neighbor-
numbers in front of us. It was a 15.5% raise on the non-resident winter fee season, which we don't have that number. So you're gonna come back with those numbers at the next one?
Yes, we'll do like similar what we did with other
Perfect, thank
municipalities
you.
with the other.
That'll be
divisions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right.
All right, so the last fund is the general fund.
Mhm.
And assumptions are shown here. You've had continued property value growth, averaged about 14% over the past 5 years. We've included the 2025 numbers for property value growth. And then we are assuming that you're going to continue to see property value growth in the future.
Let's hope.
Another big component of revenues for a general fund is franchise fees, make up about 19% of the revenues for a general fund. And that is represented as 8% of revenues from each of the enterprise funds. And so what we're showing is in our projections that expenses and revenues are in alignment. Your costs are going up, but you're also seeing increased revenue due to increased property values. And so pretty straightforward. We're assuming no millage rate adjustments going forward. You can see the 5% property value increase that we're assuming. You're above that 3-month target for the governmental funds. and your revenues and expenditures, assuming that 5% property value growth are right in alignment. So things look consistent, and this is pretty consistent with what we saw last year.
And why do we use 3 months for this one, but we've used 6 months for most other funds?
So we did go back to a fund balance policy. So our fund balance for the governmental funds, which would be the general fund, the beach fund, et cetera, is 25% of prior year expenditures. So 25% technically in months is 3 months.
25% of our.
Initially, I thought it was 6 months as well, but when we went back to a fund balance policy, which was approved, I believe, 3 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago, it's set at 25% of prior year's expenditures for that
Which
particular
is
fund.
3
Yes,
months.
which is
Okay.
about 3 months, yes.
Okay, Ms. May.
I just want to say for the record that us Riviera Beach and one of the cities out west are the highest for Texas. So we would not necessarily be dialing into keeping it at 5.4945 because we make that determination yearly, right?
Yeah.
So we can consider, bringing down the taxes, the millage rate if that would work financially as well, right? I like the extra money too, but I don't want to be the highest taxed municipality in Palm Beach County either.
It's, the millage is the highest, but the actual tax
Ms.
bill
Malega
is
had her
not.
light on.
Yeah.
Ms. Malega?
Thank you. And I hear you, Commissioner May, because that was something that, I was
It's
gung ho on
21%.
a couple of years ago, but unlike like Delray Beach just announced that they're lowering their millage. Well, then they also said they're cutting their services at the exact same time. So, we're trying to elevate our level of service and give the people in the city of Lake Worth Beach who have dedicated years and time to the city, the level of service they deserve. So as long as we're still able to deliver and keep improving things like golf courses and roads and sidewalks. I mean, if our city looked like it was paved in platinum, I would be like, hey, let's talk about lowering the millage. But right now, I just don't see that in our near future.
I
Unless,
don't either. I'm just saying, putting it on record that we will be looking at this every year as we improve our
We
city.
do every year.
Yes.
Yeah. It's one of the things we do. We have to set the millage rate every year. Okay. Okay. Where's that $1 billion lottery I bought that ticket for? Okay, so what's next?
question.
Can we go home now?
We are actually moving on to the CIP.
Mr. Brown's got his light on. Oh, I said that with all sincerity.
I was just about to say, so this was originally scheduled till 9 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
We are at the last portion now, which is the CIP. So if it would please you, staff would like to proceed and knock out the last item we have on the agenda here. But obviously it's up to you and the commission, whether you would like to come back at a later date or push through.
how much time are we anticipating?
Right.
That depends on you all.
I
I'm gonna say
motion
something.
that we extend the meeting for an hour.
Okay, because the other thing I'm saying, it's, we've been at this for 4 hours now. And we get a little cranky and tired and not as much work gets done. If everyone if people want to keep going.
I'd be okay with pushing this off and figure we've been here, 4 hours now?
Mr. Diaz and Ms.
Getting
Blake,
hungry.
I made a motion.
you know,
I mean, I guess we're discussing this, but
did you make an actual motion?
I made a motion, but nobody
Is
seconded
there a
it, so
second?
it doesn't
What-
No
matter.
motions at a work session.
Yeah,
No.
we're discussing.
We're discussing, my bad.
but on maybe Commissioner May and I are so far on the same side, but the thing, the arguing about extension as well is last budget session, we had it seemed like 19 different sessions, and we're trying to be a little bit more efficient. So
Well, I don't know
um,
why we canceled the full day that we had planned. I don't know what happened to that, because that would be a nice.
Lack of popular enthusiasm?
Well, I mean, it's hard to.
I'm okay with staying until 10 o'clock.
It was scheduled.
I mean, if staff is
Yeah.
here and they're prepared and they've been hanging out
Yeah, I
this
mean, we'll
long,
go
let's
forward.
rip this Band-Aid off.
This is such a big thing. though.
throw some salt in the wound while
Yeah.
we're here.
This is, I think.
we're not
start
going through it
with
line
this.
by line.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
give us a little bit of leniency if we babble and we're starting to,
Yeah,
you know,
no
muddle our words.
This is a
and-
huge project.
I'll
We're starting at
wrangle us
9 o'clock at night.
Okay.
No rabbit holes.
So there was
Okay.
a motion to extend it for an hour. There was there?
No, we can't do motions. It's,
Oh, it's a workshop, right? Consensus to do an hour.
my vote would be with the mayor that we put this at the front of the next meeting.
You need to take that attitude. That's very nice. Thank you, Ms. Malega. See, jokes
That's,
are less funny at 9.
So I'm good.
Well, you're not that good.
Thank you for allowing us to continue. So we are going to look at the capital. I am going to try to move us through quickly. It's page 1 to 4 in your capital book. These are projects you saw in your 101. These are recommendations, and we're definitely able to take direction. That's part of why we want to continue in case there's updated direction. So I'll start with the governmental funds. As you recall, we asked staff to do a scoring, and then it was low, medium, high based on risk, based on necessity. And so those first projects for the general fund, the general governmental fund, there's 28,565,000 in projects. 2 are low, the bistro lighting and the city hall annex. 1 is high, the K Street parking garage Wimota. Those are all unfunded. However, that K Street parking garage Wimota, I believe, there is potential grant funding. Is that the one that there's? No.
No, we'll be going out for a
Oh,
bond.
that's right,
if-
bond for that one. But grant funding, they're looking into the grant funding for the city hall annex. So those are unfunded at this time.
Okay, I have a question about the bistro lighting. We're talking about just on John Rice Way.
No, this was actually for all of downtown. This actually went back to when post-COVID, when they were still trying to push out grants for things that would bring more people outside. So just like some of the other things here, if you're looking for grant funding, if it's not listed in your 5-year CIP, you're not going to get funding. So a lot of these that you see that show no funding sources, they're on here specifically because we are looking for certain grants. So they need to be listed here. But that was more than just for John Rice Way. That was for pretty much all downtown and looking at different designs.
So are we applying for a grant for that? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. That's on there because we're looking for grant funding for that.
Mayor, if you
Yeah,
look at
for
page
bistro lighting.
13 of 119,
Yeah.
it shows you the streets. Page 13 of 119.
And that's another thing. For each one of these projects, it's listed as you go through the book. You'll actually see the detail for each one of these projects.
Right. No, we've been through the
Yeah,
book. I just was unsure about that. Yeah, I have. I mean, I have that. I know that. But okay, but have we applied for a grant or are we thinking about applying for a grant?
Year before last, we did put in for one. We did not get it. So we're always looking for different grants, but we currently are not applying for a grant for this now.
Well, because I think
Just been identifying.
personally, I think that's something we shouldn't just drop. I think that one of the things that we talk about is bringing people downtown, making
Mhm.
them feel safe, making it feel like a friendly place to be. I mean, if it was just John Rice Way, I thought $65,000 was a lot of money. I mean, what if we just did funded for just that one strip?
Well, keep in mind that 65, that would be basically just for the design because yeah,
The whole, no, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be cranky
we
now.
live in South Florida where we have hurricane season for
So
like
what
if you
about
look
a
at
hurricane comes, like I go out my backyard,
Mhm.
take them down.
If you look at what like Fort Lauderdale and some of the other cities that have done this type of thing, like your actual poles have to be to hurricane standard. You have to that all has to be designed,
Can't
like the
you
tension
think
for
of
the
them-
wires
Get
and
permission from the property owners to hang them off of the buildings is what my thought was. There we go.
on the privately owned
On-
buildings
yeah.
and string them from building to building.
Yeah, that was my thought. If we can get, permission from them.
The liability in that, should we damage those buildings, is why you typically would have freestanding, and not be touching private properties. But because of the wires and the tension and everything that has to be done for those types of projects, that is something that needs to be designed properly. So you don't have to do what you were talking about, which is basically put them up, pull them down anytime we have storms and stuff coming. Because that just adds to staff time and hurricane prep and everything else.
Well, they're just, and again, I'm cranky, I admit it. But it just seems like it's another way to say no. So we're not,
For-
you know, I mean, I think it's something that would really enhance our downtown. Number one, it would bring extra light to downtown and make a more festive feeling. And again, I'm just my own personal feeling. I think that was something, it's not that much money that we could somehow find funding for. 'Cause-
Well, that's why it's still listed on here.
But we haven't applied for, there's nothing, so it's on a list and we haven't done anything about it. We haven't applied for a grant.
We did year before last, and we're constantly looking for opportunities that would actually fit this particular project, grant opportunities.
I'm very unhappy about
If
it.
there are none
Is this
available.
for just, is this for all of, I'm sorry, I had to go to the bathroom, but is this just for the John?
No, on page 13, it's the north-south streets through downtown.
It's
Yeah.
more than just. John.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
and your concern was your city manager was,
I mean, I'm looking at the picture and
It's
it's from
attached.
building to building.
it's building, real, and I've seen that, I saw it in Washington, I've seen it, we've all seen pictures of it other places. None of us, when we looked at it, said, oh my gosh, I wonder what the liability is to connect it to these buildings, because we just looked at it and it looked cool.
Mhm.
But yeah, that is an issue. Those aren't our buildings.
Correct.
I don't know how that works.
If you look at like Clematis and some of the streets, they're not strung to the actual private properties.
What do they string them? Do they set up a scaffolding on each side outside of the?
They're basically
property?
independent poles. Yeah.
Mhm.
Proper way to do it. But again, it's listed because we are consistently looking for funding for a lot of these projects that are listed on here that show no funding sources.
Stainless steel aisle bolts with people's names on them that they get to buy them to put them in the building. I don't know.
So it's not gonna happen because there's no grants. Okay, next.
Okay, we're on to the cemeteries, both Pinecrest Cemetery Mausoleum and Pinecrest Cemetery Fencing Gate. Around 1.8 million. Currently, it's unfunded.
Ms. Malega,
Thank you for bringing this up. I would like to have consensus to try to ask for, money from the legislature for the 1.3 million for the mausoleum. And fund the fencing for the Pinecrest Cemetery. I'm sure that all of us have received and reviewed the emails that Mr. Brown has sent in regards to the disrespect to Pinecrest that's been happening and the staff repairs to all the headstones. And this is an issue that we need to address. So I don't know what the funds look like that we have or
Actually-
how we can address it, but I think that this needs to be talked about.
it gets more beat up than Banks does. I mean,
It's
yeah.
awful.
Miss May and then, Mr. Diaz.
I just want to piggyback the vice mayor, and I do believe that there, didn't you say that there was a request for, I don't know the word, for somebody to come in and do it? Thank you. An RFQ or P went out to get the funding, to get the, somebody to come back, but to do both cemeteries.
So
We're gonna get pricing for both.
what was approved was IA Banks.
Correct.
And we had to, because of the cost, we had to put that out for bid, which went out yesterday.
Did you add this on?
So what we did
For
was
pricing?
we have IA Banks is what we got funded for.
Right.
That's what we went on for. And sometimes you can actually put an alternative when you put out RFPs and everything. We do have an alternative in there because we know the linear footage of Pinecrest, what that would cost as well. So should going through the budget process, this be something you guys would like to do? We already have pricing for it, so we're not gonna have to go out again for separate RFP. So that was just kind of, sometimes we have those alternatives.
No, and I think that's great because I agree. I mean, the amount of money that we're gonna be spending repairing
Right.
the cemetery, we can put into the fence and we don't have to do as much repairs. Plus, it's completely
They drive in the
disrespectful.
fence.
It's just, it's unbelievable that people are
Yeah,
literally
it's crazy.
kicking over tombstones. And, I know that when we went to go vote for this, there were some residents too, maybe that reached out and said, we don't want to fence that cemetery. But at this point,
Mhm.
the need outweighs those two people. We have to get this fenced.
And visually, I think it'd be on.
I think it'll look nice too. Yeah, but I think that I would like to add that to make it a priority,
Find
absolutely.
funding.
Find
Get it.
funding.
It's on medium. Mr. Diaz and Mr. McBoy.
So we had discussed the mausoleum before as a legislative ask. So you want to do another legislative ask for defense? I think I'm okay with that, but can we up that and do not just ask for not just defense, but also like clean up and fixing up the cemetery. I think now with the historic designation, that would be a very reasonable thing to lobby for.
I think that the mausoleum should be the ask, but I'm hoping that we can find the 500,000 or whatever the new estimate comes in from the budget to put in the
Somewhere.
fence regardless of legislative ask.
Legislative ask or not.
Yeah,
Okay.
because the disrespect and the repairs that we've been doing and people parking on headstones, it's just gotten out of control.
Yeah, we need to do it. Wasn't there some talk about a possible private partnership with the mausoleum? Well, there was one person that you spoke with, I know, but is that not something that we could?
No, somebody had said that they would consider donating, but that didn't go.
No, but I'm wondering, because it is a moneymaker. I mean, to get it up there, I don't know. And what, the 20 million for the City Hall Annex, did we talk about that?
So that is a grant that
Okay.
Tiana as well as
Oh.
Alyssa, yeah, that's something they're working
Okay,
on.
thanks. I just missed it. No, so I think we have consensus with the fencing to go forward on the fencing. To Mr. McBoy, you have your light on?
I do have my light on. I have looked at cemeteries, various places, and had people spontaneously send me things, and there are lots of cemeteries that do not have metal fencing around them. I personally like I don't particularly care for the look of the metal fencing. I hear the concern about traffic going through, and obviously people driving over headstones is like totally no go. I guess my question would be, have we looked at other alternatives? The one that always comes to mind to me that I think a lot of people like the look for Lake Worth is the split rail fence, wood fences, which, can you drive through them? Yes. Can you drive through a metal fence? Think of the Gray Mockingbird garden where people went right through a metal fence and so far through that then did in a lot of the mural that was on the building there. So, are we going to build a fence that would keep out everybody who wants to drive through? No, we're not. Then the question would be and I have no idea what the cost of split rail is. I know you're concerned about maintenance, but there's going to be maintenance on whatever it is to some degree. I would be interested to at least see a cost estimate of what would split rail plus something to go over the driveways. What would that look like for cost?
Well, we did one at the Royal Poinciana Park, was probably the most recent split rail we did. I'd have to look and see what the linear footage cost was for that. I
think in terms of,
I believe they're similar as far as cost, because the labor to actually install the split rail, especially the one like at Royal Poinciana, and you have to set everything in concrete and everything. It's not cheap. So it's not a cheaper
We had
option.
talked about that.
Yeah, it's not a cheaper option. The other one that someone had brought up last time was the chain, like
Right.
kind of doing posts, but it's the same thing. It's not, you're not saving anything as far as cost is concerned, because the labor to do that many linear footage is still substantial, even with an auger.
And I have a question for Ms. Malega. When we talk about the metal fence, gates at night so people can't go in? Okay, I mean, to me, that split rail wouldn't cover that function. And are people coming in at night?
Yeah, and this would
Right.
and this would be treated just like any other city parks. It would be dawn to dusk,
Okay.
so no one really should be in there after dusk anyway. But
And we can say, get out of the park. It's closed.
I was gonna say too, I did call Jamie like a year ago. I saw the cemetery that had nice tall hedges. And I was like, Jamie, what if we did hedges? He's like, you are killing me. Do you know how much more money that would cost? I'm like,
And upkeep and everything.
that's what he's like, no, that's not an alternative. So I've been trying to find us, more aesthetically
Lantana.
pleasing.
Just put a fence around there.
They just put a fence and gate. I gave the information to Jamie because of course I had to ask the mayor.
Which one?
Lantana Cemetery.
Lantana.
They put, they did like
What's
almost
that?
like a pillar.
Yeah.
And then did metal in between the pillars.
Right.
And I did give Jamie that information because I thought maybe we could just piggyback off of their contract. I gave that to him when they first put it
Okay.
up.
No, looks good. Okay, so we're gonna try to move up this fencing for the gate and the gate. And somehow funded for the general fund? That,
well, that was my next question. Because
who's printing money?
there's this blank, a lot of blank columns after that. So specific, I know you said we want to try and fund it from, does anyone have any?
Or could we do ARPA funds?
I think it would be
Well-
good if we could get through all the projects.
Yeah.
Allow us to get to the capital, because if you're going to start moving things around, you'll see the whole picture. So
Okay,
if you would
But
just. if
can you
that's
correct
okay?
me? It was on the penny sales tax presentation you guys had done at one time.
Not this,
No.
not this project, not the Pinecrest. It was the IA banks that we funded with penny sales tax.
I thought it was
Now,
both. Okay.
Remember that the penny sales tax, it's expiring the end of December 2025, and we want to save whatever we have left there for future road projects. So to the mayor's point, this would have to come from the general fund, use of fund balance, if the diocese approves this project.
Okay. Recreation.
So we need a consensus of.
No, that's okay. If you want to use fund balance, then we can take that direction. If you wanted to use ARPA, then we'd have to.
But we need to go through the
look at,
whole. there's
we'd
a
have to
lot.
look at where we're pulling it
Right.
from.
Yeah.
So that's the.
Plus, we don't know that it's gonna be $500,000 if we piggyback it on the IA banks one.
We'll have a better idea once that.
Yeah.
What is the fund balance right now for general?
It's about 15, close to 14, between 14, 15 million.
Okay.
Which is way above, the target, 3 months.
So we have a little money to.
There's a little cushion there. Yes.
Okay, thank you. My
Recreation,
apologies.
resodding, Memorial Park, Howard Park, Greenfield resod.
Yes, so you can see all of those are unfunded for a total of about 1,746. However, we have two that are funded. It's the Mansell Ball Field lighting upgrades, the north side for 390,000. That is coming from restricted ARPA funds currently. And then there's the Youth Empowerment Learning Center improvements. That's actually 1701 Wingfield Street. We'll update that one. And
And how's
that,
that being funded?
that's coming from CDBG. It's
CDBG.
actually 301,586. So that amount will be updated and the total amount's being covered from CDBG. So you can see those are all unfunded again, except for the Mansell Ball Field lighting for restricted ARPA. And if you remember, there's a contract for that one. If we don't get the lighting updated, we may have to adjust the
Right,
contract.
because
So
of
just
the,
wanted to
they
know that.
rent the field. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if I may add to that, anything that you see being funded by restricted ARPA is just a suggestion from management, just.
We've not,
right,
we've not done
just
it
the
yet.
Final decision will come from the dice.
When we talk about, I did a little drive around the other day to the different parks and looked at the different things. And again, I'm going to say it again, like the South Bryan Park Pavilion. I mean, structurally, they're fine. I think that, when you look at the back of our annex building with all the different, the murals and the colors and stuff, I think something like that, like paint, again, we apparently got a really big batch of beige paint and decided that the city was going to be beige. But what if we did something, I mean, because again, they're structurally sound, the roofs are in good shape, the bathrooms work, they're just been there for a long time. So what if we did something which was a lot more, not $150,000, but 10 gallons of paint and have a beautiful kind of design and it'll look refreshed. It won't be expensive. I mean, what was the idea of, what was the concept of, it says, pavilion renovations, but what
There's a
is,
project worksheet. Let me just look, see what. page
yeah,
that's
okay, what
on.
page is that on? Thank you for pointing that out.
No problem.
Oh,
I have to
God,
look
I'm
at it
so
myself
beyond
to see
my-
what those. Recommendations are.
Let's see.
Page 33.
Yep, I just got there. Thank you. South Bryan Park.
Books, actually put like a page number
Yeah.
like next to the project, so it's
Yes.
easy to kind of pull those right
Yes,
up.
we had someone else recommend that. We can definitely do that.
And then the other thing was the Sunset Ridge Park.
So if we go to that one, it looks like it says, just try renovation, high quality amenities for park users.
Which one are you looking at?
Jamie or Director McCabe would want to reference what all that would
It's
involve.
three.
That's South Bryan Park.
This is South Bryan Park, page 33 of 119,
Right.
and it's showing the pavilion need of a new roof and renovated bathroom amenities.
Yes, they are in need of some new love. The bathrooms, they're really run.
Like new toilets, new sinks.
New toilets, new sinks, new soap dispensers, mirrors, all the
Uh-huh.
things. And the roof.
Does the roof, because we have low priority on this one. I mean, is the roof
It's a medium.
a medium? Okay.
It is our most utilized park on the water as well.
Mhm.
So that was why we put that as a medium. If we were gonna choose to renovate any of them and
Right.
do upgrades to any of them, that is our most utilized.
How bad is the roof? Is it leaking?
I can follow up with you on that one, on the
Yeah.
leaking. I'm not sure. Have you ever heard, city manager, if it's been leaking roof? I would assume so.
Page 33,
South
Bryant
Bryant
Park.
Park.
Yes, it does leak. We've done multiple repairs on that roof.
So. Well. And we have no idea where to fund it.
Hopes and prayers, Mayor.
I know. You have it's in my thoughts and prayers.
So
I see that. I'll be right with you. Okay, so it definitely needs a new roof and it needs new soap dispensers and toilets. And I mean, it's 2
Okay.
toilets, 2 sinks and 2 soap dispensers.
What we would do would just be a complete renovation of those bathrooms because they are, if you haven't been in there,
I have.
but yeah. Typically what we do when we do that, we actually get rid of that old grimy tile. We redo the walls, tile on the floor, the bathrooms. We'd have to look and see what the dividers are. Typically the dividers are in rough shape as well.
There's no
Those get
dividers.
upgraded.
There's only one, it's a 1-holer.
Oh, the singles. Okay. The sinks usually, countertops, everything. Like it's a complete overhaul because a lot of those bathrooms we have in some of our pavilions are, yeah, they're
So
not.
people can have sex and do drugs in nicer bathrooms. Sorry.
I wasn't gonna say that.
Well, it's true. I mean, that's. Mr. McBoy?
Just a little one on, and I guess it applies to a number of the pavilions around town. If we ever find money and do any of these things, I would love it if we had dual lighting system. One is the sort of security when really not any activity is going on it, and that can be, jailhouse industrial,
At
scare
night.
people away at night or whatever it
But then
is.
aren't you worried
But
about
then have a way to turn that off during an event and have some nicer, friendly lighting that makes it actually a nice place for the lighting, because the lighting is very industrial in a lot of these, and the color temperature is not particularly pleasant. The glare is not particularly pleasant. And I hear the need for security lighting. I get that, and that should be there. I wouldn't take that away, but supplement it with a way to, for an event, have it be a little nicer.
Okay, so
And I
you-
think that's relatively inexpensive.
Are you
I think.
suggesting night lights on all night?
I don't know what we do now with the security lighting. I would do whatever is advised for security. For that lighting, I don't think it matters that much what it looks like. It's to have the ability to have some more pleasant lighting
Okay.
on
Mr.
for
Legan?
events.
I know that there was some conversation on. I just heard you say the bathrooms, you were doing some, it was gonna go somewhere with the bathrooms. I had
This is what
we had it-
happens after
Oh.
9.
When we do bathrooms, I brought this up to Tiana when we had the amazing ribbon cutting for,
The one,
Harold Graham's
yeah.
Park. We have a lot of littles that use the park, and I would love for our bathrooms to have the fold down step stools that are attached to the sidewall, so the little ones can wash their hands. So if we could add that to the
Good idea.
renovations of our bathrooms, that would be fabulous.
And if we're doing new toilets,
Thank you.
let's make them high toilets so that.
You want
they're-
bidets?
No, I don't want a bidet, but I want a toilet that you're not like in 6th grade. Well, you're short.
You're not tall.
Right? Do you understand what I'm talking about? Right?
Picking up
Yeah, I mean, really, because
now.
that's, in terms of a handicap, I mean, it's
Yeah.
not necessary, but really it does, that with a grab bar makes a big, big difference. If we can ever find the, money for it, for any of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I really we're getting like nowhere, okay.
Any more questions?
I mean, so we have all these projects with no money, so are we gonna say, let's spend no money on this one before we spend no money on that one? I don't,
Well, can we recommend general fund, or is that what you want from us, Yannick?
Well, first we need to, so which project are we looking to fund?
well,
On the recreation? Is it the pavilion?
The pavilion.
Okay. Is
and I
that-
mean, Sunset Ridge is also on here, and for that one, It's low, but I think if we could doll it up with some paint, we could make it look
Similar.
prettier, yeah.
Similar.
Okay, Ms. May,
Just one project from there?
I'm sorry, what?
Just this one project?
Well, apparently we're talking right now about South Bryan Park, $150,000.
That's
Playground
100.
Or the pavilion?
The what?
The South Bride is 100,000.
100.
$100,000.
The
Okay,
pavilion
right.
renovations for 100,000?
You can get a roof and everything else for 100,000?
Yeah, for the pavilion.
As long as there's no design.
And when you
Um,
said the south, I just have a north structure of South, is that structure over the exercise equipment?
No,
Playground.
it's the playground.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question about the sodding? Do we have a schedule for sodding our fields?
For how often it needs to be done.
Yeah,
Yes, so from my notes here, it states that they need to
Just
be
throw that out there.
resodded, I believe it's every 5 years, just one moment.
that's one question. And the other question is, these are fields that are rented.
Yes,
Are they also used? I don't want to use the word illegally, but in an unrented manner?
some
It's
of
called
them are.
informal.
It,
Some of
thank
them-
you, informal.
Called
We
using a
do our best
park.
to try to mitigate that from happening.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if we're resodding it because every Saturday everyone's gonna play on it for free, either we need to start charging them or not sod it.
Well, if
know-
you're not gonna charge, you have to fence the entire area, because the north ball fields in particular are used every week for soccer.
And
Yes. That
I-
Howard
Right,
Park-
and I want people exercising by all means. I mean, it's go out and play. But how do we make it, A, God forbid somebody get hurt, B, that it goes through the proper channels, because if if the adult kickball league has to go pay to use it and then this group doesn't, that's not equitable.
Yes, that is a challenge we've been running into as well with people using fields that are not permitting them. So we do currently have some fields that we do have, like Sunset right now. We're giving it a little bit of time. We've done some patching, sodding, so we're giving it a little bit of time to
And it's
grow,
fenced in.
and
You
it's
can,
fenced in.
yeah.
Okay,
We do have
so-
some fields that we are able to do that with. and
Okay.
Howard is one of them.
Okay, yeah, I would definitely want it to be the ones that we know for sure are being used in a responsible way.
Yes, we do have that.
Not that
ability
it's
to do
not
that.
fun to go play every Saturday, and I do think that's great. I just want to make sure if we're gonna resod it, that it doesn't get destroyed before the next time it's supposed to be resodded.
That's right.
That's my point.
The north side, the north side of, the north side of 22nd, those ball fields, that's a lot where that's being used for informal soccer games.
Yes.
Mr. McBoy?
I was just going to say, as an observer of the multipurpose field at Sunset Ridge Park, it is fenced. It has been. I know it from before it was fenced. It did get fenced at some point, and there was some involvement of some outside non-city group that I don't fully know all the details, but the fencing is not fully effective, and I suspect your staff will tell you that they spend a good deal of time refixing the
Yes.
fencing.
People tear it down?
Well, they don't
Cut
tear it
it.
down, but they open it up enough that they can use it, and I don't know what to do about it. I think it's a good idea to use the fields, and, that's what we ought to have them for. If they're not perfectly sodded, but people can still play on them, why not?
But didn't we rent out Sunset Ridge for things like
Soccer.
soccer? Yeah.
Yes.
It gets
Right,
used for both rented soccer and non-rented soccer.
Right, but if you're gonna rent a field, you want one that is in good shape. Otherwise, you're gonna go to a different community and rent a different field.
So what are we doing? Another thing we're not
I
funding.
think we're going.
Ma'am.
I think.
I
it's
just
enough.
want you
Ms.
guys to,
Noriega?
thank you. I just want you guys to remember all this conversation when I brought up the park rangers, because I'm sure Mr. Brown can tell you how much money we have spent repairing
But-
Royal
park
Point
ranger-
Sienna. Hang on, let
Go
me
ahead, I'm
finish,
sorry.
please.
Go ahead.
Royal Point Sienna has been abused by people who come in from the outside. And I personally have kicked large groups of people out of Howard Park on Sunday for having organized sports that did not have a permit. And so just keep this in mind, that these dollars and cents that we have to keep putting into our parks is because they're not manned and they're not protected. That's all.
But
That's all I got.
that's fine, but you can't have, I can tell you, I mean, from one, see, you would have to have somebody there continuously. And not only that, it's big enough that if you had somebody on the north side of the park or the south side of the park, they'd go on the other side. It's not a practical, the fence isn't very practical, and having a park ranger, I don't think would do the trick.
Is it going
And-
to be in one place at one time?
Exactly, and hard to be even on all sides of that one park, and that's, and we got a bunch of parks. Maybe not as many as we need, but we have a number, so realism, I think, is important there.
So from page one of 119 pages.
Oh.
No, we're only gonna look at
Yeah,
the
there's
first
just
four.
slide
I know,
from
I'm
1 to
being
4, yes, the
facetious.
other additional pages
Um,
of the worksheet.
So, but, okay, so let's look at, Pinecrest, we're gonna try to find the $500,000. God, I don't know what's going on with any of the other stuff. So we're looking at the recreation, so are we gonna try to fund? We're gonna try to fund South Bryan Park with ARPA fund, no. Manzo is ARPA. We're gonna find some way to do South Bryan Park. If we have it, yeah.
You want us to look at
I mean,
both
that's
South
one-
Bryant Park and the cemetery fencing for general fund, okay?
Yeah.
we'll
Yeah.
have to- We'll,
Yeah.
we'll come back.
Okay. And we're gonna have to, prioritize these things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
Okay,
think
s-
also if we're looking at, not that the city's job is to make money, but if we're going to reinforce things that we charge for, we need to be, like with a pavilion, we charge for the pavilion. They're gonna, if I rented the pavilion, I would like to be able to use a bathroom. So I think that those are,
right,
you
no,
know,
that's what we're talking about.
right. So I think that that's a good way to think about it.
Okay, so,
Can I just clarify? So you
Please.
want both of the South Bryant Parks to be looked at for fund balance and the Pinecrest Cemetery, or just the pavilion renovations for 100,000?
pavilion
What is,
renovations and Pinecrest fencing.
Got it, okay?
and what is, I was confused about north structure. Where is that exactly?
It's a they're looking for playground equipment, I think.
Page 35.
It's a non-currently existing one? Is that why I'm not seeing it?
Looks like it's to update playground equipment. Page 35 is the project.
Well, I mean, is
form.
Is it dangerous for the children?
Isn't this way at the south end?
It's the north end of the south. Yes, it's
It's near
It's
the
in the middle.
pavilion.
I just played on it like
near the
a-
pavilion.
not even a month.
Oh,
ago.
Okay, so
It's not-
nobody's getting hurt.
Name threw me off.
Okay, then they're fine
Of
for
course, it's
another
the
year.
Blazing hot sun.
Right, which we've talked about shade of some sort.
Now, okay, Mr. Diaz, your light's on. So's Mr. Brown.
I was just gonna remind everyone.
Yeah.
Some of the ones we're discussing are actually. So
I'm sorry, did your mic just go out?
I think it did. My page hit it. So just kind of keep that in mind as you go through. It's just in the sake of time.
But they're both mediums that we talked.
No, you were talking about the structure. The north structure was
Oh,
actually
right, yeah.
low, and then the
Right.
resodding was low. So just
So
Yep.
we concentrated on the fencing and the South Bryan Park structure.
Pavilion.
Okay, next page, and this is really, really important.
Okay, so we're on to page 2. This is the last of the general fund projects. You'll see that the first one, the roadway projects, is high. Then we have several for the Gulf Stream, 2 are low, and the last 3 are medium. The recommendation that we currently have for roadway projects is $1 million in penny sales tax. That's currently funded. The other 2 projects are currently unfunded for the Gulf Stream. And
I'm
then,
sorry, can you go to the next page, Monica?
Page 2.
On the screen.
Yep, she's
Yeah,
good.
on the screen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Gulf Stream Work Zone 3A, around 1.2 million. Discretionary penny sales tax, and then Gulf Stream Site Work Zone 3B, 282,000. Penny sales tax recommendation, and then Zone 4, 488,000. Also recommending penny sales tax for a total of 2.9 million.
So we have funding on 2 of them not identified.
Correct.
What will $1 million, I mean, okay, I think all of us have heard over and over again from our citizens about the 2 things that we heard mostly about during the campaign was potholes and code enforcement. And what will $1 million do in terms of,
So keep in mind, we basically had $4 million allocated toward the roadway project, roadway infrastructure, and that was across 4 years, so it's $1 million a year. This is the last year, 25 will be the last year we actually have this million. So we're going to have that discussion in next year's budget. How are we going to fund our roadway infrastructure? Because this is the last year for this million.
Right.
And even with this million, it's underfunded. So this is continuing our pavement condition index, which is roadway and sidewalk. So we just continue on that program until we basically blow through this $1 million.
that's going to go fast.
It does go very, very quickly. And really quickly, on the Gulfstream site work, zone 1 was, just for everyone's edification, 2nd Avenue North to Lucerne. Zone 2 was Gulfview between Lucerne and Lake. Zone 3 is adjacent to the Golf Hotel, which would be between Lake and First South. And then Zone 4 is from Gulfview from First South to Second South. So those are the 4 zones.
Okay, but we have funding, it seems like, for zone,
Correct. Zone 3
3A.
and 4, which is Zone 3 is between Lake and First Avenue South, which is adjacent to the hotel.
Right.
Right there in Bryant, all the parking. And then Zone 4, which is between First South and Second South, which continues that site work.
okay,
The
but-
reason we are not looking at Zone 1 and 2 right now
Okay.
is because those are not adjacent to the hotel. That would be a nice thing
Oh,
to,
okay.
to knock them all out at the same time. But again, they're low priority because of,
So are we looking at fixing First Avenue South from the park to Federal?
no, this is on Gulfview
Yes,
actually. So this is that site work basally right in front of, right off of
hotel.
Gulfview.
Okay.
addressing
And
parking
these
area.
are things like 3A, B, and 4, we've committed to doing that as part of the Gulfstream project, correct? Yes, we have to do that.
Correct. Now there was a little confusion and some questions as far as was this part of that economic incentive agreement, which it is not with the developer. This is separate from that.
So
Mr.
sorry.
McVoy? Oh, there's a lot of lights on. Wait a minute. Oh, they've gone off. Okay, I think Ms. Malega was first and then Ms.
I
Thank you,
suspect-
Madam Mayor. This is another opportunity where we need to go after appropriations in Tallahassee because this project is tourism,
Economic. Mhm.
economic impact. It hits all the buttons of what they look for in Tallahassee. So we talked about it at our 1-on-3s. And I think that we should go for the full 2.9 million this year as a legislative ask. And if we get part of it, great, then we have more money in our penny sales tax. But to me, this is leaving money on the table and it's just another simple ask. We've got to put it out there.
We have to organize what we're going to be asking for.
I mean, we're sitting here scraping funds together when these are things that the legislator is begging for to bring forward. And this is in Caruso's area again, and he's up for reelection and he wants the projects and he's proud of Gulfstream. And I think
And he
that-
likes Lake Worth.
I mean, I think this is the
Okay, so
the
it's-
optimum opportunity for us to go after this.
all right, so we can certainly meet, we're all going to do, assuming we're all going to do one-on-ones with him before we go up to Tallahassee. So I know some people
But
have.
this is where the lobbyist comes in and staff. This
Well,
is
I was
above
gonna-
us.
Okay, I was going to bring that up, but I didn't want to bring it up about the lobbyist thing.
No, because it's 9:34.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to look at that, I think, because it's now also
That's in the
It's now
that's in the
also-
process.
July, and we got to get organized before that. Okay, all right, so I think it's a good idea to have that as, I mean, we have some of it, Mr. McVoy?
No, go ahead. And
Oh, I was
finish
just
your
gonna say,
statement.
I mean, if we have some of it identified as funded, it'd be nice if we did get a legislative aid for it, then we could use that money for something else, correct? Right,
But we keep it here for backup,
yeah, right. Oh, yeah, Mr. Waters seems to be approaching us.
I was asking, it's late. I was going to ask William, because he's been involved with this since the beginning, time frame on when this work would actually need to be done based on the schedule for the Gulfstream and the developer and what's currently happening.
There's a national conference, again, William Waters, there's a national conference coming to visit us on Thursday. Who's getting a tour of the Gulfstream, and I'm hoping there's going to be a better update as to what happens when. But one of the issues with the legislative ask, which I'm disappointed it wasn't put in 2 years ago.
all
Is
do.
that the Gulfstream Hotel, again, to remind everybody, is supposed to be open for my birthday, which is December 7th, 2025. And we need to have something addressed to get access to the new alley that's coming, which means that 3A needs to be done
Right.
by December 2025.
2025. Yeah.
Okay. And the legislative asks, the money would not even be available, to my understanding, until July of 2025.
But could we pay it and then reimburse ourselves
I
if
don't
we
know
get the
that
money
that
from
would
the
be-
legislature?
I guess that would be a question for our lobbyist.
Right.
Generally, they're gonna be like, well, you already paid for it, so why do you need money?
Yeah. Or we'll take the money and put it someplace else. Miss Malega? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. McFoy.
I too like the idea of the legislative ask. I agree with the logic that based on everything I've heard out of Tallahassee, the tourism link, the economic development link is pretty easy sell to them. Or I don't know if it's easy sell, that I wouldn't say, but it's in the kinds of things that they look for. I would probably not put the million of the roadway stuff in there because I think they don't like that kind of stuff. So don't even ask because they'll just annoy them. But the Gulfstream things, put it in there. As far as how you work could we do the work and then get paid later? I mean,
We don't
I
have-
agree, put that to a clever lobbyist ought to be able to come up with some way to maybe deal with that. I don't know. I would, on the 1 million for the roadway, I agree with the mayor that we've all heard, you always hear a lot about roadways and potholes and whatnot, and $1 million is sure better than nothing, but it doesn't go that far. I would say as we look at other things that we're thinking of doing that we might spend down out of the general fund, let's not call it surplus, but extra. Well, next year we don't have the $1 million coming in, and the next whatever many years we don't have it coming in from. So let's not be too quick to spend the money twice, because that need for the roadways for sure isn't going away. And public support for getting the roadways fixed or clamor ain't going away either. So that'd be my thoughts on those.
Miss May?
Regarding the roadways, I think it's obviously a bigger job than the $1 million, no matter where it comes from. Jamie, City Manager Brown, can you please explain the pavement index and like where we are and where we're supposed to be and like how much money that is in like 50 words or less?
That's quite a bit.
So PCI stands for Paving Condition Index. Basically a 0 is just dirt and a 100 is a brand new paved roadway. When we did our 4-year infrastructure bond program, 54 is kind of our cutoff. So everything that was a 54 below basically means your subgrade is shot, everything's shot, so it was a complete tear up. You can't mill and resurface that roadway. And then as you move up from 54, you have different options as far as roadway treatments. Typically, for our size city, we would need about 1.7 to 1.9 to maintain our roadway infrastructure annually. If our average PCI citywide was in your mid to upper 70s.
And how much do we need to get it to that? No, this is a legit question.
Well, last time our average is in the low 60s. So even that 1.7 to 1.9 would not be enough to actually get us caught up to.
No, as I'm saying, how much do we need to get to 78 per score? Roughly.
The last time we looked at it, which was about 3 years ago, we were a little more than our actual last bond, which was for 40 million.
Okay, so if we make it 50 million, do we get there?
It's a substantial amount.
It's a substantial amount. I mean, we have to tear off the Band-Aid at some point. We're gonna have to get some money and we're gonna have to put it in the roads. And the only way really I see that happening is going for a referendum. For a bond. So, this little Band-Aids here, there, that's not gonna work anymore. So how do we do that?
It's a
We would need,
big deal.
direction to basically put the, obviously you have to, you know, like you said, it's gonna go for a referendum. We would have to put together, the bond language and everything like we did last time.
So would
and
it,
put it
not enough
together.
time for March of 24?
Ooh,
20, sorry,
It would have
25.
to
Yeah, let's
be-
go back in time.
A happier, simpler time.
I would need to, speak with Madam Clerk because she, knows timeframes as far as having ballot questions
Okay.
and stuff like that together. We'd have to get busy ASAP if
Okay.
that is the direction. Melissa, do you happen to know off of the top of your head, the time frame for this one like that to get ballot questions on?
Oh, so ballot questions are done by ordinance, which have two
Mhm.
readings. And I have to get them to the supervisor elections, I believe the first Friday in December.
That's tight.
Okay.
But honestly, and I was here when we did the other one.
Mhm.
I mean, the one, the previous one. And I don't remember how long that, I mean, I can look obviously and see what meetings they were on, but I don't know how long it took to get an ordinance ready for that. Because I don't write that kind of ordinance.
Wouldn't we be able just to use and update the previous ordinance with new data and new?
Yeah.
Right, I'm sure the wording would be the same.
Yeah, the
I would
big thing is
think
gonna
it was
be if
probably
that's
done
what,
through Bond council, no?
excuse me?
Wouldn't it have been done through bond council?
Yeah, we had multiple things going on because that was the first one we had done here in the city. The big thing is going to be if that's what the direction is all of the outreach that we have to do because we did a lot of public outreach because you need to make sure that everyone is aware of what's going to be on the ballot.
Mhm.
They understand what the program is. We'd have to put the program together and make sure that everyone, because the big question is, well, is my road on there? And when is it?
I
gonna
mean,
get
if we're
done?
bringing it all the way up to the 80 mark or 78
Big
mark.
thing is going to be, is my road on there? Because that's gonna obviously affect a lot of people and whether they would want to vote for something like that. So it'd just be something we'd have to get cranking on like ASAP to get a program
As
put
well
together.
as part of
But
that,
there is no election
no
the
election.
following March.
there's no March I mean, there are elections.
There's a
in the county,
skip.
But not us. Well.
Yeah, but then we have
paid
to
them
set
for
up
a
all
while.
the voting stuff just for a referendum. And that's not worth spending the money
My
on.
comments, one would be if we are going to do something like that, and I'm not opposed to it, we would have to be very careful and about the information that we give out to the public about how did we spend the last 40, do this citizens respect what we did with the money beforehand to approve another chunk of money?
And
Let me ask this, Melissa, I guess
Yes,
would be the March of 26. We do not have city elections, but I know there are going to be elections countywide, correct?
so 26, there would be municipalities that had elections, but 26 isn't, I don't believe there are any March elections for anything other. I think the only time there are elections other than municipal are during the PPP. So that'd be 2024, that was this year, then 28, 32, the presidential primary year. I don't think other primaries are held in March, like because that's a gubernatorial, 2026, November is a gubernatorial election. But I believe that the primary for that is in August, not March.
All right, for time,
Yeah.
let us look into this
Mhm.
and then I
Yeah,
can,
no,
I can bring
I-
back some information.
I
for
would
you
love,
guys.
I would love to be able to say to the citizens, we're gonna get, we did really well with your last tranche, your last bond. And here's what we want to do with the next one. And just really for once and for all, get the city up to like where we can maintain. it.
Yeah, so that we're doing
Ideally,
maintenance.
it would be 26 that we want to go
Okay.
out for something, regardless of what month that is.
I mean,
26
every
would be
single other
ideal.
department is getting up to speed except Public Works. Like, except for the roads. I mean, that's not really fair.
Well, I mean.
And that's what we see drive
I've
on.
been listening to people complain and not have enough money about potholes on the roads since I moved
I'm
here.
immemorial.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
time.
Long time
Yeah,
ago.
we'll put some stuff together, but ideally 26 would be the probably, I would not want to rush it to get.
Well, we can
something
do
out
August of
first because
26.
You need to make
No,
sure
we
you're
can't,
public outreach.
No, we can't.
Why
no,
not? No
because
municipal,
the supervisor election will not allow it.
So November of 26?
That's a definite no. It would be March of 26.
the only time we can have municipal issues.
No, we don't have an election in March
Right.
of 26.
Okay, but in 2020, we did not have an election for commissioner,
But we did.
but we did have three referendum questions.
Right.
All right, so we'll just have a couple
Referendum
more
election.
and we'll make it worth their while to come out and vote.
Okay.
I would just
Yes. Mr.
point out,
Boyd.
having been through two of the previous road bonds, because we did one for, I believe, about 60 and the
Yeah,
second
60
for
and a
about
half.
40. The 60 did not pass,
The 40 did.
which of course meant that we could do fewer roads and
Well, that's
put
a
different
good reason.
place on the PCI index. And I can tell you, and I think anybody who was here on staff at that time, it was a major outreach deal.
Oh, yeah.
And the outreach is a little bit tricky because legally
We
we're constrained what we can, we
We
can't
can't
really
promote.
advocate. We can only inform, and, that gets tricky. And we promise, there were issues of, well, how much in this district and how much in that and who would control and blah, blah, blah. And there were also, at the time, there was supposed to be a bond volunteer board set up to supervise how it went. That never happened. Or if it did, it didn't amount to much, or it disappeared quickly. So I think the mayor is right in saying, there's going to be some latent concerns from how it went in the past. I would definitely not rush that.
Mr. Diaz.
Yeah, I would look forward to having this conversation in the future. Mostly because I'm curious, I know focus groups for these sort of things are really helpful, or just reaching out because we generally have a pretty good feel of how people feel. Everyone always complains about potholes and roads for sure. But I think, there's kind of two sides to this. People, I know I get it a lot. People really don't like the construction that's happening all at once, which is what this generally results in. But then on the other side is, I think a lot of people realize that we kind of shot ourselves in the foot by not going for the full bond previously. So hopefully, that would encourage people to come out.
Ms. May.
I would just say, as far as focus groups, I knocked on every door in District 3 and pretty much everyone said roads code.
Potholes and road.
Bear bad
Much.
news, we have 12 minutes, you guys.
Let's go.
I knocked on doors in all 4 districts and I got the same message.
All right, moving on. We're moving on to the beach fund. There's an engineering assessment, and that is 53,500. It's currently being funded by fund balance through beach fund.
Okay.
Then we're on to the Gulf Fund. The Gulf Fund, as you can see, has projects, 1 low and then 3 medium, for a total of around 2.2 million. Those are currently unfunded. Then we're on the Garage Fleet Maintenance Fund. There's an annual vehicle replacement budget. That one's high. It's 200,000 that's requested, and it's being funded by PAYGO, or current revenues, and fund balance. We are on to page 3, the IT fund.
We haven't talked about the golf. We kind of skipped over that. Are we just not going to talk about the golf course right now with what we talked about earlier?
I think we covered.
I think we're going through all the way and then coming
I'm just
back.
trying to get through them
Okay.
because
All right,
some of
go
your
ahead.
decisions that you make
We
are
have
going
10
to impact
minutes.
the funding that's available. The IT fund, that's currently, there's 4 projects that are high, around 200,000. That's currently being funded through PAYGO, or current revenues. So the total governmental funds, as you can see, we have around 38 million that needs to be funded. And funding not identified is around 34 million. Funding that has been identified is around 4 million. We are on to the enterprise funds. Electric fund, there's 45,187,000 in projects, and those are guesstimated to be funded through borrowing, so bond funding, not currently funded. Water fund is where we get into some additional funding recommendations, starting on page 3 and moving into page 4. Looks like all these projects are listed as medium for a total of 10.4 million. The first one, the chief electric vehicle, is 65,000 funded through PAYGO, or current revenues. Water quality improvement vehicle, 50,000 currently funded through PAYGO or current revenues. And then if you move down the line, water treatment plant supply and compliance, 4.6 million for borrowing. And then water treatment plant improvement facility, 200,000 currently funded through PAYGO or current revenues. And then the last projects, actually, the next one is 2.4 million water distribution mains. That's current borrowing as well. And then dual zone monitoring well for 2.85. A recommendation to use 954,000 of the restricted ARPA funds, and then the additional funding through borrowing. And then the one below that, the monitoring well 9 replacement, 200,000 in ARPA funds. I am going to move on to page 4, local sewer. These are all listed as medium projects. Total requested of 4.7 million for the projects. The local sewer pump station improvements, 450,000, a recommendation for borrowing. 2.5 million for several lift stations. As you can see, lift station improvements for 2.5 million, restricted ARPA funds, again, a recommendation. And then local sewer collection system improvements for 1.7 million borrowing. Stormwater fund, again, listed as medium priority, requested funds for 75,000, PAYGO or current revenues, and then 4.5 million, 3.5 will be borrowing, and then 100 or $1 million is currently guesstimated. We don't have funding for it, so we'd have to figure out where that funding is going to come from. We're almost there. Sanitation fund, heavy truck replacement budget, 500,000. That one's requesting use fund balance, and that's a high project, so it would be totally funded. And then regional sewer is the last item, pipelining and replacement upgrades for 1.5 million, and a request to use fund balance for the projects. So I'll pause and see what
Oh, fund balance, okay.
yes.
Mr. McVoy? Oh, Mr. Brown, wait a minute, I always call him.
Yeah, just in the interest of time. So if you go back to page 2 here, I wanted to see if you look at the PAYGO column and the fund balance column, is there anything like the William Lockhart Pier for the 53,000? That's fund balance. You have the garage fleet that's between PAYGO and fund balance. And then on page 3, you've got all of the 4 IT projects, which are all PAYGO. And then the water fund, which is all PAYGO for the chief electrician vehicle, the water quality improvement, and the water treatment plant improvements. And then on page 4, you've got the storm crew vehicle. And then the heavy truck replacement under sanitation for 500. These projects that fall under PAYGO and fund balance, are there any of these that show this current funding that you guys would have an issue with? Because it's
Just
fund
put-
balance.
Can we put check marks funded by them so you can go ahead with them?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to, because those are ones that
Speed it
don't
up.
regard, they don't relate to ARPA or borrowing anything. So these
So
are ones that are PAYGO and fund balance.
Let's,
So I didn't know if
quickly
anyone had an
go
issue.
through or either
Well,
go
it's
through them or
interesting.
if
Let's
no.
not go through. Is there anyone that doesn't think that we should fund one or more of these?
My only concern is, was this PAYGO included with the Stantec modeling for the borrowing?
They do have the current CIP, yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Then I'm good with all of it.
Okay.
Okay, I was trying to clear the deck a little bit.
Thank you. Consent?
Yeah, and I think that's helpful and yeah, I'd be okay with it too.
Thank you.
Okay. Your light is on though.
My light is on. I guess I would, well,
What would you like to ask? Yeah, really. What?
No, I was just
do you have more to steer?
trying to clear the deck a little bit.
Yeah.
As long as we think we can pay for it.
Things that we can easily agree on, let's get them checked off that we're good to go. So we've done that piece. So I'm gonna bring it up because I'm gonna bring it up. We have currently under the ARPA column, a total of little over 4 million for that. And of that, there's about 390 or 370 for lights at, I forget where it is, it's in here somewhere. Manzo ball field lighting upgrades. what is the size of that contract that we have with, I believe it's the school district?
I believe it was like 68 or something like that. It was like mid to upper 60s, I believe, was the,
Okay,
yeah, she's pulling it out right now.
Yeah, really.
right. It allows kids to play at night. It lets us go forward with that contract. The contract doesn't pay for it, so, and most of that is probably outside folks, but okay,
It's also a city
fine.
amenity.
I would,
Wait.
I would say go ahead with that one.
Pardon me, Commissioner, what was your TNMK Director of Leisure Services? What was the question?
I think we got to answer was just the size of the contract, because that contract would certainly be
The
influenced a lot.
seasonal is the, I'm sorry, the seasonal is the 20.
Seasonal is 20 currently. This is the old past contract. We are looking at updating the rates just depending on whether we have lighting or not. But in past, they were the expiring contract that expires this September. They were paying 22,428 seasonal cost per year.
That's the total of what comes in.
For per year. So this was a 2-year term and that's for their seasonal. So this contract is expiring September 30th. So we have not renegotiated it yet because we don't know if we have lights. The lighting was included in that.
Right. So I guess the deal on it is that's presumes it's a contract with the school district. That's mostly outside of the city users. And we are getting a relatively small amount of money. Maybe it goes up to 30,000 or something, but still relatively small. It's less than a tenth of the cost that we're putting into it, as opposed to, say, the school district being asked to put money into it.
Right.
But,
But with the lighting, we would be able to have more fees. We would be able to have more rentals. We could have more tournaments, trying to attract people who want to have tournaments and you can't have night baseball isn't always.
and that's all good, but before I would be convinced on that, I'd need some sort of even a ballpark estimate. Are we talking about bringing in another 20,000? So we're now bringing in 40,000, which is still about 10% of the cost that we are as a city putting up. So that's
I think
my concern on
add
it.
into that the life expectancy. I mean, these are long, I mean, we do them, they're going to be good for more than 10 years. I mean, they'll pay for themselves over the 10 years.
It is Lake Worth High School, yes.
It's like with high school, yeah. Right, it's our kids.
Okay, fine. So I'd say on that one, let's go ahead and
Okay, we have 2 minutes and I have another light on. So,
so
Could we-
are we shutting down at 10?
yeah, I think we are.
Okay, I cede the floor.
So thank you, Mr. Diaz.
I just wanted to take a moment to kind of introduce, well, not necessarily introduce, but remind one thing, introduce another. And we didn't get a chance to discuss it, but I'm sure we will at the hearing. 2 things that we didn't get to, because it's not in the book yet, but a while ago I had brought up the 25,000 for the theater for their marquee fix. So,
For the width?
for the marquee, like to
Right,
fix
right,
the
right.
lights and,
Neon.
I'm looking forward to having that discussion of how we can pay for that. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up was, and it's a little bit simpler, and it already exists, Yannick. We had this discussion earlier, but the Friends of the Library set up what is now an investment account with Community Foundation for our library. And there's 50,000 in it now. The goal is 100, because at 100, it becomes an endowment for the library. And they're painstakingly fundraising. They're selling books at, $25 a weekend or something like that. So I would like to have a discussion when we come back. And I can work on filling out the sheet if you need it, Yannick, is to fill the rest of that 50,000 for the library so that they can have an endowment.
Out of where?
That's the discussion.
Oh,
Yeah.
Can I recommend
added
that?
to the list of unfunded.
Yeah.
Well, no, can I recommend that whoever has discretionary funds left, I mean, we have like 3 weeks to get those processed.
That too.
I know Mr. McBoy hasn't spent any of his. I've offered my 1,900 up to replace garbage cans along Pinecrest Cemetery. But if we don't spend it, we lose it. So I think that we should look at discretionary.
Every little bit helps, especially for like the marquee as well. That one
Right,
might be
whatever-
easier. Yeah.
Whatever we
But
can scrape together.
and that's why I wanted to put that out there so that kind of put that thought in your minds right now before the next hearing.
And I really think that we should, I mean, it's 10 o'clock now. I think we're ending. But I think that we should look at a day where we don't start at 5 o'clock. I think we should look at a day where we're not starting at 5 o'clock, where we start, we had a day scheduled and I don't know why we thought it wasn't necessary to have it.
Because the scheduling, to get everyone back again, during a daytime, because that was what we actually were preferring to do, is do another daytime like we did for budget hearing 1. We could not get all of the calendars to work out properly, which is why that did not work and we had to do an evening. So trying to balance those 5 different schedules is difficult.
I thought we had a date that had been cleared.
We did too.
Do we have to have a motion to adjourn, Melissa?
Nope. Sure.
When are we meeting again?
She's left me.
Next
gone.
public hearing is the 12th.
No, there's no motions during a work session.
September.
Yes.
Yeah. We're going to need to figure a date, which was already difficult already. We're gonna have to wedge something in.
That does not give us, that was a internal placeholder, I'll be honest, before we move the dates around. That does not give us enough time between, I think it was April 26th. I'm sorry, August. It does not give us enough time between now and the 12th to make our updates we need to make. It generally takes
The
us.
12th of September
Yeah.
for
it
the
generally
first
takes
reading.
Like 4 weeks in our process, so we need to probably meet as soon as possible.
Yes.
If you were all open to that.
So we will get with, and the clerk tomorrow and see how quickly we can get something scheduled so we can finish the CIP discussion and then basically pull anything that we didn't get to tonight together. So we can finish the conversation and get the updated models.
Yes, we'll
from
include all the
Davenport's meeting.
recommendations from tonight, get back to Stan Tech. It takes them a little while to work through everything, include all the supplementals in the budget, and then bring the CIP back as well.
Thank you guys all for your hard work.
Thank you.
Really, it's staying so late.
Thank you.
I guess we're out.
Is the meeting adjourned without
Yeah.
a motion?
So